Zhou Hao and the others agreed with the central government to rescue the Didangja and Dr. Li Wenhe and others at the same time. The two sides acted simultaneously in the United States and South Korea to avoid time deviations, and the United States would be aware of it. While Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan successfully rescued the Didangja and others, a secret force dispatched by the central government also launched a raid on the U.S. military base in South Korea with the assistance of the North Korean military and successfully rescued Dr. Li Wenhe. The place where Dr. Li Wenhe was imprisoned was also heavily guarded, as well as the Wind Demon clan and Korean martial arts masters. However, the First Army also has many masters, especially Yu Zhongning, a highly talented quasi-excellent master, who is in danger. His great potential exploded once again, killing all the three masters of the Wind Demon clan, and made great contributions to the rescue of Dr. Li Wenhe. Of course, this operation to rescue Dr. Li Wenhe was not without casualties. The First Army and several special brigades that participated in the operation sacrificed many soldiers, and in order to prevent the U.S. military from catching the handle, these soldiers were killed before they died. They all detonated the bombs on their own bodies and destroyed them without leaving the slightest evidence. After receiving the news, Li Shuihan and the others were happy for the success of the rescue operation, and at the same time felt sad for the soldiers who sacrificed. By the way, Master, this time we have suffered such a heavy loss. The culprit is Ji Dashing, the Vice Minister of the Second Ministry of General Political Affairs. Li Shuihan said to the Master. This time, in the Nimitz, apart from saving everyone besides, I also caught this guy. I saw two members of the One Army carrying a man who was with 5 flowers. It was Colonel Su Junping, the head of the American Department of the Military Intelligence Bureau of the Chinese Military General Staff, who had helped the Americans to surrender Zhou Hao. Li Shui said with a cold face. When I was going to save people, I happened to ran into this guy who was helping the Americans torture us. This dog thief is so shameless. He even collided with the enemy and traitorously tortured his compatriots. Su Junping was pushed to the ground and looked at Didangja, Li Shuihan and others with horror, but because of the cloth strips in his mouth, he couldn't say a word and could only make the sound of yeah. The boss looked at the traitor coldly and smiled slightly. I have seen this big Colonel Su. After I was caught by the Americans, he came to persuade me to surrender to the Americans. It is really hard and soft and coercive and lure. Colonel Su, when you worked for the motherland, you probably didn't work as hard as you did, right? Touching the tepid gaze of the master, Su Junping's face turned pale, and cold sweat was constantly oozing on his forehead. He was really scared. Not long ago, they were still prisoners of the Americans, and he was torturing his compatriots. He was even more enthusiastic than the Americans, but he never thought that he would fall today. The masters have their hands. Seeing Su Junping's wanting to speak, the master nodded to one of his men, who also took down the strip of cloth stuffed in Su Junping's mouth. I saw Su Junping exhaling loudly, and for a while, he shrugged his face and said to the master, "The master, you are wronged. I didn't really collude with those Americans. In fact, I was ordered by the organization. I was instigated by the Americans and then acted as an internal response in the Americans. Master, you all misunderstood. Before, I helped those Americans to extract confessions from you. All of them were compelling. Seeing you comrades in dire straits, my heart is also very uncomfortable. But for the sake of the overall situation, in order to fulfill the mission assigned by the organization, I have to harden my heart." Li Shuihan sneered. "According to you, not only are you not guilty, but the country should reward you well, right? That's fine. Then let us take you back to see if the organization has given orders to harm our compatriots." No. Master, if you bring me back, then the task assigned to me by the organization will be a failure. I personally feel a little wronged, but I can't and dare not do the task assigned to me by the organization. Give up halfway." Looking at Su Junping's awe-inspiring expression, if he hadn't known the truth beforehand, the people present would have been fooled by him. The master looked at him and smiled. "It's okay, Colonel Su. If the organization really blames it, our First Army will take this responsibility for you." As for Ji Dashing, the guy who has forgotten the sect in addition to rescuing Dr. Wenhe Li, We are going to the United States this time to collect evidence of his collusion and traitorousness. The opposite, Li Shuihan said. Now that we have obtained the evidence and sent some of the information back to China, he, a traitor, is waiting to accept sanctions from the state. The Ji family was originally a generation of loyalists, and now they want a stinky for thousands of years. Glancing at Su Junping, Li Shuihan continued, Su Junping, you don't need to act again. We have already checked your details. The central government has already suspected the situation of the America's Department of the MIB and sent us an army. I went to investigate, and now it is not surprising that you, the director of the America's Department of the MIB, really rebelled. But don't worry, your family in the United States will soon return to China to reunite with you. You will not lonely. Su Junping's face changed drastically. His eyes turned and he bit his teeth fiercely, but was quickly pinched his chin by a member of the First Army next to him, and he couldn't help him. The First Army man unceremoniously gave Su Junping a punch and knocked out several of Su Junping's big teeth. The other side picked up one of Su Junping's big teeth from the ground and saw the big tooth. There was a poison sac hidden inside, and he sneered, "Want to commit suicide? It's not that easy. How did you treat us before? And we will give it back to you double when you return." At this time, Su Junping lost even the last hope, and his whole body was depressed, his head lowered without a word. The big boss and Li Shuihan also hate these culprits who have harmed the country and the people. Li Shuihan said, "Throw him into the bottom compartment and watch. Don't let him have a chance of suicide. We have to use him to prove jidashing." Yes. The two men responded and took Su Junping away. The master sighed. "I can't think of the hero of Ji Lao Ai, but let such a son corrupt the lintel." Li Shuihan said, "I don't think that old man is clean, otherwise Ji Dushing's wife and children will have obtained visas in the United States. How could he not know it all?" The headmaster glanced at Li Shuihan and slowly said, "After returning to China, you have to be patient with what you shouldn't say. It is unfair. The country has its own conclusion. It is not our turn to speak more, you know." Hearing the kind words of the master, Li Shuihan lightly nodded and said, "Master, your body is also very weak. Take a good rest first, and I will wake you up when I reach the destination." "My body is weak, and you won't get better, so go take a rest," said the master. Li Shuihan shook his head, looked down at Zhou Hao who was sleeping deeply on her lap, stretched out a catkin to caress his quiet face, and said, "I'm not tired. I have to take care of Zhou Hao. Go and rest first." Seeing the affection for Zhou Hao in Li Shuihan's eyes, the master sighed secretly and no longer insisted, got up to the side and meditated cross-legged, taking a rest. It didn't take long for everyone to come to Tamaka, south of Colombia on the Pacific Ocean. When the transport plane landed, it was in a very large private estate in Tamaka. The owner of this estate was a wealthy Colombian drug lord with elite private armed forces. Even the Colombian military did not dare to take its lead. Not many people know that this Colombian drug lord has a close cooperative relationship with Chinese intelligence agencies. After the transport plane landed, a sturdy man wearing a white suit with a cigar in his mouth rushed to greet him with his men. This sturdy man is the owner of this manor, the big boss of the international drug market, Monito. "Come and come. Be careful, be careful." Monito asked his subordinates to carefully support the weak members of the First Army who came down from the transport plane and shook hands with the master very enthusiastically and smiled. "The master, you are master, right? Haha, I often hear about your deeds, and I really admire you for a long time, but it is only today that I have the honor to see you in person." The big boss naturally knew that this big drug lord was not sincerely cooperating with the First Army or China, but that the two sides had shared interests to seek in the same boat. And Monito was able to develop into the current family business. Of course, he also became a fine old fox, so the big master also smiled on his face. "Mr. Monito, fortunate to have a good time. I am also very happy to meet you." At this time, a Chinese man in his 40s walked out behind Monito. He looked at the boss with excitement and said, "The boss, I am Sido Leeson from the 3rd branch of the MIB. The organization let us be here. We have been waiting for you for a long time, and we finally hope that you will come back safely." Seeing that his compatriots are also people working for the country, the master is also very pleased. He tightly held Situ Lisan's hand and said sincerely, "Thank you, everyone." "Don't say that. The master, your sacrifice for the country is worthy of admiration." Situ Lisan smiled. "Even if you fall into the enemy's hands, the country will never stand by. Rest here for 2 days, then immediately go to Malaysia, and then transfer back to the country." Colombia is one of the largest drug production areas in the world. Because of the huge profits brought by drugs, the power of those drug lords has become more and more powerful, especially after a series of battles for territory and fierce fighting. This has left the strong and the weak. The drug lord under the hood is so wealthy that the Colombian government is helpless. And Monito is one of the most powerful drug lords in Colombia. It has elite private arms and is like an emperor on one side. It is also because the United States itself is one of the largest drug sales markets in the world, in view of the numerous interests. The U.S. military did not commit any crimes against Monito, the big drug lord. Therefore, the master and Li Shuihan are safe here, at least not in danger for a short time. And the U.S. military transport plane that was driven back by Li Shuihan, the great master, and others also destroyed it in order to prevent the U.S. military from tracking its movements. After years of drug sales, Monito's net worth is more than $10 billion. So his private manor is also very comfortable, like a paradise, and it also provides a beautiful environment for the masters. At this time, the master who had been resting for a long time came to Zhou Hao's room. After knocking on the door, the headmaster saw that the person who opened the door was Li Shuihan and felt shocked right now. Li Shuihan was also very surprised when he saw the great master who was visiting suddenly. His face flushed immediately, and he whispered, "Duh, master, are you here to see Zhou Hao? Well, how is he? Is he still awake?" The master sighed slightly in his heart and walked into Zhou Hao's room under Li Shuihan sideways to make way. The room was luxurious and comfortable. There was even an extremely expensive ambergris on the head of the bed, which shows that Monito's hospitality to their group was really good. On the other hand, Zhou Hao was lying on the big soft bed in the center of the room, and the blood on his body had also been cleaned. It seemed that Li Shuihan helped him wash his body. Since he escaped from the Nimitz, he has been asleep and never wakes up. Li Shuihan closed the door to the bed and looked deeply at Zhou Hao, who was sleeping peacefully, with a cold face. The upper part became softer. Since Zhou Hao had never woken up, Li Shuihan should have cleaned his body. The master looked at Li Shuihan, but saw that her gaze stayed on Zhou Hao, with a gentle expression he had never seen before. "You fall in love with Zhou Hao," the master said softly, his eyes also falling on Zhou Hao's peaceful face. Li Shuihan trembled slightly, but did not speak or deny. The atmosphere fell silent for a long time. "For a long time," the master said. "In order to save us this time, he almost died at the hands of Fengma Kotaro and the others. If it weren't for him, we would probably be buried in the Nimitz." Above, after a pause, the master said again, "Situ Lisan told me that you did not get the permission of the central government in advance for this rescue operation. I went to see Zhou Hao in private and begged him to come to America to rescue you." Li Shuihan stared at Zhou Hao's face and said slowly, "Because the chief and they have sent several groups of people to inquire about your news beforehand, but without exception, they fell to the sea. They know that the U.S. authorities have been on alert, so in order to prevent the situation from getting worse, the central authorities ordered the termination of the rescue operation for you, and wanted to wait until the wind became less tense before making a decision. However, I can't wait that long. I know if you don't rescue you as soon as possible, you will be in danger of life." The master frowned and listened to Li Shuihan continue to say, "At that time, I told Zhou Hao that as long as he promised to come to the United States with me to rescue you, I will give him the body." Suddenly upon hearing this, the big master stared at Zhou Hao with both eyes, his stern gaze fixed on Zhou Hao's face, and he said solemnly, "He agreed to get your body?" Li Shuihan shook his head slightly. His eyes still did not leave Zhou Hao. "No, he also made a tantrum with me afterwards, saying that I don't know how to love myself, because even without me, he will come to save you." "Did he say this after he got your body?" the master said suspiciously, because he was afraid that it was Zhou Hao's sweet words to coax Li Shuihan afterwards. "No, Because. Li Shuihan's cheeks suddenly blushed. Because I had a relationship with him for a long time. And that was when I was in Indonesia. You guys so early? The master was taken aback, but the expression on his face eased a lot, and then he said, Do you know that he has other women? As far as I know, there are more than 3. Well, would you still like him willingly? When he asked the last sentence, he made some progress in his heart, as if he was afraid that Li Shuihan would leave Zhou Hao because of this. After all, he knew Li Shuihan's stubborn character very well. Because of love and hatred, Li Shuihan left Zhou Hao for the rest of his life. Li Shuihan was silent for a while, then looked at Zhou Hao quietly. The Demaster didn't urge her either, just standing beside her, also looking at Zhou Hao on the bed. I used to hate him too. I hated his rudeness and his double-heartedness, Li Shuihan said softly. But in the days after Indonesia separated from him, I found that this guy always looked like it's dangling in my head, and I can't shake it off. Seeing Li Shuihan's annoyed appearance, the master smiled secretly, but he did not expect that Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao would have such an experience that he didn't know. After I rescued other people and grabbed a transport plane on the deck of the Nimitz, I was very afraid that you would not be able to get out. Li Shuihan continued. At that time I thought, if I can't get out, then I will die on the Nimitz. But for the other people on the plane, I can't let them be buried with us. Speaking of this, Li Shuihan sat down by the bed and reached out to touch Zhou Hao's face. If I didn't meet this guy in the first place, it might be completely different now. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face, immediately, like ice lotus blooming, the room filled with fragrance. Just listen to her. But there is nothing to do, just like when my mother ran into my father. Big boss, you don't know. At that time I went to look for him. He was being overwhelmed by Chief Zhao. The boss didn't know about it, so he asked Li Shuihan with a smile. It turns out that this guy has an affair with his sister. I don't know who exposed it, so the entire capital knows it. Chief Zhao Mei, it was because he was angry that he ate the nest by the grass and resolutely opposed the matter between him and Miss Zhao. Unexpectedly, he was not even afraid of Chief Zhao, and even said that he would marry that Miss Zhao. Even though the big master has experienced countless wind and rain, he couldn't help being stunned by this incident. He knew Zhao Rixin's temper, and when he became angry, it was because the 3 armies were silent and no one dared to resist, but unexpectedly Zhou Hao dared to confront him and marry Zhao Yuqin as his wife. The big master couldn't help but scolded. This kid. Seeing Li Shuihan's first taste of love, his face also showed a kind smile. He sighed and said, Shuihan, it's really hard for you. You have been with me for so many years. I have been performing tasks one after another, and I have never really relaxed at all. I can't even give you a happy childhood. Back then, your mother entrusted you to me. Now think about it, I feel ashamed. Now let you take such a big risk to save us. My mother entrusted me to the master, just to train me to be a qualified heir. This is also Shuihan's destiny when he was born. Shuihan does not complain to anyone. Li Shuihan gently touched Zhou Hao's face, but the big master frowned. But if you really want to go back to inherit the family, what will Zhou Hao do? You know, your family has always thought that Li Shuihan is a boy, the only male in the Li family. You really want if you go back, you will leave Zhou Hao completely. I don't have a choice. Li Shuihan looked sad. I said, this is something I decided upon when I was born. The master said in a deep voice, Don't be afraid, I'll talk to your mother. Li Shuihan shook his head calmly. The useless master, you also know that my mother is a human being. Once something is decided, no one can change her mind, not even my father. What's more, it is my mother who has planned more than 10 times. She won't allow anyone to destroy the plan for 2010. She turned to look at the head of the house. You should know that the head of the house is Dingbu Wang, a direct member of the Li family. Those people have long been coveting the position of the head of the house, and my father is my only child. If I fight for it, the Li family will be taken by outsiders. This is definitely not what my father wants to see. The boss has a solemn look, with both annoyance and regret in his eyebrows. It is all to blame. If it weren't for my carelessness, your father wouldn't have died young, and your Li family wouldn't have so much trouble. You don't have to bear the cold such a heavy burden. Master, my father's death has nothing to do with you. Everything is doomed. Li Shuihan said quietly, His eyes returned to Zhou Hao again. I am really fortunate now. Fortunate that I was able to meet him. This guy is so brutal and hateful, but he can't refuse him. Thinking of being assaulted by Zhou Hao in Indonesia, Li Shuihan was both annoyed and ashamed. Although Dadong is not Li Shuihan's biological father, the relationship between the two of them is better than that of his biological father and daughter. Therefore, seeing Li Shuihan's sentimental and melancholic appearance now, Dadong is not happy. He said, Shuihan, even if I can let you go back and inherit the family, what about Zhou Hao? Can he let you go? Don't forget, you just said that he is not even afraid of Chief Zhao. Your mother has other family members. People, he probably won't put it in his eyes either, and he might conflict with your family for your sake. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on the face of the master. You have seen Zhou Hao's ability. He can subvert even a country. Although your family is powerful, you can't scare him. Li Shuihan also frowned when he heard the words of the master, apparently also worried about this matter. After a long while, she sighed and said, Now I don't know what to do. I can only see my steps. By the way, master, shall we go back tomorrow? The plane is ready. The master nodded. Yes, Situ Lisin has arranged it. It is Monito's private jet. Although Monito is a big drug lord, his legitimate business is spread all over the country, and there are also in Malaysia. The industry, flying by his plane, is relatively less noticeable. Seeing that Li Shuihan deliberately changed the subject, the master knew that she did not want to talk about the topic just now, and did not force it. He smiled at her. I will go back tomorrow. You should rest well. Since Zhou Hao is no longer in danger, you don't be too tired yourself. Yeah. Li Shuihan nodded, and seeing the master turned and walked towards the door, she suddenly asked, Master, I don't know if I should ask if there is a question. The master turned his head and showed a smile. Ask, what do you and I have to worry about? Li Shuihan hesitated for a moment, and said, I think you treat Zhou Hao a bit like you treated me when I was a child, like a father. And just now you asked me if I was leaving Zhou Hao. The feeling I gave me seemed to be for Zhou Hao worries more. The headmaster was taken aback for a moment, and then he smiled. It is so difficult for us in China to have such a talented person, and he is also the godson of Chief Zhao, not to mention his life-saving grace for me. Of course I will care. He is. As for the question I asked you if you would leave him, I was worried that you would escape your true feelings for other things. Li Shuihan stopped talking, and the master said, Get some rest early, don't think too much, everything will be fine. After the master left, Li Shuihan's attention returned to Zhou Hao. Seeing that he was still asleep with his eyes closed and awake, he knew that he was in a state of self-healing and his body was still very weak, so he caressed lovingly. His face. Tears suddenly overflowed from the eye sockets, ran across his face, and fell on Zhou Hao's forehead, breaking into an ice flower. This movement did not disturb Zhou Hao. He still slept so deeply, as if he had never tried so tired. Why are you so honest today? Li Shuihan said quietly, looking at Zhou Hao's quiet face. Suddenly, she untied her clothes, even took off her underwear, revealing her exquisite and slender body, and then she lifted the quilt and went to Zhou Hao's side, pulling his arm across the bed. She rested on Zhou Hao's arms, curled up in Zhou Hao's arms, like a little girl who longed to be loved and finally found her support. Lie down in Zhou Hao's arms, she whispered. It would be great if you could lie in your arms for a lifetime like this until you die. No words for a night. The next day, members of the First Army and other intelligence agencies gathered at the small airport in the manor. After 2 days of rest, although they were still very weak after being tortured by the enemy for a long time to confess, their spirits were much better. After all, they would be able to go back soon. Many of them have been lurking in the United States for more than 10 years. Although the United States is much more prosperous than in China, they cannot change their concern for their hometown. They were carried by a medium-sized private jet under the name of Monito, customized by Boeing, with luxurious and comfortable interior decoration, just like a sky hotel. However, the person in charge of flying the plane was not from Monito, but was replaced by Situ Lisin, who will also travel with the master. Since Zhou Hao hadn't turned awake, Li Shuihan and the master did not want to wake him up, so Zhou Hao was carried directly onto the plane on a stretcher. Since this manor is not for sightseeing, although this manor is beautiful and charming, Everyone does not want to stay too much, and quickly boarded the plane, eager to go home. And Monito personally sent them off, and the last big boss to board the plane smiled at Monito at the cabin door. "Mr. Monito, thank you for your help. Thank you very much." "You're welcome. You are the master." Monito smiled boldly. "I hope there will be a chance to see you again in the future, and a smooth journey." The door was closed, and the aircraft's engine was started. After taking off from the runway, it soared towards the west. On the plane, Didangea, Li Shuihan, Ulysses, Situ Lisin, and Zhou, who fell asleep, were all in the luxury cabin, while the others were in the cabin. The equipment in the luxury cabin is very complete, and there is also a small independent bar. At this time, the master and Situ Lisin are sitting at the bar drinking beer. Situ Lisin laughed. "We have found the news from the United States. The Nimitz incident is now shocking the world. However, the U.S. military did not expose the real situation, but it is said that the nuclear reactor of the Nimitz exploded, causing the Nimitz to sink into the sea, and all the ship's personnel were killed." The big master took a sip of beer. "I have guessed that the United States would do this for a long time. They have no evidence against other countries. If they claim to be a certain force or organization, it is equivalent to saying they are proud of it. The aircraft carrier, in fact, is vulnerable to a single blow. This is undoubtedly hitting the military in the face, and it will also make the American people lose confidence in their defense capabilities. So the best excuse is that the Nimitz had an accident." Situ Lisin smiled. "They also pretended to conduct safety inspections on all nuclear-powered ships and submarines, but they also made it the same." The master said, "Although the Americans have no definite evidence, they still know that we did this thing after all, so secretly, they might madly retaliate against our country. It doesn't matter, they have never been friendly with us anyway, are you right?" "That's right, we don't need to lick of those American devils. It is also a good choice to show them our wrists." The master also raised his glass to Situ Lisin. "Zhou, are you awake?" Li Shuihan's voice suddenly came from there. The master looked back in surprise, and Situ Lisin's face showed a look of surprise. Zhou's eyelids moved, and then he opened his eyes very slowly. In fact, Zhou didn't wake up naturally. When he was keeping a deep sleep before, Zhou seemed to be in a vast chaos, feeling very tired and wanted to take a good rest. However, this chaotic world, which was originally nothing but nothing, suddenly shuddered and collapsed and destroyed extremely quickly, causing Zhou's spirit to startle, and he was immediately awakened. As Zhou was awakened by this sudden shock, when Zhou woke up, his body and spirit had not recovered from exhaustion and weakness. His face looked a little pale, and his energy was also depressed. "How? Great, you finally woke up." Li Shuihan didn't know what was going on. He only felt that he was filled with excitement. He couldn't help but hugged Zhou into his arms. Zhou didn't smile at all on his face, because his heart was enveloped by a strong anxiety. Having experienced many times, he knows that this is a sign that he has sensed danger, and he now understands that the vibration in his sleep just now is actually a warning sign he issued to danger. Looking around, I found myself in a spacious rectangular room with a small window next to it. From here, I saw a vast white cloud. What's the matter with you?" Li Shuihan found that Zhou's face was very bad and asked with concern. Zhou breathed quickly and asked, "Where are we?" "On the plane. The great master came here at this time." Seeing that Zhou's pale face was gradually covered with cold sweat, he said, "Xiao, what's the matter?" "We are on the plane. Now. It should have just flown over Australia and will arrive in Malaysia soon." Zhou's expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously, "There is danger. There is danger here." "What is the danger?" It's okay. We are already safe, and the U.S. military will not catch up." Li Shuihan thought that Zhou was still shrouded in the dangerous atmosphere before, so he hugged him and comforted him softly. "We are all safe, and will be able to go home soon. Don't worry, we will be fine." Zhou kept shaking his head. "No, we are very dangerous here. I can feel it." Suddenly, he saw Situ Lisin, who was still sitting at the bar over there, and the warning signs in his heart became even stronger. Zhou immediately pointed to Situ Lisin. "It's him. He is a very dangerous person, and he wants to kill us. He wants to kill us here." Regarding Zhou's sudden accusation, Sito Lee-sin was startled at first and then smiled. Mr. Zhou, if I remember correctly, this should be the first time I have met you. We have never had any intersection before. Zhou, sir, why do you think that I'm going to be against you? Besides, I'm a member of the Military Intelligence Bureau, and they are the heroes and martyrs whose organization emphasizes that they must be sent back safely. How could I harm them? Mr. Zhou, was he seriously injured, and his head was a little confused. Although Sito Lee-sin was right, but the master did not speak to Li Shuihan to support him, although the master did not know why Zhou Hao woke up and said that Sito Lee-sin wanted to kill them. But he knew that Zhou Hao would not be targeted, so I will not comment for the time being. However, Li Shuihan had an unconditional and almost blind trust in Zhou Hao. Even if there was no evidence to support Zhou Hao's inexplicable words, she had already watched Sito Lee-sin with full alertness. Ulysses, who had long been a master of Zhou Hao, flashed before Zhou Hao, protecting Zhou Hao's completeness. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sito Lee-sin raised his eyebrows and smiled. Everyone, don't you really think that I am going to murder everyone? This is too nonsense. Mr. Zhou, please, this kind of joke can't be made indiscriminately. Zhou Hao's complexion has recovered a little rosy, but his body is still very weak. He looked around and said anxiously, "This is an airplane. We are on a sky tens of thousands of feet high. If something happens, there will be nowhere can escape." He immediately used his sixth senses to sense the strong danger and pondered the best way to kill people on the plane. Suddenly, his face changed, and he stared at Sito Lee-sin closely. "It's a bomb. You installed a bomb on the plane, right?" Sito Lee-sin squinted his eyes slightly and sneered. "Mr. Zhou, let's stop the joke. Human patience has limits. If you talk nonsense like this again, I will complain to the organization." Zhou Hao ignored him and said to Li Shuihan next to him, "You will immediately let someone check the plane to see if there is a bomb. Also, give me immediate control of the pilot of the plane." Without any hesitation, Li Shuihan immediately took out the walkie-talkie and gave this order to the others in the cabin. The people in the cabin were shocked to hear that there was a bomb on the plane, but after all, they were not ordinary people, and soon stabilized their minds and quickly implemented the orders issued by Li Shuihan. Sito Lee-sin's face was gloomy, and the master said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, why are you so sure that there is a bomb on board?" Naturally, Zhou Hao would not tell the master that this was his instinct, so he pointed to Sito Lee-sin and said, "Because I know this person. Yes, he is a member of the Military Intelligence Bureau, but an intelligence officer who has been instigated to be traitorous. Is it less? Especially when we caught the big fish Xu Jinping. Certain people in the country would definitely not want Xu Jinping to go back and confess them. So this guy is going to kill Xu Jinping and let us kill." In fact, Zhou Hao guessed it himself. He didn't know Sito Lee-sin. If it weren't for his superhuman intuition, he wouldn't know the danger Sito Lee-sin poses to him. The master said in deep thought, "You mean Jidishan? But we have already sent relevant reports and information back to China. Even without Xu Jinping, the country will not let him go. Why should he do this?" Zhou Hao looked at Sito Lee-sin coldly and said with a sneer, "Because this matter involves more than just Jidishing." He had long known that Jidishing was closely related to Lai Chongqing's time bomb on who touched and died, and the senior official who had an unclear relationship with Lai Chongqing was not only Jidishing. Zhou Hao speculated that Xu Jinping probably knew more than Jidishing's matter, so those who don't want him to live want to intercept him here. "Four masters, we found a liquid cloud explosive bomb in the bottom deck of the plane. Also, Xu Jinping died in the bottom deck. It was poisoned." Li Shuihan's voice came from his intercom. At the moment, the heads and their eyes all cast their eyes on Sito Lee-sin, because now the facts can be confirmed. And Li Shuihan immediately said to his opponent, "Look at what system the bomb was used to detonate and whether it can be removed. Also, immediately see where the nearest land is and see if it can land." "It's useless." But Sito Lee-sin smiled and said, "This bomb has a sensor. As long as the plane's flying altitude is lower than 8 kilometers, the bomb will automatically detonate. In addition, the bomb has a timer. Let me see. There are still 15 minutes before the explosion." The heads of the house did not show any panic expressions, but asked Sito Lee-sin, "Why?" Sito Lee-sin was also very calm, shrugged and smiled. "Actually, Mr. Zhou was right just now. There are indeed people who do not want Su Junping to have you back. Haha, I had poisoned Su Junping long before I got on the plane. My task is half completed. After a pause, he looked at the master and Li Shuihan and smiled. Don't expect to escape by parachuting. The parachute's on the plane. I've already let people go. There are no parachutes inside. Empty. When he said this, the faces of the master and Li Shuihan finally changed, because here is an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. If there is no parachute, even the most powerful master will undoubtedly die. If this is the case, wouldn't you be dead? Li Shuihan said. Sidu Lisin smiled frankly. After taking this task, I knew I couldn't go back, because even if I went back, someone would come and kill me, so I never thought about it. My life goes back. Anyway, my family has been settled, and they will live very comfortably for the rest of their lives. Moreover, after I die, the organization may call me a martyr and treat my family preferentially. Ulysses, catch him. Zhou Hao gave the order lightly. I saw Ulysses' figure flashing, and instantly appeared behind Situ Lisin, reaching out to seal Situ Lisin's acupoint. But Situ Lisin was going to resist at all, and black blood was still overflowing in his mouth. It was obvious that he had taken poison. I took this poison before I got on the plane. Hee, it allows me to die comfortably, just like sleeping. It's better than being killed by a bomb or falling from a high altitude. Situ Lisin fell straight, but died of poisoning. The master frowned again, and Li Shuihan became even more angry, because even Situ Lisin committed suicide by taking poison, which shows that the vitality here is almost zero. At this time, two members of the First Army walked in with an anxious expression. For masters, we are not sure about the cloud explosive bomb. There are all sensors on it. A slight change will immediately explode. We have no way to start. Moreover, the bomb is connected to the aircraft's wires and devices. If it is to be removed forcibly, it will affect the aircraft's performance, and there will be not enough time. Li Shuihan immediately became angry. Why can't it be dismantled? Haven't you all received strict bomb dismantling training? The two men lowered their heads in shame, and the master patted Li Shuihan on the shoulder. Shuan, don't be like this. Situ Lisin and the others know that we are experts in this area, so the installations he installed will definitely be unusual. Bomb, Zhou Hao said. The big boss, the fourth boss, let everyone find them quickly. Although the parachutes used to escape were touched by Situ Lisin, I think there should be other parachutes on this plane. Intuition tells myself that there is still a glimmer of life here. What are you doing here? Don't you find a parachute for me? Li Shuihan immediately angered his opponent. The person who was sent by Li Shuihan to control the pilot has also returned, but there is no good news. The two subordinates of Situ Lisin who are in charge of flying the plane also committed suicide by poisoning, and before they died, they also used the flight system of the plane destroyed. The subordinates said to Li Shuihan and the others, the big boss, the fourth boss, although we have done basic repairs to the flight system, it will not last long. The plane can only fly for another 6 to 8 minutes at most. Li Shuihan gritted his teeth and said, Damn, this Situ Lisin is also a traitor, and the people behind them won't give us any chance to return to China. They want to kill us all here. Zhou Hao is also very nervous, because this is different from usual. Here is an altitude of 10,000 meters, providing a safe environment everywhere. Moreover, the power of that liquid cloud explosive bomb is huge. It can be called the most powerful conventional bomb. Even the most powerful master, in this environment, it is either killed by the cloud explosive bomb or fell to the ground from high altitude. Therefore, he can only rely on the vitality he has sensed intuitively. Soon, Li Shuihan's men finally found a parachute. It turns out that Monito and the others are enthusiasts of extreme sports. There are 2 large boxes in the bottom of the plane, which contain special equipment for parachuting over 10,000 meters, a total of 8 sets. And this aircraft is also modified by Monito, which can quickly pressurize and release pressure, providing conditions for parachuting. However, even though the skydiving equipment is very advanced and sturdy, Zhou Hao and the others have a total of 34 people. A skydiving with 3 people will already affect safety, and 4 people are already the limit. So these 8 sets of skydiving can only take 32 people at most. Obviously, 8 sets of parachuting equipment, 30 or 40 people. If each set of equipment carries a maximum of 4 people, That is to say, 2 people are left here. Li Shuihan frowned as he looked at the equipment. Immediately 2 people from the First Army stood up and saluted Li Shuihan and the master. Report, I am willing to stay. Presumptuous. Li Shuihan yelled softly. You haven't given the order yet. Are you so anxious to die? Those 2 people rarely listened to Li Shuihan's words and continued. The big boss, the 4th boss, let us stay. The most injured among all of them is us. Even if we go back, we will retire from the First Army. Simply let us stay, so as to create a greater chance of survival for others. Sir, please allow us to work for the organization for the last time. Seeing the 2 men's firm expressions, Li Shuihan and the master were silent, and the others were even more shocked. But Zhou Hao said, time is running out. Others hurry up and equip for skydiving. The original specification of this skydiving was to carry 2 people, but now we have to add 2 more. Everyone quickly remove the seat belts from those seats. For people, a group is fixed together. What are you doing in a daze? Come on. The bomb is about to detonate. Everyone looked at Li Shuihan and the master said, Zhou Hao is right. There is not much time. Everyone should prepare quickly. And you too. Also prepare. Before I give orders, everyone should be prepared. The 2 who were going to sacrifice themselves wanted to persist, but when they saw the sharp gaze of the master, they were shocked and immediately prepared. The crowd quickly disassembled the seat belts, fixed them in groups of 4, and equipped the 2 people in the middle for parachuting. Others control the air pressure system of the aircraft and lower the flying altitude of the aircraft to 8,100 meters to minimize the risk of parachuting from the sky without triggering the bomb sensor. It didn't take long for these well-trained people to be ready. Just now those 2 wanted to stay. They were caught off guard by the big master and blocked the acupuncture points and tied them with safety belts to the other 2 parachuting. Human body said, I am your chief, and I have the responsibility to take you back safely, as are the others. Just jump for me. He also opened the rear door of the cabin, and strong air currents poured in from the outside. If the aircraft had not been specially modified, the difference in air pressure between the inside and outside would be enough to destroy the aircraft. When other people saw that the master wanted to stay, they all urged, Master, this parachute is strong enough, or you can add it again, it's okay. But I heard the master said, don't deceive yourself. This skydiving takes 4 people is already very reluctant. I don't know if you can guarantee a safe landing. If you add 1 more, it will not be 1 life, but 5. You don't need to say any more. This is an order. Whoever wants to linger, I will deal with it by military law. As soon as the words fell, the big master kicked the group of people in front of the cabin door. When everyone saw this, they also knew that the master had made up his mind and that there was not much time. If you postpone it any longer, everyone will not have to fight. All will have to die here. So the others jumped out in an orderly manner. Zhou Hao came to the master, who looked at him and smiled. How about it? You want to persuade me too? No. Zhou Hao shook his head. I just want to say goodbye to you. Li Shuihan also didn't want the master to sacrifice for everyone. He was in a bad mood. Now that Zhou Hao hadn't even kept the master at all, he couldn't help getting angry and said, I want to keep 2 talents. Let's stay with the master. No. Zhou Hao said in unison with the master. Li Shuihan raised his head and said, Why not? Just because I am a female. The head of the house said sternly, No. You can't stay here. This is my order. Let Ulysses stay with me. That's enough. Ulysses was originally Zhou Hao's slave and had killed many Chinese intelligence personnel before, so it was a pity that no one would take his place. At this time, the 2 people in the last group are ready. Just add Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan. Just as the Demaster picked up the seat belt to help Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao tie up, Ulysses behind him suddenly acted and instantly clicked the Demaster's acupoint. Since he had never thought that Ulysses would make such a sudden move, and the serious injury was not healed, the master was immediately sealed off. Li Shuihan next to him was also shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly shouted, Ulysses, what do you want to do? She thought that Ulysses had regained his sanity, and it would be detrimental to the master, herself, and others. But seeing that Li Shuihan hadn't moved yet, Zhou Hao by his side suddenly made a move, sealing her acupuncture points. The 2 members of the First Army were also stunned, not knowing how to react for a while. And Zhou smiled and said to them, "The big boss and the fourth boss. It's up to you. You must send them back to the country safely, can you?" The two men looked at Zhou dumbfounded, but the masters and Li Shuihan, who were unable to move their whole bodies and were deprived of their ability to speak, looked at Zhou in disbelief. Zhou asked Ulysses to tie the two of them to the parachute. It turned out that he had just given Ulysses an order through the sound transmission method to seal the acupuncture points of the master. And the reason why he didn't persuade the master to leave just now was because he had made this idea long ago. Seeing the eyes of the master and Li Shuihan, Zhou said, "Please don't blame me. I know it takes a lot of trouble to convince you to leave here, so I will use this method. You can also rest assured, among us, especially Ulysses was injured the least, he was protecting me, and I still had a chance to live. Master, don't look at me like this. You are a soldier, and you should know a recognized moral principle in our society, the disabled first." Haha, well, that's it. You can definitely return home safely, and I will see you again soon. To Li Shuihan, Zhou didn't care about having others, and kissed her, the lips, and then smiled. "For masters, didn't you always hate me for bullying you when I was in Indonesia? Now I am paying you back. Don't hate me anymore." And Li Shuihan's face was already full of tears, and his eyes looked at Zhou with sadness and hatred. Zhou deliberately didn't go to see her, and said to the two people, "All right, you two, remember to take good care of the master and the fourth. Mr. Zhou, you must come back safely," one of them said with tears. Zhou nodded his head heavily. "Okay, don't say more. Let's go, time is running out." As a result, the two people took the big master and Li Shuihan to the front of the cabin door. Looking back, they saw Zhou wave to them. "Mr. Zhou, thank you. We will remember you," the two said, and then they jumped out. Zhou could still see the look in Li Shuihan's eyes before he left, which was clearly a resentment look that he wanted to hate himself for a lifetime. Oh, since ancient times, passionate hatred. Zhou laughed bitterly at himself. Ulysses said, "Master, what should we do next? The bomb exploded in 2 minutes, and there is no parachute here. How should we leave?" Zhou also pondered. He was pretending to be relaxed just now in front of Li Shuihan and the master. In this environment, the chance of survival for himself and Ulysses is really small. However, Zhou is definitely not a person to die. He said to Ulysses, "This should be close to the Pacific region of Southeast Asia and the ocean below. If ordinary people fall from an altitude of 8,000 meters, they will definitely die. But we know one is ordinary. Ulysses, if we jump down, when we are close to the sea, you will use your full strength and attack the sea with infuriating energy. This will generate a huge reverse thrust, which can also buffer our falling force up." Since Zhou's own internal injury was extremely serious, and the true energy that could run was only 10 to 20% of the usual, so he could only delegate the responsibility of buffering the falling force to Ulysses, who had the least internal injury. Upon hearing this, Ulysses was also considering the feasibility of Zhou's approach. Although seawater can buffer the force of falling, it is much better than land. But falling from such a high place, the impact force at the moment of contact with the sea surface will even shatter steel. Even a super expert with body protection like them, I am afraid it will not escape death. And Zhou said that when he approached the sea, he used qi to cushion the falling force. This principle is correct, but Ulysses knew that even in his heyday, he was not sure to cushion this huge force to protect the two. Personal life, not to mention that he is injured now. At most 70% to 80% of his normal strength can be displayed. "There is no time. We have to act quickly," Zhou said. "Unload that hatch, and take the life-saving supplies on the plane. There is a vast ocean underneath. I don't know how long we will be drifting there." Zhou was the master. He gave the order, and Ulysses could only obey it unconditionally. So according to Zhou's words, he took some emergency life-saving supplies on the plane, and then dismantled the hatch. Then, Ulysses fastened himself to Zhou with a seat belt, took the hatch that could serve as a lifeboat when necessary, and jumped out of the plane. This is a small island in the southernmost part of Japan. It is located in the Pacific Ocean and has a small area. It is hundreds of kilometers away from the 4 major islands of Japan. It seems to be isolated from the world. But the island is like spring all year round, and there is a hot spring on the hill in the center. All kinds of flowers and trees grow luxuriantly, just like a paradise. Few people know that this remote and beautiful Pacific island is a private island. I saw a luxurious and spacious manor built on the island, and relying on this mountain terrain, the woods inside and outside the manor have been artificially transformed. There is a well-equipped pier next to the sea cliffs, and 3 luxury ships of different sizes are moored inside. Yacht. An apron was also built on the open space behind the pier, and 2 helicopters were parked. This remote island that was originally uninhabited has actually been artificially transformed into a very comfortable resort. The architectural style of the island manor is very simple, with blue tiles and blue walls, pavilions, which is a typical Oriental style. On the small cliff facing the sea, there is a 3-story wooden building with carved eaves and pillars, which is very elegant. On a terrace facing the sea on the 3rd floor, a beautiful shadow leaned against a railing, looking at the vast sea and the blue sky in front of her. But the magnificent scenery of the sea and the sky did not bring any improvement to her mood. On the stunning appearance of the flower, a faint sorrow was looming. I saw this beauty reminded that she was tall and slender. She was wearing a purple cyan Japanese kimono. Her hair that resembled a waterfall naturally fell to her waist. The eyes of the Danfeng overlooking the sky and the sea were like autumn water, and the lips of vermilion raw ing were still there. There is a small beauty mole. At a glance, this woman has the beauty of a cardamom girl and the fox charm of a mature, beautiful woman. Every time she sees it, she can have a different look and feel. "Madam," Master Tokugawa called and asked when you would go back. A clear voice came from behind, but it was a beautiful girl in a black kimono who looked only 16 or 7 years old. The woman who was leaning on the railing did not turn back, but her lips were slightly opened, and she said faintly, "I will naturally go back when I want to go back, so he doesn't have to worry." The nice girl behind her nodded and said, "I see, madam. But please forgive your maid to be frank. You suddenly ran out of the house like this. Wouldn't it be great? In the past 2 days, Lord Tokugawa is already 3rd. Called again." The woman did not speak. Her eyes like autumn water still stopped in the distant blue sky and blue sea. "Madam, although the 3 sons are not allowed to you, but as long as the Tokugawa-sama is there, no one in the Tokugawa family dare to be disrespectful to the wife," the girl said. "Moreover, the maidservant will protect the wife well, even if she is crushed." Although her tone was calm, she revealed firm determination. "Those people in the Tokugawa family thought that I escaped here to avoid the joint suppression of the 3 guys." The woman suddenly sighed. "Although the 3 sons of Naomasa Tokugawa are not fuel-efficient lamps, I may not be afraid of them." The girl immediately said, "The lady is strategizing. Although the 3 sons are extraordinary talents, they have never taken advantage of the lady. The lady is naturally not afraid of them. So I didn't come here to be afraid of them, to escape their suppression." The woman slightly raised her head and looked at the blue sky. "The reason I came here is because I am a little tired and need to rest." The girl was slightly startled, looking at the beautiful back of the woman. Her heart was slightly shaken, because in her impression, the madam has always been very strong, and the people in the Tokugawa family are not simple. To put it straight, the Tokugawa family is a land of tigers and wolves, and the people inside are not chosen by others. Tigers in China are hungry wolves with insufficient greed, and foxes with knives hidden in their smiles. A little carelessness will end up being eaten without bones. But Mrs. was able to do well in this land of tigers and wolves, dealing with many conflicts of interest, turning hands for clouds and rain, forcibly hitting a territory of his own. Although the madam is the 4th wife of the Tokugawa family's head, she has not had 1.5 daughters after marrying into the Tokugawa family for many years. None of the wolves and tigers of the Chuan family dare to underestimate this lady who is 70 years younger than the head of the Tokugawa family. "Shinji, you just said that as long as Tokugawa Naomi is present, no one in the Tokugawa family dares to disrespect me." The woman's face suddenly showed a self-deprecating smile. "But in 3 to 5 years, Tokugawa Naomi, he's about to turn 100 years old. Who knows if he can live until that time? Ha. As soon as he dies, the people in Tokugawa's family will immediately attack me, especially Naomasa Tokugawa. 3 sons, it's okay for me to die in their hands." If I fall into the hands of any one of them alive, then it's really impossible to survive and die. Who can protect me then? The girl named Shinji heard the words, gave her face a pause, and then said eagerly, Madam, who doesn't? Shinji will be by her side to protect her. No matter what time comes, Shinji will kill her if she dares to be against her. In fact, she knew that many people in the Tokugawa family coveted the madam, her influence in the Tokugawa family, the love of the Tokugawa family patriarch, and even more of her charming appearance and jade body. Not only the three sons of the head of the Tokugawa family, but even their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. There are many people who covet the beauty of the madam, but they are afraid of the power and methods of the madam. But Shinji also knows that many people even look for women who look similar to Mrs. and wantonly torture them to vent their animal desires. Especially the eldest son of the Tokugawa family, the Tokugawa Genshin, who is over 60 years old, is not a general madness towards Madam, a stepmother who is more than 30 years younger than him. Kidnapping, drugging, coercion, and temptation have all been used. If it weren't for the Madam to be alert and vigilant, and there is protection around him, Tokugawa Genshin would have succeeded. And when Tokugawa Genshin knew that he could not get the madam, he was bold enough to send someone to assassinate the madam, while the madam was on a business trip to Hong Kong. I heard my wife faintly said, many people envy my life. Envy me for being able to manipulate tens of billions of money and the power that comes with it. But sometimes I think about it. I would rather be the most ordinary family housewife. Suddenly, she turned around and looked at Shinji, with a smile on her lips. Shinji, have you ever tried to cook for a man sincerely? The madam's face was originally beautiful and indispensable. At this time, her back turned to the sun, and her face seemed to have a soft golden light, especially the lazy smile on her face, even the same. The woman's Shinji was dumbfounded. Cooking for a man? Shinji was a little stunned after hearing his wife's question. She knows that his wife's cooking skills are excellent, but the wife has never cooked at the Tokugawa family. Even the head of the Tokugawa family and the wife's husband have never eaten the food cooked by the wife. Did the lady cook for men? Is it Madam's father, or is it Mr. Jingu? This question arose in Shinji's heart. Shinji, have you ever liked a man? The lady asked again. Shinji was full of doubts. I like a man? Well, Shinji has tried it. Shinji likes Mr. Jingu very much. The lady smiled and shook her head. It's not that kind of like. It's, well, have you ever missed a man and couldn't sleep or eat? There is often his figure dangling in your mind. No way is you busy, still free. Shinji really turned his head to think for a while, and then said charmingly, Shinji has never thought of a man like this, but Shinji often misses his wife so much. Shinji likes his wife very much. The wife beckoned to her. Shinji immediately showed a surprised smile on her face and quickly stepped forward to her. I saw the wife gently embraced her in her arms and then touched her head. Shinji, you haven't been in love yet, so you don't know how it feels. Well, when one day, a man really appears in your mind. Here, you can't shake it off all day. Shinji, you know how I feel now. Madam, who do you like? Shinji asked boldly, looking at the charming face of his wife. Although he does not yet know the taste of love, Shinji can be sure that his wife does not have that kind of male and female affection for her husband, the Tokugawa patriarch Naomasa Tokugawa. In Shinji's eyes, Mrs. Tokugawa was even worse than Mr. Jingu. Since returning from Hong Kong last time, Shinji has discovered that his wife has changed, often staring at the sky alone. Once on guard at night outside of Madam's room, I seemed to hear the whimper of Madam. But Shinji never told anyone, and he dared not ask Madam because Madam's majesty in Tokugawa's house was second only under the rule of Yudichuan. Everyone thinks that this is a woman who has no tears and no tears. Even Shinji herself wasn't sure if Madam was really crying that time, so she only kept this secret in her heart. At this time, listening to the wife's words, Shinji understood a little the wife liked someone. Just listened to the melancholy hanging between her eyebrows, and said, it doesn't matter if I like him or not. He hates me so hard that he will never see me. When she said this, her eyes were frozen and her expression gloomy, while Shinji was saddened by his wife's melancholy, but suddenly saw something floating down the sea on the beach in the distance. Madam, look, what is that? Shinji pointed to the thing on the beach below. When the wife heard this, she turned and looked in the direction Shinji pointed out, and she also saw the thing drifting from the sea to the beach. Huh. That seems to be a person. No, two people. It should be because of a shipwreck. Drift here, Shinji said. Madam, then I will let the people below go and see. Well, see if it's already dead. If it's dead, let them deal with it. Don't mess up my island. Madam said. If it's not dead, save them, but immediately send them away. She came here to relax and not want to be disturbed by unimportant people. Shinji immediately went out and gave his wife's order, and several hands immediately went down to the beach below, and the wife and Shinji were also on the terrace watching the situation below. The few people quickly went to the beach and saw that the two men who drifted here were lying face down on the beach. Their bodies were tightly tied together, and one of them had a dead hand. Grab the steel plate underneath that looks like a door. They turned the two men over and saw that they were an Asian man in his early 20s and an Indian man in his late 50s. And just when they wanted to see if the two men still had signs of life, the Indian suddenly opened his eyes and immediately grabbed the hand of the man who was about to meet the Chinese man next to him. The human hand bone was broken. What? The man's scream broke the tranquility of the remote island, and the Indian man immediately guarded the Chinese man beside him, staring at the men around him with vigilance. It's just that this Indian has a pale face and bloodstains on his body. He is obviously seriously injured. When the men on those islands saw the Indians suddenly attacking their companions, they drew out long knives or guns, confronted the Indians, and notified the island to request support. And the lady and Shinji above saw the situation on the beach and couldn't help frowning. Shinji said, Madam, that guy who woke up is a master. He seems to be protecting another person. Madam said, Our man wanted to see if his companion was alive before, so he immediately attacked him. Moreover, it seemed that he was seriously injured. Even so, desperately to protect that person, I should be that person's diehard slave. After a pause, she said to Shinji, Hurry up and let Mr. Jingu go down and help. I am afraid that ordinary people are not the opponent of that guy. I see, ma'am. I'll go right away. Shinji said. Her voice became blurred, and then she disappeared in place. She turned out to be a ninja with extremely high ninjutsu. Looking at the situation on the beach below, the Indian may be seriously injured, so he dared not take the initiative to attack the men on the island. He just guarded his companions tightly, guarding the men who took out their weapons. Who are you? This is a private island, and it is not open to the public, the person on the island said in Japanese. After finding that the Indian could not understand Japanese, he changed to English and repeated it. The Indian could understand English, but he didn't speak, but looked at them vigilantly. At this time, a man in a kimono came from the island, and the few people immediately greeted respectfully, Master Jingu. Mr. Jingu nodded, then looked at the Indian, and when he touched the Indian's eyes, his heart sank immediately. Because although the Indian was seriously injured, he never fought against Mr. Jingu, but Mr. Jingu is a master of martial arts, and he immediately felt the aura from this Indian person. This is not an exact physical force, but a kind of spiritual coercion. The higher the level of cultivation in martial arts, the more clearly this coercion can be felt. Where did these masters come from? Those three guys sent him to murder his wife, right? Mr. Jingu even suspected that this Indian was a killer sent by the three Tokugawa princes. Mr. Jingu's hand has touched the hilt of the knife around his waist, ready to draw his sword against the enemy at any time. But the Indian on the opposite side did not give Mr. Jingu a chance to take the first shot. When he waved his palms, he immediately threw out two sword airs, swept over to Mr. Jingu and others, and also rolled up a blockbuster of fine sand and gravel. Mr. Jingu's face sank, and he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately drew out the long knife from his waist, poured his true power into the knife, and then slashed horizontally, splitting the two-sword chi. Huh? How could the power be so weak? After Mr. Jingu broke the sword energy sent by the Indian, a question arose in his heart. Because the power of these two swords is not commensurate with the coercion that the Indians brought to them, as if they were strong outside and inside. Then he saw blood spilling from the nose and mouth of the Indian, and Mr. Jingu realized that the Indian must be intensified because of the invigorating chi. With more serious internal injuries, the Indian couldn't even stand steady, but he still refused to give in, desperately protecting the Asian man lying behind him. The spirit of the Indians really admired Mr. Jingu. At this time, one of the men next to him said, "Master Jingu, I don't think this Indian can hold it anymore. Let's take the opportunity to kill him." Mr. Jingu nodded, because he didn't know the origins of these two men who drifted over from the sea, and this Indian brought such great pressure to him. If he was not injured, he would never it is not his opponent. Therefore, in order to relieve this threat, Mr. Jingu didn't mind doing that to take advantage of the danger. After all, in his opinion, the wife's safety is much more important than the so-called uprightness. At the moment, he said to his opponent, "Let the person in the secret whistle use a sniper rifle to interrupt the hands and feet of the Indian, and the unconscious one also interrupted their hands and feet, making them completely unable to attack. Then slowly torture their origins." Yes, but at this moment, the Indian turned his body slightly sideways due to unstable feet, allowing Mr. Jingu to see clearly the face of the unconscious Asian man. Suddenly, Mr. Jingu was stunned there as if struck by lightning, staring at the Asian man dumbfounded. Because Mr. Jingu recognized the Asian man, it was Zhou Hao who had had several intersections with him before and made him and his wife return home from Hong Kong trip. Zhou Hao, Mr. Jingong muttered to himself. Why is he here? It turned out that the two men who drifted here were Zhou Hao and Ulysses. Soon after they jumped out of the plane, the bomb on the plane exploded. The cloud bomb was not only powerful, but also burned out the surrounding oxygen. This made a vacuum zone for hundreds of meters in a radius of hundreds of meters and thousands of meters in the body. What's more, it was an altitude of more than 8,000 meters. Oxygen was originally thin, and it was burned out by the cloud explosive bomb. The violent airflow caused by the vacuum will also just jump out of the plane. Zhou Hao, who has not left the bomb's range of influence, swayed from side to side and found it difficult to maintain balance. Zhou Hao, who was already very weak, was even stunned by the shock wave of the bomb. Past. Compared to Zhou Hao and the big masters, although Ulysses' internal injuries were not too serious, even in his heyday, it was difficult to escape from this high altitude, not to mention protecting Zhou Hao. Fortunately, the place where they fell was the very deep sea, not the land or the shallow seabed. Otherwise, if they fell with such momentum, no one would have any vitality. Just in the air more than 20 meters away from the sea, Ulysses stabilized his figure while circling the infuriating energy of his whole body, hitting the sea with a palm, relying on that strong and unmatched palm strength to generate a reverse thrust, buffering the great power of Zhou Hao's fall. But even so, Ulysses was stunned by the huge impact the moment he hit the sea. Fortunately, he firmly grasped the hollow hatch made of titanium alloy and did not die with Zhou Hao, and finally drifted along the current to this island. Mr. Jingong naturally didn't know these things. He was shocked for a while before he came back to his senses, remembering that he had just given the order to shoot at the two Zhou Hao. So he quickly turned around and shouted at the nearest secret whistle, "Don't open. Gun." Fortunately, Mr. Jingong acted in time. The person in the secret whistle was just ready to shoot at Zhou Hao and Ulysses. With Zhou Hao and Ulysses' weak bodies, they could not stop or avoid them. Sniper bullets. "Master Jingu, what's the matter?" The men beside him were startled by Mr. Jingu's sudden behavior. Mr. Jingong immediately said, "Don't use live ammunition, use anesthetic bombs, and increase the potion." He vaguely guessed that his wife would not agree to kill Zhou Hao by herself, and knew that the Indian master who did not know herself would not be obedient. They were arrested, so they issued such an order, intending to capture the two alive without harming them. Tweeted, after hearing only 2 small shots, Zhou Hao and Ulysses were both shot by anesthetic bullets, and Ulysses was also hit by 3 anesthetic bullets to ensure that he could lose his attack power. After Ulysses couldn't hold back and passed out, Mr. Jingu immediately asked them to be carried to the island. The lady above saw that Mr. Jingu had captured the 2 alive rather than killed the 2, and asked through the walkie-talkie, "Kayashiro, what's the matter? Why didn't you kill them?" "Madam, then, that's Zhou Hao." Jingushiro's words came from the walkie-talkie, making Madam completely stunned. At the border of the South China Sea and the Sea of Japan, Two medium-sized ships without any nationality markings, but with obvious armed forces, are sailing on the calm sea. On the deck are people wearing Navy camouflage uniforms, but without military ranks of any nationality. At this time, they were carefully observing the surrounding sea with high-power telescopes, as if they were looking for something. At this time, a man and a woman, two men also wearing Navy camouflage uniforms, stepped onto the deck. Big Master, Fourth Master. The man holding the infrared telescope in front of the railing greeted him. This man and woman are impressively Zhong Jiren, the head of the First Army, and Li Shuihan, the fourth head. Just listen to the master asking that person, "Did you find anything?" The man shook his head. "Not yet, master. We have been looking for the East China Sea and the South China Sea for 2 days, but there is still no news from Mr. Zhou. Now we are about to enter Japan's territorial waters. I am worried that it will not be long. The Japanese army will send destroyers over." That day, after the Big Master and Li Shuihan landed on the surface of the sea, they used the locator on the parachute to let the people sent by the central government find themselves. They also looked for other people in the nearby waters, but they could not find Zhou Hao. Talk to Ulysses. Therefore, Li Shuihan and the master, who were most nervous about Zhou Hao, immediately searched for Zhou Hao frantically at sea. Based on the location of the previous airplane explosion, plus the current and climate at the time, they probably delineated a possible range. Then carefully searched and rescued Zhou Hao in this area. The central authorities also attached great importance to the news of Zhou Hao's disappearance, especially Mr. Zhao, who gave death orders to the military and various intelligence agencies under the military, and must do everything possible to find Zhou Hao. The central authorities, also the Ministry of National Security, was dispatched to assist. In the past few days, the Chinese Navy has sent a total of 20 ships, 3 submarines, and more than a dozen fighter jets in the South China Sea to find Zhou Hao's traces, but they have never found anything. After being rescued, Deng Jia and Li Shuihan did not rest at all. They had been accompanying these ships or submarines, and even driving fighter jets to look for Zhou Hao. We also secretly looked for the residents and fishermen on the nearby islands, but they have never rescued the shipwrecked people today. It was the commander of this ship who spoke with a solemn expression. 2. According to, as you said before, the plane at the time was at an altitude of more than 8,000 meters, and it was equipped with a powerful liquid cloud explosive bomb. Without parachuting equipment, it is necessary to escape from the sky at this altitude. Nothing is possible, he sighed. Even if a martial arts master with a physique far superior to ordinary people, falling from such a high place, even if the landing place is deep enough in the sea, I am afraid there is no chance of survival. Stop talking, Li Shuihan whispered. Huh? For masters, what are you talking about? Li Shuihan raised his head and glared at him. His jade face roared coldly. I told you to stop talking. The commander was taken aback, because Li Shuihan was not only furious, but also a terrible murderous intent. This commander is just an ordinary person. How can he be compared with a first-rate master with profound internal skills like Li Shuihan? He is now suppressed by Li Shuihan's murderous intent. The other people on the deck were also attracted by the movement here, and they were shocked to see that the fourth master, who was very cold but not easy to get angry, was so angry at the commander. The master said to the commander, Captain Feng, I'm sorry, she hasn't been very good lately, so her temper is a bit bad. Don't be surprised. The commander came back to his senses and quickly said, It's okay. It's okay. I blame me for a momentary failure. For masters, don't take it to heart. Although he is the person in charge of this ship, the rank of colonel can be regarded as a senior leader in the army, but Li Shuihan has the rank of major general, and the authority of the First Army is not trivial. So even generals higher than Li Shuihan dare not easily offend him. Therefore, the commander who was suddenly angered by Li Shuihan can only be dissatisfied with it. And he vaguely sensed that although the master was much colder and quieter than Li Shui, and he had just acted as a peacemaker, the commander felt that the master was also dissatisfied with him. It wasn't a joke to anger the two leaders of the First Army at once, so the commander immediately lowered his posture. Li Shuihan ignored the commander anymore. He walked to the railing and looked at the vast expanse of the sea in front of him. He muttered to himself, Hao will not die. He will definitely not die. His martial arts are so powerful, beside him with Ulysses' protection. He will be fine. Zhou Hao secretly attacked and sealed the acupoints of Li Shuihan and the master and gave them a chance to escape, but he chose to stay. Even though Zhou Hao pretended to say that he would be fine at the time, both the master and Li Shuihan knew that it was almost impossible to escape from such a place, especially when Zhou Hao and Ulysses were both injured. It was because the master knew this near-desperate danger that he chose to sacrifice himself to let others escape. And Zhou Hao's doing this was almost equivalent to using his own life in exchange for Li Shuihan and the master's chance to survive. At that time, at the moment when Li Shuihan was taken by his subordinates to jump out of the plane, when she saw Zhou Hao sending her away with a smile, she really had a despair that life is better than death, and she only thought that if Zhou Hao died, then she too go to Huangquan to accompany him. Don't worry, he will be fine. He is a very human. God won't be so easy to kill him. The master came to Li Shuihan and looked far away as if he was comforting Li Shuihan, and he was also comfort yourself. Master, there are 3 destroyers ahead of us. They are the Japanese Navy, the commander suddenly shouted. The master and Li Shuihan were shocked, and at the same time they looked at the sea over there, and they saw that the 3 small black dots were slowly getting bigger. They were the destroyers of the Japanese Navy. The commander asked the master, "The master, the Japanese Navy is here, and we are now in their territorial sea again. Or, let's retreat first." The headmaster condensed his brows, hesitated for a moment, and then said solemnly, "No, let's go straight up and prepare all the personnel on the ship to prepare for combat. Also, let them stay hidden and not let the Japanese army know us. It's China's ship. But, the master, this one bad thing is the military conflict between the 2 countries." The commander was shocked by the words of the master, and he didn't care about other things, so he immediately persuaded the master. Because this is different from the fishermen's conflict in the disputed waters of the 2 countries' territorial seas, but a direct military conflict, which can lead to catastrophe if you are not careful. However, he saw the master's face resolute and looked at the commander coldly. "Follow my instructions. If anything happens, I will be responsible." The commander's tone was choppy, because although he was the commander of the 2 warships, before this search and rescue operation, the above had given orders. If there is an emergency, the master will treat the 2 warships. With emergency command power, all personnel need to obey the orders of the master. With this order, the commander didn't dare to say anything. He could only knock out his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, and reluctantly went to give the command of the master. Li Shuihan next to him did not speak, but silently and firmly supported the decision of the master. However, she also noticed that the master's nervousness towards Zhou Hao was unusual. If it were for someone else, the always sensible and calm master would never have such a head-on conflict with the Japanese Navy unless he had to. It didn't take long before the 3 Japanese warships approached here, and they also issued a warning to the master. "This is Japan's territorial waters. You are now entering the territorial waters of Japan illegally. If you don't leave, strict measures will be taken immediately." This warning was repeated several times by the Japanese Navy in 4 languages: English, Chinese, Japanese, and Russian. Then, the first Japanese warship that was closest to them was ready to launch tentative water on the ship. Cannon. But before they started firing water cannons, the warship where the master was located had already aimed at them a forward on the side deck, and fired the cannon suddenly, without any warning. It was a 130mm class single-barreled anti-ship gun. Because the Japanese warship did not expect the opponent to fire suddenly, and the distance between the 2 warships was relatively close, the gun immediately hit the left ship of the Japanese ship. The body immediately blasted a big hole. The other 2 Japanese ships reacted immediately and wanted to open fire on the master, and the master, who was already in the command room at this time, ordered, "Use anti-ship missiles to destroy the attack power of the rightmost ship first." Immediately, an anti-ship missile was launched from the ship, directly hitting the Japanese ship on the far right. Not only that, the 2 Chinese warships continued to attack without stopping, and they opened fire continuously under the command of the master, and they beat the 3 Japanese ships to nowhere. It's just that the master did not rush to exterminate them, and stopped the attack after destroying the firepower of the 3 Japanese ships. But these 3 Japanese ships were also very embarrassed. Besides being able to barely sail on the sea, they were almost destroyed. Moreover, they have not yet figured out which country the two warships that attacked them belong to. If they retreat in this way, they would also lose all the initiative. However, when they saw that the turrets of the two ships of the Great Master began to aim at them again, they didn't care about that much, and immediately turned around and fled. At the same time, the Zhao family mansion in Beijing. Father Zhao was talking on the phone with the military, and saw that he looked heavy and whispered, "Is that right? There is no news yet. Dad, how is it? Haven't found Xiaohao yet." Zhao Yuqin's eyes were red and swollen with tears on her face, and her brows were filled with unresolved sorrow. How could this be? He clearly promised that I will come back safely. He clearly promised me. As Mr. Zhao was one of the directly responsible persons of the First Army, he received the news of Zhou Hao's disappearance at the first time. He wanted to hide from Zhao Yuqin, but unexpectedly, he had to find Zhou Hao's when he gave the order to the military. When ordering, the voice was a little louder because of emotion, which happened to be heard by Zhao Yuqin, who was passing by outside the study. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Mr. Zhao had to tell her about Zhou Hao's disappearance. Zhao Yuqin was originally worried about Zhou Hao's trip to the United States. It can be said that Zhou Hao has been there for so long, and she has been worried for so long. She had been looking forward to Zhou Hao's safe return before. Now she is looking forward to Zhou Hao's return. It was news of Zhou Hao's disappearance. Mr. Zhao said, "There was news from the Navy just now. Because the ship we sent out to search for and rescue Zhou Hao entered Japanese waters, it was destroyed by the destroyer of the Japanese Navy. However, under the command of Jiren, the three all warships were beaten back." "Then did they find Xiaohao?" Zhao Yuqin asked eagerly. Father Zhao shook his head sadly. "No. There are fishermen who often haunt the islands near the sea area. Our people have looked for it, but there is still no news about Xiaohao." Xiaohao. Zhao Yuqin's expression was dull, tears constantly pouring from her eyes. Yan Xinning hugged her and comforted her. Yuqin, Xiaohao will be fine. Don't worry, Xiaohao will come back safely." "Mom," Zhao Yuqin cried and threw herself into her mother's arms, crying bitterly. Yan Xinning knew that her daughter's feelings for Zhou Hao were deeply ingrained, and that Zhou Hao was like her own son, so Yan Xinning was very sad about Zhou Hao's disappearance. While comforting Zhao Yuqin, she said to Mr. Zhao, "Old man, we are all to blame. If we were not against Xiaohao and Yuqin at that time, he might not." "Nonsense," Elder Zhao said angrily. "Xiaohao went to the United States to save Jiren. They have nothing to do with Yuqin's affairs. It is because of his contribution to the country and the nation and the righteousness. There is no relationship between his children and daughters." "I said so, but if we agreed with him and Yuqin at the time, then when he went to the United States, he would not have so much worries in his heart," Yan Xinning said with emotion. Elder Zhao remembered that he had been so violent with Zhou Hao before he went to the United States, which may have put Zhou Hao on an extra psychological burden, so now he is also very sad. As for Zhao Yuqin, she cried even more desolately. Grandpa Zhao waved his hand and said, "Let's stop being so pessimistic. If we don't find Xiaohao's body one day, we can't be sure that he is dead." Lao Jiang and Lao Zhu both said that this kid was only a talent in 200 years. "It's impossible to die so early." Yan Xinning nodded and asked Zhao Yuqin in his arms. "Yuqin, his mother doesn't know about Xiaohao's trip to the United States this time." Zhao Yuqin nodded and whimpered. "Now I don't know how to tell Auntie. If I let her know that Xiaohao is missing, I'm afraid she will not be able to bear it." She knew about Zhou Hao's family. Zhou Liren's father, Zhou Liren, had no sense of responsibility for abandoning his wife and children. Zhou Hao had been Yintong's spiritual support for these years. If Yintong knew about Zhou Hao, she would definitely not be able to stand it. There is also Zhou Hao's other confidants, who don't know Zhou Hao's situation, otherwise it will be a big trouble. The blame is Zhou Hao's affair. At this time, Zhao Yuqin thought of the culprit responsible for Zhou Hao's murder, so he asked Zhao Rixin, "Dad, how is Ji Duxing? Is he still refusing to confess his accomplices?" Mr. Zhao shook his head, and a look of resentment appeared in his eyes. "This guy's mouth is very hard. But even if he doesn't say anything, we have already found out that many people in the second department of the General Political Department are involved in this matter. We have already decided this time, and we absolutely cannot tolerate it." The General Political Department will probably conduct a major exchange of blood. Intelligence bases abroad, especially those in the Americas, will also be reshuffled. After a pause, he said again, "Poor old G, who has worked hard all his life, ended up making G Dishing's dishonorable reputation. Humph. These days he goes everywhere to ask for help, wanting to save his son who is a disaster for the country and the people, but a few other things. An old comrade in arms knows what's going on. How can he protect his son? Don't he be afraid of being pricked in the back? Didn't you tell the group of G Dishing, Xu Jinping also knows other things, so that those people sent Situ Lisan to kill people and killed Xiao Hao and the others?" Yan Xining said. Grandpa Zhao said solemnly, "Now I don't know who Xu Jinping who killed the 1,000 blades hooked up with, otherwise I would know who caused Xiao Hao. If I find this group of people, I will definitely not let go. Pass them." At this time, Yan Xining said to Zhao Yuqin, "Yuqin, don't tell Yin Tong and the others about Zhou Hao for now. Let's tell them about Zhou Hao's business in the United States." Zhao Yuqin nodded and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, but still clasped Zhou Hao tightly in his heart, only praying that he could cross this hurdle and return to him safely. They did not stay long after they beat the 3 Japanese ships and fled. After all, the Japanese Navy had suffered such a big loss, and they would certainly not give up easily, let alone the Americans standing with them. The United States is now worried that it can't find an excuse to attack China. If they confirm that the Japanese ship was a Chinese warship, it will definitely be bitten, and the situation will be infinitely troublesome. They retreated quickly, and just more than 500 kilometers away from the conflict between the big masters and the Japanese Navy, 2 large yachts arrived on this almost isolated island, and the yachts carried some internationally renowned doctors. In one of the houses of the private manor on the island, the strong men were patrolling around with full face on guard. They were all loaded with guns and live ammunition. If there was a change in the surroundings, they would draw their guns and attack without hesitation. Because their master gave an order not to allow anyone to enter this room, and offenders are killed. And in the spacious room at the deepest part of the house, a tall young man is lying on the bed in the center of the room with his eyes closed, with only a pair of white shorts on him, revealing his vigorous and powerful body, as well as the one on his body. Road scars. This unconscious man was Zhou Hao. There are many instruments around the bed, monitoring Zhou Hao's various physical conditions. In addition to Zhou Hao, there were more than a dozen famous doctors of different nationalities in the room, all carefully helping Zhou Hao to check his body. There is also a monitoring room next to this room. Through the huge one-way visible glass on the wall, you can clearly see Zhou Hao's situation there. In the monitoring room, a stunning woman under the age of 30 was staring at Zhou Hao, who was unconscious, with a nervous look on her face, as if Zhou Hao was the only one left in the entire world. Next to this woman was Shinji. She was also looking at Zhou Hao, who was lying on the bed next door, with a strong curiosity in her eyes, wondering who this handsome man is. She still clearly remembered that yesterday, after Mrs. Jin Gong heard that the man drifting on the beach was Zhou Hao, the wife was stunned for a few minutes, and then rushed over to see the man named Zhou Hao. Immediately order the entire island to be on guard, and no one is allowed to enter or leave casually, otherwise it will be killed. After seeing Zhou Hao, the wife changed her whole person. Shinji had never seen a wife like that before. There were surprises and worries, as well as some resentment and self-blame. Anyway, Shinji has never seen a lady who has always been calm and composed can show so many emotions at the same time. Shinji couldn't help wondering what Zhou Hao had to do with his wife, or would he be the man the wife liked? What's the matter? Don't these doctors say that they are national players? How come they haven't seen a result after watching it for so long? After waiting for so long before the doctor's diagnosis results, the lady became a little impatient. Said to Shinji next to him, "Shinji, go and urge them." Shinji was about to turn around, but his wife stopped her again. "Wait, it's better not to be. It's better to be more careful, otherwise it won't be good to leave some hidden dangers in his body." Shinji was even more surprised when he saw the uneasy appearance of his wife. Even if Naomasa Tokugawa was admitted to the hospital with a stroke, his wife had never been so nervous. Even after being with his wife for so many years, Shinji was only the first time he saw his wife so nervous. "Madam, in fact, you don't need to worry about this. Didn't Mr. Jingong say it before? Although this Mr. Zhou Hao's body is very weak and seriously injured, it is not life-threatening. As long as he takes care of it, it is not difficult. Heal. The wife bit her lower lip and said, "How can I not worry? His cultivation in martial arts is very high. Even Kayashiro is not his opponent. But this time he suffered such severe injuries. After drifting at sea for so long, who on earth caused him to be like this?" This lady is actually Mrs. Nanami Keru, who has had several confrontations and entanglements with Zhou Hao. Shinji saw that when Nanami Keru mentioned the person who caused Zhou Hao to be like this, although his face was calm, Danfeng's eyes were filled with bitterness and resentment. Shinji couldn't help but shudder, because she had been with Nanami Keru for many years. She had seen many people just agitated Nankai Keru's impatience. The end had been dismal, and Shinji had never seen Nankai Keru showing such a hateful look. It can be seen how nervous she is with Zhou Hao. At this time, Jingushi returned to the monitoring room from Zhou Hao's room, and Nanami Keru quickly asked, "How? What did those doctors say about Zhou Hao's situation?" Jingu said, "Madam, let them tell you directly." Then, he had people turn on the communicator between that room and the monitoring room, and Kair Nanami saw a Swiss doctor in that room approaching the monitoring room and said, "Hi, ma'am, I'm Blake Crow. Dino. Hello, Dr. Claudino. I know you are one of the most famous physicians in Europe." Nanami Keru said, "Now, please tell me about the patient's condition." "Good lady." Claudino nodded and said, "This gentleman has a very serious internal hemorrhage, and his physique is very weak. After an MRI examination, we found that he has 2 tumors in his brain. It was caused by congestion caused by a strong concussion. Madam, we estimate that this gentleman should have been injured by falling from a high altitude, which led to this kind of internal organ rupture leading to severe internal hemorrhage and brain tumor symptoms." "What? A brain tumor?" Nanami Keru was shocked, his eyes locked tightly on Zhou Hao. "Then, will his life be in danger?" Claudino nodded solemnly. "Because the strong concussion caused the vascular occlusion in his brain, this will cause the 2 tumors to grow larger and larger. If this continues, the brain tumor will oppress him. The brain nerves cause other problems, and over time, it will threaten his life." "Yes, can it be removed?" Nanami Keru's face was very pale. "Yes, madam, because you have invited the 3 most famous brain surgeons in Europe and the United States. With them and complete surgical equipment, there is no problem in removing these 2 brain tumors." Claudino said, "It's just this kind of large-scale operation that requires the patient's body to be restored to a healthy state. Moreover, this gentleman still has signs of serious internal bleeding, so we originally planned to help him first. He performed hemostasis and internal organ repair operations, and after a while his health was better before he went to remove the 2 brain tumors." But what? Any other questions?" Claudino said, "Because we discovered that this gentleman's physique seems as if it is different from normal human beings." "Different from normal people?" Nanami Keru asked. "Yes. We all know that the human body has relatively strong self-healing and regeneration capabilities, so when we are injured, the body can heal." Claudino said, "But we found this gentleman's recovery and regeneration, his abilities are incredible, and he is superhuman compared to normal humans. In just half a day, his internal bleeding symptoms have been relieved to a large extent, and after our X-ray observations taken at different time periods, the internal organs can also automatically recombine." Looking back at Zhou Hao, who was unconscious on the bed, Claudino continued, "This is incredible. It is far beyond the normal range of human beings. Although his heartbeat is very slow, it is also very stable. Kind of like a hibernating animal." In the monitoring room, Karen Nanami looked at Jingu. Zhou Hao's internal strength is so deep, the body's ability to recover and regenerate should have been very strong. She is also a martial artist herself. Although she has nothing to do with the internal exercises, she also knows the tremendous effects of internal qigong on the human body. However, Jingu said, Zhou Hao's physical condition seems to be not only due to his deep internal strength. Sure enough, Claudino said, "Madam, there is another situation. We tried to operate on this gentleman just now, and found that his skin and muscles were very tough, and our scalpel could not be cut. Honestly, Nanami Keiru, we have been in medicine for so many years and have never seen anything like this. Madam, this gentleman shouldn't be an alien? Nanami Keiru said in a dubious voice. You are the best doctor in the world. Is he a human or an alien? You can't be sure that he will come down. No, no. It's just that this gentleman's situation is too unbelievable. Claudino said. This is simply the Superman in the movie. Nanami Keiru said. Then based on his self-demobilization situation, when can he undergo the craniotomy and remove the 2-time bombs inside? According to his self-demobilization situation, he can perform this operation as long as he is recuperating for about a week. Crownold said. However, ma'am, I suggest that this gentleman be transferred to our Swiss brain specialist hospital. Perform this operation because our surgical equipment is the most complete in the world. However, Nanami Keiru refused without hesitation. No, he just stays here. There is no need to go to Switzerland. But madam, the more complete the surgical equipment, the higher the success rate of this operation, and the better it will be for this gentleman. Claudino said. After all, no one dares to be 100% of this kind of major operation. We don't know what side effects it will bring to patients, so we can only maximize the success rate of the operation. I just said that he doesn't need to go to Switzerland. I didn't talk about saving money on surgical equipment. Keiru Nanami sneered. Since the surgical equipment at your Swiss hospital is the most complete in the world, please ship the entire set of equipment here. Up. Claudino was taken aback, because it cost a lot to transfer the whole set of surgical equipment, and it would also affect the treatment progress of the original hospital, which was equivalent to contracting the entire hospital. Then Nanami Keiru asked, Tell me, what side effects will this kind of craniotomy bring? Before the operation, no one can be sure. In the past, some patients became vegetative or paralyzed after the operation, which may affect the original intelligence of the patient. In short, it is unpredictable. There are many factors. After all, the brain is the most important and complex part of the human body. With our current level of science and technology, we don't know about 10% of the human brain. At this time, Keiru Nanami in the monitoring room turned around and said to Jingushiro, Kaishiro, do you think that with Zhou Hao's recovery ability, will the tumor on his brain also disappear automatically? This way he can avoid the surgical tape. The side effects are coming. But I saw Jingushiro shook his head. Madam, I don't know this. After all, we have never encountered this situation, and we have never heard of a master who can use internal strength to eliminate brain tumors. Nankai Keiru fell silent and looked at Zhou Hao on the bed quietly. After a long time, he said, Well, just follow Dr. Claudino's words to prepare for Zhou Hao for surgery. You immediately have the equipment shipped. Come here. Also, pay attention to confidentiality. Don't let other people, especially the Tokugawa family, know. Jingushiro nodded. I see, ma'am. At this moment, the guards on the island heard a message. Report that a fishing boat is approaching the island and asked if it can dock. Nanami Keiru frowned. Why did a good fishing boat come to us? Did it encounter any problems or need supplies? If so, let someone sail the boat and send what they need. As for the other things, just leave it alone. Let them leave immediately. I am not a public dock here. The guard's voice immediately sounded in the microphone. Yes, ma'am. But not long after, the guard said again. Report, that fishing boat was not seeking supplies. They asked us if we had rescued or encountered people in Shanghai in the past few days. Nanami Keiru raised both eyebrows and immediately realized that those people were probably looking for Zhou Hao and Ulysses. A haze flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, Tell them that we haven't seen any shipwrecked people. Let them go away immediately. Both Shinji and Jingushiro Jingu stood silently beside Keiru Nanami. Shinji looked at Keiru Nanami somewhat complicatedly, because she also thought that the fishing boat should be the two of Zhou Hao who was looking for, but after seeing Keiru Nanami's reaction, I'm afraid I don't want others to know that Zhou Hao is here. Especially, Shinji saw a ray of desire in Nanami Keiru's eyes. It was a strong possessiveness. After those people leave, let people follow up secretly and report the situation at any time. Nanami Keiru ordered his opponent. Jingushiro reminded, Madam, if you really come to see Zhou Hao, that boat is probably not an ordinary fishing boat. I just don't know if they are enemies or friends with Zhou Hao. So I want to see who those people are. Kaoru Nanami narrowed his eyes. However, I don't care who they are, I won't hand them over. Kayashiro, you also take a few people to see. Well, if you have a chance, just pretend to be a pirate or a terrorist and sink that fishing boat for me. The weather was fine, and the warm sunlight came in from outside, making the room very bright. This is a typical Japanese-style courtyard, with green bamboos, clear fish ponds, and the house is also very elegantly arranged. The incense burner over there also overflows with a wisp of cigarettes, making the house filled with a refreshing feeling. Quiet. Zhou Hao lay peacefully on the bedding in the middle of the room. He hadn't woken up since the plane crashed and fell into the sea that day. Although there is no life-threatening, the body is very weak. As Claudino said before, although Zhou Hao has far superior recovery and regeneration abilities, he still needs recuperation for about a week before he can perform the craniotomy. In the corridor outside, a young girl in a red kimono sat quietly on her knees, sitting in a more dignified posture than the daughters of traditional Japanese families. This girl is Shinji, and she stayed here following Kaoru Nanami's orders. Her full name is Kanzuki Shinji, and she has been with Nankai Kaoru since she was 11, and is loyal to Nankai Kaoru. Kanue Shinji sat there, silently looking at Zhou Hao, who was sleeping peacefully, carefully examining the lines on Zhou Hao's face, and his eyelashes that occasionally quivered slightly. For this handsome young man, apart from knowing that he was the culprit who made Nanami Kaoru and Jingushiro's trip to Hong Kong, Shinji Kanzuki knew nothing about him. However, she was very curious about this young man. On the one hand, Kaoru Nanami, who had always strategized with no solution, actually missed when facing him. On the other hand, the person Nanami Kaoru liked was obviously him. Kanzuki Shinji was very curious about what kind of man it would be to make Nanami Kaoru who he most admires and cares about most. I heard from Mr. Jingu that your martial arts is very powerful. Even he is not your opponent, but I don't know who made you so embarrassed. Kanue Shinji looked at Zhou Hao and said to himself, however, that person is dead. Our wife hates him to death. If he is found out by his wife, I'm afraid he will really survive. After a pause, her voice became quieter. I don't know what story happened between you and your wife. I've never seen a wife so nervous about a person so caring. She is also doing it for you by herself. What about the medicine? As soon as the words fell, there was a soft footstep over the corridor, but it was Kaoru Nanami holding a bowl of steaming medicinal soup, and there were two maids behind him. Kanzuki Shinji hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Nanami Kaoru. Madam, how is he? He hasn't woken up yet. Nanami Kaoru walked straight into the room and saw Zhou Hao, who was still lying there, still awake. His face softened a lot. Well, he slept very deeply, Kanzuki Shinji said softly. Nanami Kaoru sat next to Zhou Hao, staring deeply at his quiet face, and said with a smile, I didn't expect him to be so behaved when he slept, and he didn't even snore. Come, Shinji, help me support him. I want to give him medicine. So Kanue Shinji came to Zhou Hao's other side and carefully helped him to sit up, and Nanami Kaoru picked up the steamy bowl of soup and put some of it with a spoon to Zhou Hao's mouth. Smelling the strong smell of medicine, although Zhou Hao didn't realize it, he frowned instinctively and closed his lips. It was a bit like the child who was so coquettish and refused to drink the medicine. Nanami Kaoru smiled and said softly to him, Hey, drink the medicine. This is ginseng and 5-flavor soup. I have boiled it for more than 6 hours. It is good for your body. After drinking it, your body will get better as soon as possible. Perhaps he heard Nanami Kaoru's gentle and graceful voice, or perhaps knew that the medicine was good for him. Zhou Hao opened his mouth slightly, and Nanami Kaoru also fed the hot soup into his mouth. Well, so good. Come on, open your mouth. Ah. Just like that, Kaoru Nanami fed the soup to Zhou Hao spoon by spoon. On the other side, Shinji Kanazuki watched Kaoru Nanami give Zhou Hao medicine like a kid, and felt amused for a while and surprised at Kaoru Nanami's tender appearance at this time. After feeding the medicine, Nanami Kaoru thoughtfully took the handkerchief to wipe off the water stains from Zhou Hao's mouth. This allowed Shinji Kanue to put Zhou Hao down gently and helped Zhou Hao tuck the quilt, as if he did his best. Do your best to serve the husband's wife. After the maid took away the empty bowl, Nanami Kaoru told them to retreat, leaving only Kanzuki Shinji here alone. I saw Nanami Kaoru sitting next to Zhou Hao like this, watching Zhou peaceful face silently, with an indescribable gentleness between his brows. If others in the Tokugawa family were to see Kuru Nanami who is now, they would never believe that this woman who had always been cruel had such a humane side. Even Kanzuki Shinji was a little jealous of Zhou, and he was able to get such gentleness from Nanami Kaoru. Suddenly, Kaoru Nanami stretched out her hand and carefully touched Zhou's face. Then, her scallion white jade fingers slid lightly on Zhou's face, and then she lingered on it, even greedily attached, stroked it over and over again, as if to seal the lines on Zhou's face in his heart. However, when she saw Zhou's brows moved slightly, she was startled and immediately retracted her hands, for fear that Zhou would wake up. Madam, Manhwa Shinji suddenly wanted to ask about Zhou, to see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms he had this week that would make his wife care about him so much. Nanami Kaoru's gaze stayed on Zhou's face, as if he would never want to leave. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, and she smiled. Shinji, do you know? I haven't seen him sleep like this. Don't you know, when I met me before, this guy was quite moved. Sometimes the face is full of anger, sometimes tender and sweet. Recalling the bits and pieces of getting along with Zhou, and thinking of Zhou's feelings for him when he pretended to be Heike Kaoru, and Zhou's anger when he returned to the identity of Mrs. Tokugawa, Nankai Kaoru couldn't help but lost. Madam? Madam? Oh, what's the matter? Nanami Kaoru recovered, then looked down at Zhou and smiled. Didn't you often say that Jingushiro's martial arts is very high? Ha ha ha. If you could see Zhou. If the guy performs martial arts, you will be shocked. Jingushiro boasts one of the 3 major martial arts masters in Japan, but in front of Zhou, he can't hold up even 20 moves. She raised her head to Kanzuki Shinji and said, when I was in Hong Kong, didn't Tokugawa Genshin send someone to assassinate me? At that time Jingushiro was seriously injured by Zhou. When facing those killers, Jingushi Kayashiro doesn't have much to fight against either. Kangetsu Shinji only knows that Kaoru Nanami encountered an assassination when he was in Hong Kong. At that time, Kaoru Nanami never mentioned Zhou, so Shinji Kangetsu always believed that it was Jingushiro that killed the killers who assassinated Kaoru Nanami. But now it seems that the situation at that time may be completely different. Just listen to Kaoru Nanami say, just when I was about to die under the killers sent by Tokugawa Genshin, Zhou went and returned, killing those killers clean in less than a minute. Kanhwa Shinji thought to himself, it turns out that Zhou had saved his wife, so it seemed that he and his wife were not in an endless hostile relationship. But that time, he said to me that he would never want to see me again. If he meets again next time, he will kill me without hesitation. Nanami Kaoru's voice sounded full of melancholy. What? He wants to kill Madame Yu. Kanzuki Shinji was shocked, and his gaze at Zhou immediately revealed a murderous look. He also had a flashy little sword in his hand instantly. Madam, since the guy says he wants to kill you, Madam, then we will kill him while he is unconscious now, lest there be endless troubles. Snapped. Nanami Kaoru immediately slapped Kanzuki Shinji and slapped Shinji Kanzuki in a daze. Husband, Madam. Kanazuki Shinji stared at Nanami Kaoru in a daze and fell to the ground with a small sword in his hand. I saw Nanami Kaoru staring at Shinji Kanzuki with a cold look and said every word. Shinji, remember, not as an example. If you let me know that you want to disadvantage him, I will kill you first. Did you hear me? Feeling the chilling killing intent on Nanami Kaoru's body, Shinji Kanzuki shivered fiercely, tears also gurgling from his eyes, tearing pain in his heart. Because the person she cares about most is Kaoru Nanami, and Kaoru Nanami has never used such a cold tone to blame her for so many years. Madam, I'm sorry. Shinji won't be like this anymore. Kanzuki Shinji bent down deeply and put his forehead on the ground, making a solemn promise to Kaoru Nanami. Nanami Kaoru's expression eased a little, and when he saw Shinji Kanzuki's tear-stained face, his heart softened a little and said, Shinji, I'm sorry. However, I will never allow anyone to hurt him. Who would dare to disadvantage him? I will kill him completely and let him die without a place to bury him. Madam, Shinji knows. Shinji will protect him like you, and never let anyone hurt him. Thank you, Shinji. Kaoru Nanami beckoned to let Kanzuki Shinji come over to him. wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief, touched the face that Kanzuki Shinji was hit by herself, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Kanzuki Shinji shook his head, leaning against Nanami Karu's arms, and asked quietly, "Madam, is he really so important to you?" "Well, it's more important than my own life." Nanami Karu's tone was calm and absolutely. In addition to building a vast and unique manor on this small island, a basement was excavated to resist the power of a nuclear explosion and used as a solid air raid shelter for emergencies. And Zhou Hao's brain tumor resection operation was arranged in this place with excellent safety and concealment. That large set of surgical equipment was also transferred from the brain specialist hospital in Switzerland. At this time, Kaoru Nanami, Shinji Kanzuki, and Kayashiro Jingu were all waiting outside the temporary operating room, and the surgery for Zhou Hao in the operating room was the three that Kaoru Nanami invited back to specialize in brain surgery. He and the top doctors in the Department of Neurology, as well as several doctors who have made great achievements in various fields, such as Claudino, are monitoring Zhou Hao's various physical conditions. I saw Kaoru Nanami sitting in a comfortable chair. Although his face was calm, his eyes never left the door of the operating room and the lamp on the door. "Madam, don't worry, Mr. Zhou Hao will be fine." Shinji Kenwa comforted. Jingushiro also nodded and said, "Yes, Zhou Hao's martial arts is unfathomable, and his physique is far superior to ordinary people. Even if he performs such a large-scale operation, his safety factor is much higher than that of ordinary people." The top doctor sits down. "Madam, you can rest assured." Nanami Karu nodded, but the anxiety and worry in his heart remained unabated. Suddenly, she turned to look at Jingushiro Jingu. "By the way, what about the Indian who was with Zhou Hao? How is his situation?" In these days, Kaoru Nanami focused all of his attention on Zhou Hao, but forgot Ulysses. His condition is better than Zhou Hao, but his injuries are also very serious. He is still in a coma and is receiving treatment on the island. Jingushiro said, "I fought against this person before. Although he was also seriously injured, the aura on his body is not something that ordinary martial arts masters can possess, so I guess his martial arts will not be much inferior to Zhou Hao. But looking at the appearance of the Indian, he seems to be loyal to Zhou Hao's people desperately protected Zhou Hao when their lives were in danger." Nanami Karu groaned. "I can't figure this out. It seems that I will have to ask Zhou Hao to find out." Looking at Kaoru Nanami, Jingushiro said, "Madam, if Zhou Hao wakes up, not only is not grateful to you, but insists on being an enemy of you. What do you plan to do, madam?" Nanami Karu glanced at Jingushiro Jingu, and his voice became cold. "I will make my own plans for this matter. I only worry that Zhou Hao will get into trouble. I am afraid that I am not his opponent. If he wants to hurt you, the situation will become very dangerous." Jingushiro has always been worried about this situation. In fact, Kanzuki Shinji is also very worried about whether this will happen. According to Jingushiro, Zhou Hao's martial arts is unpredictable. With his own strength, if Zhou Hao really wants to be against Nanami Karu, he may not be able to resist it. "Enough. I said that I have my own plan. You don't need to say more." Nanami Karu coldly snorted and said in his own heart, "I believe he will not really want to hurt me. I always believe." Zhou Hao's operation took 16 hours to complete, and when the light above the door of the operating room went out, Kaoru Nanami, who was always watching, immediately jumped out of his chair. At the same time, the door of the operating room opened, and a group of doctors, including Claudino, walked out of it. Nanami Karu and Kanzuki Shinji hurriedly greeted them and asked them nervously, "How is it? How is Zhou Hao's situation?" Claudino took off his mask. After more than 10 hours of surgery, his face also showed a tired look, but he still smiled at Nanami Karu very happy. "Madam, except for the twists and turns at the beginning, the operation it went very smoothly. Both tumors in the patient's brain have been successfully removed." Twists and turns. Nanami Karu hurriedly asked when hearing the twists and turns at the beginning of the operation. "It's like this. Because the patient's body strength is far beyond the scope of normal people, and we have some deviations in his previous judgments, so when we just opened his skull, we broke 2 chainsaws in a row. In the end, it was replaced with a high-powered titanium alloy chainsaw, and the operation could finally be carried out." Claudino exclaimed, "Madam, we really have never seen such a situation." The patient's bones seemed to be harder than steel. This is really an unprecedented situation in the history of anthropology. Nanami was not interested in Claudino's surprise. All she cared about was Zhou Hao's safety, so she asked, "When will he wake up?" "I guess the patient will wake up in 2 or 3 days. Then can I go in and see him now?" Nanami Kaoru said again. Claudino nodded. "Yes, but try not to be too long, because the patient needs to rest." After entering the room, Kaoru Nanami saw Zhou Hao with his head covered in bandages. His eyes were closed tightly, and the expression on his face was still very calm, like a child who fell asleep when he was full. Nanami Kaoru looked at him pityingly and said softly, "Zhou Hao, let's go west. You are fine, and you will wake up in 2 days." Shinji Kenzuki and Kayashiro Jingu from behind looked at each other, and both saw the worry in each other's eyes. Since Nanami Kaoru came back from Hong Kong, Shinji Kenzuki has noticed her change. "I didn't know the reason before, but now I know that Nankai Kaoru's change is because of Zhou Hao. Jingushiro is the protector of Nanami Kaoru in Hong Kong, so he knows about Nankai Kaoru and Zhou Hao better than Kenzuki Shinji." Jingushiro Jingushi originally thought that with Kaoru Nanami's excellent self-control, this kind of affection caused by Zhou Hao would always be hidden in her heart. The real situation is also true. If Zhou Hao hadn't appeared again without warning, Nanami Kaoru would have maintained her cold and ruthless image. But now, Jingushiro and Shinji Kenzuki vaguely feel that Nanami Kaoru has fallen too deeply into Zhou Hao. This matter, if the Tokugawa family knew about this, would be very detrimental to Nanami Kaoru. Especially Zhou Hao's hostile attitude towards Nanami Kaoru also worried Jingushiro Jingu. If Zhou Hao really wants to hurt Nanami Kaoru then, Jingushiro was worried whether he could resist it. At this time, Nanami Kaoru lightly stroked Zhou Hao's face and smiled. "Don't worry, I will stay with you for these 2 days until you wake up." As Kaoru Nanami said to Zhou Hao, Kaoru Nanami stayed with Zhou Hao day and night during these 2 days, taking care of Zhou Hao in every possible way. But on this day, when Kaoru Nanami was lying beside Zhou Hao for a little sleep, he suddenly heard Zhou Hao's weak voice, "Water, water." Nanami Kaoru was awakened immediately, but she did not react for a while. When she was sure that the voice was Zhou Hao, she was overjoyed and excitedly called Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, are you awake?" "Water, thirsty water," Zhou Hao murmured. "You are thirsty. I'll get you water right away." Nanami Kaoru quickly poured him a glass of water and brought it to his mouth, carefully feeding him. "Be careful. Don't rush. Drink slowly." After drinking 3 glasses of water in a row, Zhou Hao's dry throat and thirst caused by a long-term coma were relieved, and finally, he opened his eyes slowly. Nanami Kaoru sat beside his bed very nervously. She once imagined Zhou Hao's various reactions after waking up and seeing them, including gratitude, surprise, shock, or anger, even rising up to attack herself. Kaoru Nanami imagined these situations. "I also made all the psychological preparations." However, after Zhou Hao saw her, what appeared in his eyes was not any look that Kaoru Nanami imagined, but a kind of confusion. Then Zhou Hao asked her, "You? Who are you?" This sentence made Nanami Kaoru stunned. She never thought that there would be such a possibility. And Zhou Hao's words seemed to make her more sad than directly attacking Nanami Kaoru. And she saw her smile and said to Zhou Hao, "You? Don't you recognize me? You have forgotten me." Zhou Hao looked at her deeply, as if searching for memories of Kaoru Nanami in his mind. But once I thought about it, bursts of pain came from his brain, which made Zhou Hao frown and groaned. My head hurts." Moreover, his eyes on Kaoru Nanami were still blank, as if he had never seen her before. Nanami Kaoru saw that Zhou Hao didn't seem to be cheating, and only then made sure that he didn't deliberately pretend that he didn't know him, but really forgot himself. Nanami Kaoru felt a heartache, because even if Zhou Hao hated her, he still took her in his heart. But now Zhou Hao has completely forgotten her. However, Kaoru Nanami suddenly thought of a possibility, so he immediately asked Zhou Hao, "Then, do you know what your name is?" "Me?" Zhou Hao frowned and thought for a while before he said, Who am I? What is my name?" Seeing Zhou Hao's confused expression, Chi Haishuan had a loud bang in her mind because she thought of a possibility. "Doctor, call me the doctor," Nanami Kaoru called out loudly. When Shinji Kenzuki, who was guarding outside, heard Nanami Kaoru's cry, he He hurriedly sent people to call the doctor, and rushed in, and saw that Zhou Hao was awake, and Nanami Karu was sitting on the bedside in a daze. "Madam, what's the matter? Is he going to be against you?" Kanzuki Shinji hurriedly guarded Nankai Karu. Nanami Karu shook his head, looking at Shinji Kanzuki with joy or sadness, and muttered, "He has lost his memory." Claudino and the other brain doctors quickly rushed over and gave Zhou Hao a detailed examination. Nanami Karu was watching nervously by the side, but Zhou Hao still looked blank and asked Nanami Karu, "Where is this place? Why am I here? Also me, who am I? How am I? Cannot remember." "Don't be afraid. Wait for the doctor to do a detailed examination for you first," Nanami Karu said softly to him. "Don't worry. I will be by your side no matter what happens." Seeing Nanami Karu's gentle face, Zhou Hao nodded and accepted the doctor's examination with peace of mind. On the other hand, Kansuki Shinji looked at Zhou Hao, who had woke up with great interest. In her opinion, it would be better if Zhou Hao really lost his memory. In this way, Zhou Hao would not remember the hostile relationship with Nanami Karu. It won't hurt Nanami Karu. However, Kansuki Shinji did not dare to tell Nanami Karu this kind of words, for fear that he would anger Nanami Karu again. After a detailed examination and even the use of MRI, Claudino said to Nanami Karu, "Madam, it is now certain that the patient has indeed amnesia." Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the hospital bed, said puzzledly, "I have amnesia? Me? Why do I have amnesia? Also, what happened? My head hurts." Nanami Karu also looked at Claudino and others with questioning eyes, and only heard Claudino say, "Madam, it may be because the patient had a very serious concussion when he was injured, or the two tumors were oppressing. The patient's brain nerves caused damage to certain memory cells, and there is another possibility that his brain cells were damaged when we performed the operation on him. These may cause the patient's memory loss. It is difficult for us to determine now. Did the patient lose his memory before the operation, or did he lose his memory after the operation? Is there any chance of recovery?" Nanami Karu asked. Claudino said, "We can't guarantee this. In this case, some patients recover within a few days, and some patients don't remember them for a lifetime. We just checked for this gentleman. He was right. He had forgotten all the things before the coma, including his own name. He didn't remember what he was called, but all he lost was only his memory. Other intellectual aspects, such as logical thinking ability, were normal." "Surgery? Why should I have surgery?" Zhou Hao asked. Kanzuki Shinji replied, "Because you have two tumors in your head. If you don't have an operation, you will be dead." "Then, why is there a tumor in my head?" Zhou Hao asked again. "This is going to ask you." Kanzuki Shinji curled his lips. "Shinji." Nanami Karu glared at Kanzuki Shinji, who immediately closed his mouth and dared not say anything. Zhou Hao frowned, thinking about the events before he was unconscious, but his memory of that part was always blank. If he thinks further, his head will ache. I saw him holding his head and said in pain, "It hurts. I can't remember, damn it." Nanami Karu quickly grabbed his hand. "Don't think about it if you don't remember it. Let the flow take its course. It's okay. I will be by your side." Although he didn't know who Karu Nanami was his, Zhou Hao felt very kind to the stunning woman. He looked at Nanami Karu and asked, "Who are you? Who is mine?" Nanami Karu was taken aback, then gave Jingushiro a wink and asked him to take Claudino and the others out of the room, leaving only Kanzuki Shinji here. Then, I heard Nanami Karu say to Zhou Hao, "Unexpectedly, you even forgot about me. I am your sister." "Sister?" Zhou Hao looked at Nanami Karu blankly. Kanzuki Shinji also looked at Nanami Karu in amazement, but didn't dare to say half a word, just stood there quietly. "Yes." Nanami Karu smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "You have been with me for more than 10 years, and I watched you grow up." "Then, what about our parents?" Zhou Hao asked again. "We are all orphans without father and mother," Nanami Karu said, "and I and you are not sisters and brothers. You were adopted by me when you were 7, and we lived together after that. My name is Kaoru Nanami. And you? Your name is Mo Huaishi." Hearing Nankai Kaoru's name changed to Zhou Hao, Kanzuki Shinji's heart trembled and looked at Nankai Kaoru in surprise. Because of Mo Huaishi, isn't it just for Zhou Hao Ma to miss the past? But Zhou Hao asked, "Why is your Japanese name?" Although he has lost the memories of the past, he has not forgotten common sense. Because I am Japanese and you are Chinese. I adopted you back when I went to China. Nanami Karu smiled and said, also, although you have amnesia, I am still your sister. Don't you want to call me sister? Zhou Hao instinctively felt that the woman in front of him would not hurt him and sincerely cared for herself, so he did not hesitate to let this sister call out, and it was not unfamiliar at all. When Nanami Karu heard Zhou Hao's affectionate call of her sister, she was really engrossed like honey. She couldn't help holding Zhou Hao and kissing him on his cheek. Happy, really happy. Sister, I'm sorry. Zhou Hao said with a look of guilt. What happened? Sister, you adopted me back then and took care of me for so many years, but I even forgot about you, sister. I really deserve to die. Nanami Karu hugged Zhou Hao into his arms and smiled with his broad shoulders resting on his shoulders and said, Fool, how could my sister blame you? As long as you are still with my sister will be satisfied. Promise my sister, never, never leave. Sister, okay? Well, I will never leave my elder sister. Zhou Hao also hugged Nanami Karu and said firmly. Tears welled up from Nanami Karu's eyes, and he murmured, Okay, we will never separate. Then, Nanami Karu said to Kenzuki Shinji, Shinji, go to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the son and let them cook Chinese Cantonese cuisine. This is the son's favorite food. Also, remember to make them lighter. The son just after the operation. Pay attention to conditioning your body. My son. Shinji Kenzuki couldn't react for a while. I saw Nanami Karu glanced at her sharply. What's wrong? Why she is my younger brother, and of course your son. Is there any problem? No. Shinji Kenzuki shook his head quickly. Go out and tell them that the son is already awake. Let them prepare the son's room. You can't let the son continue to stay here. There is a smell of medicine, and you will be sick if you are not sick. Nanami Karu said. Kenzuki Shinji responded, and immediately followed Nanami Karu's words. She had already heard what Nankai Karu meant, and she wanted to tell others by herself that Zhou Hao had become Nankai Karu's brother and would be everyone's children in the future. Soon, Zhou Hao left the basement that was used as a temporary ward and returned to the manor on the ground. Nanami Karu also specially prepared an elegant courtyard near the sea for Zhou Hao and let him live there. At this time, Nanami Karu accompanied Zhou Hao to lunch together in this unique room. A long time ago, Karu Nanami found out that Zhou Hao was from Cantonese, so he made a big table of Cantonese food. Zhou Hao really likes Cantonese cuisine. Although he has recovered from a serious illness, his body's recovery ability is amazing. Now he has a great appetite. He is eating the delicious food in front of him with relish. Slow down. Don't worry, no one will rob you. Nanami Karu smiled beside him, and at the same time, she kept serving Zhou Hao with dishes, very gentle and considerate, and her heart was full of warmth at this time. Sister, you eat too, this chicken is delicious. Zhou Hao also put a piece of chicken leg into Karu Nanami's bowl. Okay, elder sister eats too. Nanami Karu ate very happily, but Zhou Hao's eyes stayed for a while. At this time, Zhou Hao asked, Sister, why is there a tumor in my head? My sister is to blame. Nanami Karu said, A few days ago, my sister went to sea on a yacht with you, but unexpectedly encountered a storm. You accidentally fell from the boat. When we found you, you were already, I am unconscious. The doctor said that you may have hit a reef in the waves and injured your head, causing a severe concussion. The congestion in your head has accumulated into a tumor. If it is not removed immediately, it will be life-threatening. Yes, maybe it's the brain tumor that caused you to lose your memory now. Zhou Hao suddenly realized when he heard the words. He said, Also, sister, why did they call you a madam? Are you already married? Thinking that his sister might be married, Zhou Hao felt uncomfortable in his heart. He saw Nanami Karu's face darkened and said faintly, When I was a child, my sister and you both lived very hard, often full and hungry, and didn't even have a fixed place to live on, and to remember the past. For your future, my sister had to marry into the Tokugawa family and become the second wife of the Tokugawa patriarch Naomasa Tokugawa. What? Zhou Hao's face was stiff, and he gritted his teeth for a long time. Who is Naomasa Tokugawa? Seeing Zhou Hao's flaming anger, Nanami Karu was very sweet in her heart, and her face was very calm. She only heard her say, The Tokugawa family is one of the most wealthy and powerful families in Japan. Count. Tokugawa Naomasa is 95 years old this year, and he is the head of the Tokugawa family. 9. 95 years old. Zhou was stunned, looking at Kaoru Nanami stiffly, because he felt incredible that Kaoru Nanami married a man who could be her great-grandfather. Seeing Zhou's expression, Chi Haishuan was a little happy, because from Zhou's words, he was very concerned about himself. At the same time, she felt a little guilty and felt that she shouldn't stimulate Zhou so much. Why? Zhou asked with a sore throat. Kaoru Nanami closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and then said, "Because we want to survive. I want both of us to live prosperously, happily, and securely." The Tokugawa family's influence is very influential in Japan and even the world. With the backing of the Tokugawa family, no one would dare to bully us. She originally wanted to explain to Zhou, but then she seemed to explain to herself. Keenly aware of the loneliness between Chi Haishuan's eyebrows, Zhou has deeply taken on the role of Mo Huaishi and said, "But sister, you don't need to wrong yourself like this. I will take care of you. I will protect you. There is no need for the Tokugawa family to act as our umbrella." Suddenly hearing Zhou's words, Nanami Kaoru was stunned for a moment, then reached out and grabbed Zhou's hand and stared at him closely. "What are you talking about? Are you willing to take care of me and protect me? Forever?" "Yeah." Zhou nodded his head heavily. "Whoever dares to bully my sister, I must make him die." Seeing Zhou's resolute look, Nanami Kaoru sighed in her heart. "If I could meet you earlier, maybe I wouldn't need to be like this." I heard Zhou ask again, "Sister, or else, don't you go back to Duchwan's house? Since I am Chinese, let's go back to China. I can rely on myself to support your sister." "It's too late now." Nanami Kaoru smiled helplessly. "After so many years, I finally managed to lay a world in the Tokugawa family. I can't just give up like this. Besides, even if I am willing to quit, the Tokugawa families, those people will not let us go. Therefore, I now have to act first and try to gain more strength so that I can protect myself." The reason for marrying the Tokugawa family was to get a rich, happy, and stable life. But after so many years of intrigue, Kaoru Nanami discovered that the ordinary is the blessing. But as she just said, now she has to do it. "Sister, do you mean that people in the Tokugawa family will be against you?" Zhou asked anxiously. Nanami Kaoru nodded slowly. "Yes, the Tokugawa family is very powerful, but because of this, it is like an ancient royal family, and it is full of power struggles and intrigues. Although I am the wife of the Tokugawa family, it is Tokugawa. The 3 sons of Naomasa regarded me as their enemies, and they were their greatest enemy fighting for the rights of the Tokugawa family. In particular, Jinzo Tokugawa, the eldest son of Naomasa Tokugawa, had sent people to assassinate me more than once, and he was even right. My stepmother has a bad idea and wants to take it and humiliate it." "What?" Zhou was furious when he heard the words and slammed the dining table in front of him. Although he lost his memory, he didn't lose any of his skills, and he didn't know that he had martial arts again at this time, and he didn't pay attention to the anger and shot. The solid wood dining table was crushed by his palm. Zhou himself was stunned, staring blankly at his right palm, and couldn't think that the power of his palm was so terrifying. "Don't be afraid. It's not your fault." Kaoru Nanami was taken aback at first, but when she saw Zhou, she was also taken aback. She grabbed Zhou's hand and comforted him. "Sister forgot to tell you. You have learned martial arts from a stranger since you were young, and only came back to your sister after the stranger died of old age. Your martial arts is very powerful. Even Jingushiro is not your opponent." "Another person?" Zhou tried his best to recall the memory of this another person, but couldn't remember anything. "Because you have not been with your sister for a long time, the people in the Tokugawa family did not know that I still have a younger brother like you. Nostalgic, don't let them know, lest all the cards in our hand are exposed to others." Nanami Kaoru said. Zhou nodded immediately and said, "Sister, that Tokugawa Jinshin wants to be against you, and dare to think about you, then I will kill him." "Well, there is also Tokugawa Naojuan. As long as kill him, sister, won't you be able to control the power of the Tokugawa family? We don't have to be afraid of the Tokugawa family anymore." Nanami Kaoru was enlightened by Zhou's words. But in the end, she shook her head. Nostalgia, don't be impulsive. My sister is not ready yet, and needs Tokugawa no Mashita as a backing, so he cannot die for the time being. And Tokugawa Yuansheng, although this beast deserves to die, if he dies, everyone will doubt me, and then the boatmen will attack, and we will be in danger. After a pause, she looked at Zhou tenderly and smiled. The property that the Tokugawa family can directly control is as high as hundreds of billions of dollars, and what can be affected can even reach trillions. As long as you control the Tokugawa family, you can do whatever you want in the past. In the past, Kaoru Nanami wanted to fight for power in Tokugawa's family to protect himself, as well as the result of his efforts over the years. In many cases, under the tremendous negative pressure, she couldn't help but have the urge to self-destruct and wanted to burn with the Tokugawa family. But now it is different. With Zhou by her side, all her efforts will have goals. Moreover, although she still didn't know who had turned Zhou like this, she could be sure that the other party must be a powerful person. Otherwise, with Zhou's ability, it would be impossible to be so embarrassed. With the power of the Tokugawa family, Kaoru Nanami can not only protect herself, but also Zhou. But Zhou shook his head. I don't want the money from the Tokugawa family. I only want my sister to be happy. Huaishi, you are so good, and it is enough for my sister to have you by her side. Chi Haishuan was very pleased in her heart, hugged Zhou tightly, and a certain decision in her heart became more determined. At night, Nanami Kaoru and Zhou came to the hot spring on the island. Because Zhou had been in a coma for so many days and had not taken a bath, Nanami Kaoru specially brought him to take a good wash. This hot spring is located on the hill in the center of the small island. When renovating the small island before, Kaoru Nanami deliberately opened a mountain path from the foot of the mountain to the hot spring and built an elegant pavilion around the hot spring, Nwan Yuzhai. At this time, there were guards guarding the mountain trail, and Nwan Yuzhai was in charge of waiting for a young and beautiful maid. After arriving at Nuanyuzi, Zhou put on a loose kimono under the weight of these maids. These maids on the island are the confidants of Nankai Kaoru, and they had received Nankai Kaoru's order from Kanzuki Shinji to treat Zhou as the master, so they waited as hard as they did for Nankai Kaoru. On the contrary, Zhou was not used to having so many beautiful girls waiting for him to change clothes. His movements were stiff and strange. He blushed and did not dare to move casually, causing Nanami Kaoru around him to chuckle. Nanami Kaoru also put on a set of dark purple kimono robe. With her black and silky hair draped behind her, her unmodified face is more beautiful and refined, and her slightly open neckline reveals a touch of white and rosy. Zhou was stunned to see the ice muscle and snow skin. What are you looking at, fool? Nanami Kaoru laughed at Zhou, but deliberately opened her neckline more, so that her plump chest was looming in front of Zhou's eyes. Zhou blushed even more and looked away from Nanami Kaoru unnaturally. At this time, Shinji Kanzuki, who was kneeling at the door of the dressing room, said to them, Madam, son, the bath is ready. Okay, please wait outside. Nanami Kaoru took Zhou's hand and walked into the hot spring. Let's go in. Entering the steaming hot spring, Nanami Kaoru didn't mean to leave yet. Zhou didn't take off his clothes, and he was embarrassed to let Nankai Kaoru go out. Huaishi, what's the matter? Don't you take off your clothes? Are you used to bathing in hot springs in clothes? Seeing Zhou's awkward expression, Nanami Kaoru smiled, and a pair of beautiful eyes also revealed a sense of playfulness. Aye. Zhou hesitated and finally gritted his teeth and said, Sister, can you go out first? I'll just wash it myself. Why, are you shy? Nanami Kaoru smiled. What's so embarrassing? Your sister has never seen your body. My sister used to help you brush your back. My sister is not afraid. What are you afraid of? Zhou didn't realize that. In fact, Chihai Kaoru's face was a little red, and the eyes that looked at Zhou were even more misty. Come on, sister, help you undress. Nanami Kaoru smiled and stretched out his hand to take off Zhou's kimono. Suddenly, Zhou's refined and vigorous male body was revealed in front of Nanami Kaoru. Nanami Kaoru also wiped off Zhou, who was in a coma before. It wasn't that he hadn't seen his body before, but how could the feeling at that time compare with the present? Especially when Nanami Kaoru caught a glimpse of the thing between Zhou's crotch, his face flushed, and even his breathing became a little heavy. Zhou Hao never had the experience of being naked in front of a woman. At this time, Nankai Keru took off his clothes and hurriedly jumped into the hot spring to talk to cover his shame. However, when he looked back at Keru Nanami in the hot spring, he was completely stunned. Because Nanami Keru was standing in front of the hot spring, she also took off her kimono robe, revealing the thrilling jade body. Nanami Keru is indeed too beautiful. Her jade-like face, phoenix eyes half-curved, and amber hidden in her vermilion lips, a bit of cherry, especially her eyes, with a seductive charm in the misty water vapor. Looking at the figure again, it is described by the ancient poetry, which is the bright like a light cloud covering the moon, fluttering like a stream of snow returning to the wind, standing proudly in front of the hot spring, haunted by the hazy mist, really like a goddess walking out of the fairyland. Especially for her figure, one more point will make you fat, and 1 point you will lose weight. The 2 peaks on her chest are as white as jade, and the 2 pink and red enin cherries at the top make people salivate. She lightly lifted her jade legs and stepped into the hot spring, and the thrilling jade body slowly submerged in the water, covered by the hot spring and the vast water vapor, but added a hazy beauty, giving unlimited imagination. With a stroke of her hands, Keru Nanami swam up to Zhou Hao like a mermaid, but Zhou Hao's eyes were still staring at her, and she never left. At this moment, Nanami Keru swam to the front. He recovered, and quickly turned his gaze and dared not look again. But when Nanami Keru smiled and went to help Zhou Hao's shoulders, Zhou Hao subconsciously stepped away. Seeing that Nanami Keru's face changed, he said sadly, "Why? What's wrong? Could it be? Do you think that your sister's body is not clean?" No. Zhou Hao shook his head quickly. Nanami Keru reached out and grabbed Zhou Hao's shoulders to prevent him from escaping, and gently swayed against him. The soft and slippery body also lightly leaned against Zhou Hao, making Zhou Hao's body stiff. She leaned to Zhou Hao's ear and said softly, "Why she, sister tell you?" Nanami Keru's orchid-like breath blew into Zhou Hao's ears, causing Zhou Hao to shake all over, and somehow her right hand grabbed Nanami Keru's slender waist, making Nanami Keru even closer to her. Little bad guy. Chi Haishuan felt her waist tight, and she muttered in Zhou Hao's ear. She said to Zhou Hao, "My sister tells you that when my sister married Naomasa Tokugawa was already 88 years old, and he had already lost that ability, so he couldn't do much with his sister. Also, although many people in the Tokugawa family coveted sister's body, how could the sister let those guys succeed?" After a pause, she said slightly shyly, "Sister's body is still clean. If you don't believe it, please touch it." After that, she grabbed Zhou Hao's left hand and leaned under her. Zhou Hao didn't know how to react, so he could only let Keru Nanami hold his hand. Then, he felt that his hand touched a piece of softness, and Keru Nanami pinched his fingers and went deep. Zhou Hao felt a compact and warm place, and soon after, he touched a thin film. Knowing that Keru Nanami was still a virgin, Zhou Hao felt a surprise in his heart. He didn't expect that she would be able to defend herself like a jade in Tokugawa's home that was like a wolf and tiger. And Nanami Keru's face was so red that peaches were about to drip out, but she still said in Zhou Hao's ear, "Look, now I believe my sister. My sister's body, only let Huaishi touch you alone." Zhou Hao quickly pulled his hand back and whispered, But sister, we are sisters and brothers. We are not related by blood." Nanami Keru smiled. "Don't you like your sister?" "No. I like my sister very much. Although it hasn't been a day since I saw Keru Nanami, Zhou Hao feels that Keru Nanami is very kind, so he has a very familiar emotion, and he naturally treats her, especially nostalgic. Hearing Zhou Hao said that she liked herself, Nanami Keru was full of sweetness and couldn't help but kiss Zhou Hao's ear. The soft and itchy sensation brought Zhou Hao even greater stimulation, and the other hand involuntarily encircled Keru Nanami's waist, bringing the two of them closer together. "Sister, elder sister." In the misty mist, Zhou Hao leaned forward uncontrollably, looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. Keru Nanami knew what he meant, and smiled softly, then raised his head and moved closer, and kissed Zhou Hao's lips. Not enough. Zhou Hao smiled lightly. "Greedy ghost." Chi Hai Sun groaned softly, stretched out his hand to hook Zhou Hao's neck, and kissed it deeply. After a lot of turmoil, the two people separated slightly. Zhou Hao closed his eyes slightly. His face was still inexplicable, and he seemed to recall the beautiful feeling just now. Nanami Karu was also full of tenderness and honey, biting her lower lip lightly, looking at Zhou Hao with happiness. "Come on, sister, help you brush your back," Nanami Karu said, taking out a soft brush from the tub floating next to him and brushing it on Zhou Hao's wide back. Zhou Hao also turned around obediently, leaving his back to Karu Nanami, quietly enjoying the beauty's weight. Nanami Karu was very attentive and focused. He washed Zhou Hao all over his body, but in the process, another uncontrollable charm occurred. And when Nanami Karu helped Zhou Hao to wash her body, Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't stop there. When she caught Nankai Karu, he would change to help her wash her body. A pair of magical hands would attack Nankai Karu's plump and exquisite jade body. Cozy. The two stayed in the hot spring for 3 full hours before they both came out. Although the two of them did not break through the last layer under Nanami Karu's desperation, they were also very familiar with each other's bodies. When the two came out, Nanami Karu was already holding Zhou Hao's arm unscrupulously, and she was very intimate between her expressions, and she added a brilliance that never appeared in the past, making her already charming and moving face even more inclined. Guqingqing. The maids who were Nankai Karu's confidant naturally wouldn't say anything, as long as Nankai Karu was happy. Although Kanazuki Shinji is not without worries, seeing Kaoru Nanami so happy and sweet, she is also happy for Kaoru Nanami in her heart. She stepped forward to Kaoru Nanami and said to her, "Madam, Mr. Jingu said that the man has woke up." "Oh, he's also awake? Well, I'll go over and take a look now," Nanami Karu said to Zhou Hao. "Huaishi, you should go back to the room first. Sister, go and do something first." Zhou Hao originally wanted to follow along, but Kaoru Nanami, who had always been obedient to him, was very insistent on this matter. Seeing this, Zhou Hao had to go back on his own, and Nanami Karu left the hot spring with Kenzuki Shinji and went to Jingushiro Jingu. This is another basement, but the wall is made of stainless steel, which looks more like a small prison. There is a steel chair in the center of this empty prison with a person sitting on it. His hands, feet, and body are bound by thick steel bars. It is Ulysses. Ulysses had regained consciousness, was restrained in this iron chair and struggled vigorously, but could not get rid of it. There is also a monitoring room next to the room, separated by one-way visible steel glass. Nanami Karu, Kenzuki Shinji, and Jingushiro are in this monitoring room at this time, watching Ulysses on the glass side continue to struggle, but still can't get away from the steel bar. Jingushiro is right, Nanami Karu said. Because he was afraid that he would be messed up when he woke up, we injected him with a special tranquilizer when he was in a coma, and I also sealed his dantian, so he can't get infuriated now. Then did you ask who he is? Nanami Karu said. Also, what is his relationship with Huaishi? Why did he go with Huaishi in the first place? Reminiscence? Oh, it's Zhou Hao, right? Jingushiro Jingu said. However, Nanami Karu gave him a sharp look. Remember it for me. From now on, his name is Mo Huaishi, not Zhou Hao. From today, you are not allowed to mention Zhou Hao in front of me and Huaishi. Do you know this name? Jingushiro and Kenzuki Shinji looked dreadfully and quickly replied, I see, ma'am. Then Kayashiro Gojinga said again, I have asked him before. He said he was Ulysses and the leader of the Indian Brahma. But he refused to talk about other things, and he refused to talk about other things. Zhou, about the son of Huaishi. Nanami Karu nodded and walked to the glass and said to Ulysses through the dialogue device, Ulysses, right? Can you tell me who is the man who drifted with you to our island that day? What is your relationship with him? Ulysses stared at the glass that could only reflect his own figure and said coldly, Where is my master? I warn you. Hurry up and let me and my master go. Otherwise I will definitely kill you all without leaving. Master, Nanami Karu muttered to himself. Is Huaishi his master? So he was so desperately protecting Huaishi? But how could Huaishi have something to do with that Brahma? Has become the master of this Brahma leader? So Nanami Karu asked, Then can you tell us what happened that day? What happened to you and your master? Why did he suffer such a serious injury? Unless I see my master, I won't say anything. Ulysses' attitude was very firm. Seeing that tough methods could not deal with Ulysses, Nanami Karu quickly changed to another method and said, "Don't worry, we are helping your master heal. His injury is very serious. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover for a while. Yes, someone has been looking for you these days. It may be your enemy. If you don't tell us the truth, it will not be good for you and your master." Someone came to us. Ulysses's face changed color. Who is it? Seeing that Ulysses' attention had been drawn to him, Kaoru Nanami in the monitoring room said, "I don't know. But the other party is definitely not an ordinary force, because although they are looking for you under the guise of a fishing boat, but when I sent my people to follow them secretly, I discovered that their fishing boat was a modified gunboat with guided missiles on it." Sure enough, after Ulysses heard Nanami Karu's words, the expression on his face became more solemn, especially he didn't know where he was, and he wasn't sure that Nanami Karu was a friend or an enemy to him and Zhou. If the trap was deliberately set by the Americans, then he would not be able to tell the story, lest Zhou would fall into danger. So after thinking about it for a while, Ulysses said, "You said you are treating my master, then let me see my master. If what you say is true, then I will take everything I tell you." Nanami Karu's face in the monitoring room darkened, because she didn't want Zhou to see this Ulysses, lest it would cause any changes or stir up Zhou's memory. Jingushiro also said, "Madam, it seems that this Ulysses is very alert. He probably won't tell us anything until he sees the nostalgic sun." Kaoru Nanami squinted at Ulysses over there and said to Kaishiro Jingu, "No matter what method you use, you must pry his mouth open." "Yes, ma'am." Jingushiro nodded immediately. Then Nanami Kaoru left here and returned to Zhou's room. Zhou's room is in the other courtyard by the sea. It is typical of Japanese architecture. Outside there is a spacious courtyard with fish and bamboo. At this time, under the bright moonlight, there is still far accompanied by the sound of the waves. It seemed very quiet. When Nanami Karu arrived, Zhou was sitting on the side of the corridor of the house, looking at the courtyard quietly. Nanami Karu walked gently behind Zhou, squatted down and leaned on his back, with his chin resting on Zhou's shoulder, and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou turned his head slightly and smiled at Kaoru Nanami. "I was thinking that if I could do a little bit, I could protect my sister and take care of my sister, and sister, you wouldn't need to marry that bad old man." Seeing the loneliness and self-blame in Zhou's smile, Nanami Karu's hand passed through Zhou's armpit and hugged him in front of his chest, and the whole person was tightly attached to Zhou's back, saying, "It's okay, it's my sister's choice. However, if you are by my sister in the future, my sister will not be afraid of anything." She kissed Zhou on the cheek. "You will protect your sister forever. Will you take care of your sister?" "Well, I will. I believe in you." Nanami Karu hugged him tighter and muttered while burying his head in his neck. The two of them did not speak any more to destroy the quiet and warm atmosphere, and there were only the screams of insects, fish, birds, and beasts. It seemed that Zhou and Nanami Karu were left in the world. After a long time, Kaoru Nanami said, "It's night, let's sleep." Then, Kaoru Nanami went back to the room and helped Zhou make the bedding by himself and lit the calming sandalwood. After Zhou came in, she waited for Zhou to undress and go to bed. She also took off the kimono outside, leaving only a white robe, and got into the quilt with Zhou. Zhou didn't expect Nankai Kaoru to sleep with him, and asked Nankai Kaoru on his side in astonishment, "Sister, won't you go back to your room? Are you going to drive my sister away?" Nanami Kaoru groaned, and then stretched out his arm to hold Zhou, leaned the head on Zhou's chest, and smiled. "What's the matter? We slept together when we were young. At that time, you liked getting into your sister's arms the most." "Yes, is it?" Zhou scratched his head, but he had no memory of this at all. However, Kaoru Nanami's soft and plump jade body was leaning against her. This feeling was still very ecstasy. Zhou didn't insist anymore. He also stretched out his hand to embrace Kaoru Nanami's slender waist, making the two of them stick closer. "Sister, your heart beats so fast." Zhou has a clear understanding, and his hearing is far beyond ordinary people, especially now that he is so close to Nankai Kaoru. Nankai Kaoru's heartbeat, like a small deer, is heard by him. Clearly, Nanami Kaoru's face turned red, and she shyly concealed. "Also, it's not your bad hand that is restless." Really? My hand hasn't moved obviously. Zhou smiled. All right, go to bed. I warn you, don't mess with my sister. Zhou didn't say a word. Nanami Karu was about to ask, so Zhou took a deep breath and said, Sister, Huh? What's wrong? Me, can I kiss you? Zhou seemed to summon up a lot of courage before saying it. Nanami Karu's heart beat faster, as if to jump out of his chest. However, after seeing Zhou expectant and anxious face through the dim moonlight coming in from outside, Nanami Karu smiled softly. Fool. With that said, her cherry lips pressed on, touching Zhou's lips together. The feeling of ecstasy in the hot spring reappeared. Zhou's hands hugging Nanami Karu tightened even more, and her mouth greedily tasted her soft and smooth red lips, and then opened her teeth and drove straight forward, wantonly teasing Nanami Karu. After kissing Nanami Karu, Zhou felt a very familiar feeling in his heart, a familiar feeling that seemed to have been buried for a long time and then inadvertently re-evoked, as if he had had this feeling before. Have I done this with my sister before? Zhou asked himself in his heart. However, he quickly became fascinated by Karu Nanami's flaming red lips. This thought quickly disappeared without a trace. He touched his hand unknowingly, got in through Karu Nanami's neckline, and touched it again. Slippery and soft things. Yeah. Nanami Karu pushed Zhou and murmured, I said that I shouldn't mess with my sister. Zhou didn't mean to stop at all. Instead, he kneaded it rhythmically. At the same time, he kissed Nanami Karu's face and smiled in her ear. Sister, your place is so big and soft. Was it like this before? Little pervert, you are not allowed to say it. Chi Haishuan leaned against Zhou's arms softly, breathing hard and breathing blue. Sister, does that old fellow Tokugawa Naomasa? No. Nanami Karu knew what Zhou wanted to ask. My body. He hasn't even looked at it, let alone touched. Little villain. Be gentle, you catch my sister. Here is my sister. Only you, the little villain, has touched. Zhou didn't stop, because he became more and more disgusted with the Tokugawa Naomasa that he had never seen before. When he thought that he was Nanami Karu's husband, he would immediately feel murderous in his heart. Just listen to Zhou asking, why didn't he even look at you when he married your sister? Because he is afraid. Afraid? Nanami Karu laughed mockingly. He is at that age. Where can he do that? So he is afraid that after seeing my body, he will have monstrous animal desires, but he does not have the slightest practical ability. Then he will only be lustful. Attack your heart and set yourself on fire. Suddenly, Zhou understood the mentality of Tokugawa Naomi. With such a stunner Nanami Karu that can charm all living beings, it is difficult for any man to resist his charm. But Naomasa Tokugawa, the person who deserved Nanami Karu the most, didn't have that ability. He could only see that he couldn't eat, and the more he couldn't eat, the more he was greedy and itchy. In the end, he was tortured. Thinking of that kind of pain, Zhou felt that he couldn't stand it either, and he understood why Tokugawa Naomasa was afraid to see Nanami Karu's body. After thinking about this joint, Zhou felt a lot more relaxed, because if another man saw Karu Nanami's body, he would become furious. You, what are you doing? Don't do this. Nanami Karu suddenly exclaimed, because Zhou buried her head in front of her chest and was scornful of herself there. Nanami Karu felt that itching and crunch spread all over her chest, making her body softer, leaning on Zhou like a puddle of mud. At this moment, Zhou's other hand got in under the hem of Nanami Karu's robe. Nanami Karu shook all over, quickly reached out to hold Zhou, and shook his head vigorously. Sister, I want you. Zhou said with a flushed face, holding Karu Nanami tightly. Nanami Karu's hand also inadvertently encountered the skyrocketing matter under Zhou, and his face became even more heated. Just listen to her saying, no, nostalgia, and not yet. Zhou was already in love at this time, and he quickly asked, Sister, why not? Because, for a while, Karu Nanami couldn't think of any excuses. Because in fact, the reason why she didn't give Zhou to Zhou was to prevent Zhou from getting herself easily and not knowing how to cherish it in the future, rather than really not wanting to give her body to Zhou. But for this reason, Kaoru Nanami couldn't say clearly. But at this moment, Shinji Kanzuki's anxious call came from outside the room. Madam, Madam, Nanami Karu was overjoyed, just to stop Zhou Hao with the interruption of Kanzuki Shinji. So she said in a deep voice, "What's the matter? Didn't I tell you not to come here casually?" When Zhou Hao heard the voice of Kanzuki Shinji, he had no choice but to stop disturbing Nanami Karu. Just listen to Kanzuki Shinji saying outside the room, "Madam, that person has escaped." The person that Shinji Kanzuki said was obviously Ulysses, and Kaoru Nanami was shocked when he heard Ulysses escape, and he was really angry and asked sternly, "What's the matter? How could he let him escape? Didn't Kayashiro say that his acupoints had been sealed?" While speaking, Kaoru Nanami opened the quilt and began to dress. And Kanazu Shinji said, Because that person's martial arts is very weird. Neither I nor Jingu Mr. Jingu had expected it beforehand, so I had the opportunity to be taken advantage of by that person. Then where is he now? Is he still on this island? Nanami Kaoru asked anxiously. She didn't worry about other things. She was afraid that Ulysses would find here. If Zhou Hao were to meet him, even if Zhou Hao's original memory could not be aroused, Ulysses would definitely tell Zhou Hao. At that time, Zhou Hao would know that Kaoru Nanami was deceiving him. This was something that Kaoru Nankai would never allow. It's not clear. He disappeared after he escaped from the basement. But please don't worry, madam. The people on the island have already diverged to find him, and we have sent someone over here to protect you, madam, said Kanzuki Shinji. Zhou Hao also asked Nanami Kaoru at this time, "Sister, what happened? Who escaped?" "It was the assassin sent by Genshin Tokugawa to assassinate me. He was very powerful, and he was finally caught by us, but now he escaped." Nanami Kaoru said, "You stay here, I'll go and see. What's going on?" Zhou Hao said, "No, I will go with you. Since that assassin is a capable person, then I will protect you by my sister." Nanami Kaoru smiled, and at the same time, he thought, if he leaves Zhou Hao here alone, what should Ulysses do if he finds him here? It is safer to take Zhou Hao with him. So she said to Zhou Hao, "Well, you follow along." The two quickly put on their clothes and left the room, and Shinji Kanzuki was kneeling outside the door waiting for them. "Lead the way. Take me to the basement," Nanami Kaoru said. "Yes, ma'am." Shinji Kanzuki dared not delay, and immediately got up to lead the way. There were also more than 20 guards who were accompanied by guns and live ammunition, and their equipment was better than the regular army. On the way, Nanami Kaoru did not forget to remind Zhou Hao, "Nostalgia, that assassin's martial arts is strong and cunning. If you meet him, don't believe what he says, you know?" "Well, sister, I know." Zhou Hao nodded. The group came to the place where Ulysses was originally imprisoned. Jingushiro Jingu was also there. After seeing Kaoru Nanami and Hao Zhou, they hurriedly said hello. "Madam, son." Zhou Hao knew that Jingushiro Jingushi was Nanami Kaoru's bodyguard, so he nodded to him. "Kayashiro, what's the matter? How did that guy escape?" Nanami Kaoru didn't have such a good face. After seeing that the chair that had locked Ulysses was now empty, she was right. Jingushiro shook his head and asked, "Didn't you say that his pubic area has been sealed by you, so you can't show his true anger? Then how did he escape?" "Madam, the situation at that time, the monitor has already recorded it. You can take a look." Jingushiro asked to call out the video at that time and put it on the screen. I saw from the screen that Jingushiro was giving Ulysses, who was locked in a steel chair, an injection. The syringe should be some kind of hallucinogen that makes people tell the truth. So after Ulysses was given the shot, the look on his face became dazed. "What's your name?" Jingushiro asked after seeing Ulysses in a trance. "Ulysses." Ulysses replied with a dazed expression. When Jingushiro was about to ask the second question, Ulysses' left hand suddenly pulled out of the steel hoop on the arm of the chair, and then slapped Jingushiro, who was caught off guard. Although Ulysses' skill has not yet recovered, the palm strength is also very important, and he beat Jingushiro Jingu back again and again. Then, Ulysses' other hand was also pulled out of the steel hoop, as did his feet. Then he overturned the two guards around him, and then took the key to the room from them. At this time, Jingushiro Jingushi attacked again, and his shot was full. At that time, although Jingushiro was strong, he was still a little bit behind Ulysses. The two fought more than 10 strokes in the room. In the end, Kayashiro Jingushi was hit by Ulysses in his left rib and fell to the ground, while Kayashiro Jingushi's left hand was also broken. After defeating Jingushiro Jingu, Ulysses endured the sharp pain in his left hand and left the room. After that, he could hear the scolding and chasing sounds of the guards coming from outside the room. The surveillance video ends here, Jingushiro also said. Although Ulysses is still unhealed, his skill is still great, and his skill is so powerful that he can still use his dantian when he is sealed off. Internal force. It was seen from the video that Kayashiro Jingushi was also injured. Although Nanami Karu was angry at his lack of guard, his expression finally eased and said, "How did his hands and feet get out of trouble? Did you see clearly at that time?" Jingushiro hadn't spoken yet, but Zhouhao next to him said, "It's the shrinking bone skill. Bone reduction skill? Nostalgia, do you know this martial arts?" Nanami Karu looked at Zhouhao in shock, for fear that Ulysses' bone reduction skill would evoke Zhouhao's memory. Sure enough, Zhouhao wondered how he knew this kind of weird and magical martial arts. He said, I don't know, but I just know that martial arts is called shrink bone kung, which allows people who practice it to stretch or stretch at will. Shrink the bones. After a pause, he said to Nanami Karu, "Sister, this assassin knows how to use the shrink bone technique. It is too dangerous, or I will find him out. Otherwise, if he is right again, you will be in trouble if you start the assassination." No, Nanami Karu refused without thinking. Ulysses just used the shrinking bone technique to bring back some memories of Zhouhao. If the two meet each other, God knows if Zhouhao will restore his memory, and no one can guarantee that he will not. Will continue to stay by my side. So Kaoru Nanami rejected Zhouhao's proposal without hesitation. Seeing Zhouhao's puzzled look, Kaoru Nanami said, "It is because that killer is dangerous that my sister can't let you go. Also, when you go to him, if he finds his sister in turn, who can protect her then?" Oh, that's right. Zhouhao thought about it, and felt that Kaoru Nanami made sense, so he stopped insisting. Nanami Karu ordered Jinshiro Jingu, "Hurry up and let people find Ulysses. If you encounter resistance, kill him." Now Nanami doesn't care about knowing from Ulysses who needs Zhouhao. In order to eliminate the possibility of Zhouhao's recovery, she can't let Zhouhao meet Ulysses, so Ulysses couldn't stay either. But at this moment, the voice of the guard on the dock side came from the communicator. Report. Report. Someone stole one of our speedboats. Repeat. Someone stole one of our speedboats. Nanami Karu glanced at Zhouhao, then shouted in unison, "It's him." Nanami Karu hurriedly said to the opponent's human being, "Then you can go after it. If you can't catch up, you can sink him." The person at the dock said, "Madam, we can't do it. That guy pierced all the oil drums of our other ships, and we can't move." Jingushiro and Kenzuki Shinji looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Ulysses thought very thoughtfully, and while escaping, they did not forget to eliminate the possibility of the enemy chasing them. The ship at the dock was destroyed, and there was no way to chase Ulysses. I saw Nanami Karu's face stern, and after thinking for a while, he said, "That guy Tokugawa Genshin is too disgusting. It seems that during my vacation here, he has a lot of courage. Humph. In this case, I just go back to him for a while." Then she turned her head and said to Zhouhao, "Huaishi, will you go home with your sister tomorrow?" "Well, of course it's good. Those guys from the Tokugawa family are so nasty. They dare to send a killer to assassinate you. I must be by my sister and protect you." Jingushiro and Shinji Kenzuki knew that Kaoru Nanami actually wanted to excuse Jinzo Tokugawa and took Zhouhao to leave the island, lest Ulysses would bring someone back to find Zhouhao, and Kaoru Nanami's secret would not be kept up. Sure enough, Kaoru Nanami said to Kenzuki Shinji, "Shinji, you immediately inform the Tokugawa family and let them send a plane to pick us up. Also, immediately pack up and leave here early tomorrow morning." "Yes, madam." Shinji Kenzuki hurried to execute Nanami Karu's order. At this time, Jingushiro Jingushi said to Nanami Karu again, "Madam, besides Ulysses, we also found another situation." "Huh? What's the matter?" "When our people searched for Ulysses on the island just now, they discovered that the several doctors of Claudino, who had performed the operation on the sun, seemed to be doing something secretly. It seemed to be some kind of scientific research." Scientific research. Nanami Kaoru also felt strange. Zhouhao said, "Sister, are those doctors also undercover from the Tokugawa family?" Jingushiro Jingushi shook his head and said, "It should not be because they are all internationally renowned doctors that we temporarily retrieved. Tokugawa Genshin shouldn't have guessed in advance that we would go to those doctors. In the basement where Zhou Hao had performed surgery, the surgical equipment and various testing equipment have not been removed, and Kaoru Nanami is afraid that Zhou Hao's condition will be repeated, so Claudino and several top doctors have not yet was sent back. So Claudino and the others were doing various medical researches in this temporary operating room, and the people on the island did not notice them. Knowing that Ulysses had escaped, Jingushiro Jingu was leading them. Searching on the island, they found out that Claudino was experimenting. Originally, it was understandable that Claudino and others, as top doctors in different fields, did some medical research. But when Jingushiro entered the basement to search for Ulysses, he found that Claudino the waiter's look was very unnatural, with a guilty conscience. At first Kaishiro Jingu thought that they were hiding Ulysses, but he did not find Ulysses here, so Kaishiro Jingu speculated that the guilty conscience was not because of Ulysses, but because of the medical research they were doing. Jingushiro, who had doubts in his heart, remained silent, and came back first and reported the situation to Nanami Kaoru. Nanami Kaoru was so smart, and almost immediately guessed that the research Claudino and the others were doing must have something to do with Zhou Hao, because before they discovered that Zhou Hao's physique was different from ordinary people, they showed great interest. Now Jingushiro Jingu and Shinji Kanzuki know that Zhou Hao is the most taboo Niji in Nankai Kaoru's heart. Kaoru Nankai will definitely not let the clowns of Claudino come to his death. Sure enough, Nanami Kaoru first dismissed Zhou Hao, and then followed Jingushiro to the operating room, and let him control all of Claudino. When Claudino saw Kaoru Nanami's arrival, his face was also pale, obviously knowing that his own affairs had been exposed. I saw several top doctors who performed surgery for Zhou Hao and Claudino, as well as several other internationally renowned medical experts, who were all kneeling on the ground at this time, while Nanami Kaoru was sitting in front of them. Naturally, some people are looking up the testing instruments in this laboratory, as well as the research records written by Claudino and the others. Madam, Jingushiro found a piece of research material and handed it to Kaoru Nanami. Nanami Kaoru took a look. His face suddenly changed, and he was completely attracted by the contents of this research record, and the look between his brows became even more surprised. The contents of this research record include blood, cells, endocrine system, immune system, etc., and this research object is obviously Zhou Hao, who has just finished the operation. Claudino and others recorded the results of their research in this research record. For example, the cell activity of the research subject is more than 100 times higher than that of normal people, and the rate of metabolism is much higher than that of ordinary people. The metabolism is fast, and this cell is renewed. The speed is fast, so it can keep him alive. Even Zhou Hao's permanent tissue cells, that is, normal people's life will not be replaced. They are born with the birth of the human body, and the cells that die with the death of the human body will be renewed every once in a while. The permanent organization here can constantly maintain perfect function and vitality. What surprised Nanami Kaoru most was the results of Claudino's research on Zhou Hao's blood and immune system. Claudino and the others found that Zhou Hao's blood, lymph, and other body fluids contained an unknown ingredient, can decompose various protein toxins and non-protein toxins very quickly. Claudino and others have tried neurotoxins, cytotoxins, cardiotoxins, hemorrhagic toxins, hemolytic toxins, muscle toxins, and necrotic toxins, but they are all decomposed and neutralized by Zhou Hao's blood without exception. In other words, so far, all the toxins found in the world have no effect on Zhou Hao. This makes Zhou Hao's immune system almost invincible to the virus outside. Seeing this, Nanami Kaoru remembered the first encounter between herself and Zhou Hao. At that time, Nanami Kaoru was using Dongqishan to poison Zhao Rixin. It was a kind of poison called Sakura Poika. Jingushiro took a lot of effort to find it. There is no cure at all. If taken, it will cause chronic poisoning and eventually cause death. But Zhou Hao broke through the poison with no antidote. At that time, Nanami Kaoru thought that Zhou Hao had found the antidote for the Sakura Pooch incense that had been lost, but now it seems that Zhou Hao used his own blood to detoxify Zhao Rixin. In other words, Zhou Hao himself knew that his blood could eliminate all kinds of poison. Madam, this is a miracle in the history of medicine. Claudino saw Kaoru Nanami's surprised look. and guessed that she was shocked by the contents of the research record, so he struck the iron while it was hot. At the beginning, we discovered that Mr. Yi's skin, muscles, and bones are much tougher than ordinary people, and he is basically a superhuman existence, so I plan to take some cells and blood samples from him for further research. Another physician also said, the findings of the study surprised us. We found that the cell viability of the gentleman had reached an incredible height. His cells could survive for half an hour at a temperature of 100 degrees. The low temperature of minus 160 degrees Celsius can kill it in 1 minute. Even in the environment of 100% sulfuric acid or strong alkali, it can survive for 6 to 8 minutes. This is basically what normal people can achieve, Claudino said. At the beginning, we still used a titanium chainsaw to perform the craniotomy for that gentleman. Together with our research findings, we know that ordinary methods can't kill this gentleman. Also, this gentleman's blood is so powerful, if we can extract and synthesize drugs with the same effect, then all diseases in this world will be incurable. However, Nanami Keru's face became more and more gloomy. No matter how Claudino and others described the usefulness of Zhou Hao's blood, her expression did not change at all. When Claudino and others finished talking, Nanami Keru coldly hummed, "Done talking." Claudino was taken aback, and then said, "Ma'am, this gentleman is simply an angel sent by God to save all peoples. He is simply the gospel of all mankind. With his blood, all mankind does not need to suffer that anymore. I've been tortured by illness, and it can bring you incalculable economic benefits, madam." Keru Nanami closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then looked at the people of Claudino and said coldly, "Do you know what you remind me of?" Claudino and others didn't know, so they all shook their heads in unison. Just listen to Keru Nanami said, "You remind me of those monsters who covet Tang Monk." The complexion of Claudino and others changed drastically because they knew something about Journey to the West and understood the story inside. And now Nanami Keru actually regards these few people who devote all his heart and soul to contribute to medicine as the kind of monsters that harm the world. This is what they can't accept. But they also felt that Keru Chihai was right about one thing, which was to compare Zhou Hao to Tang's son. With the endless treasures in Zhou Hao's body, he is really rarer than Tang's son. If you let others know that his body is so precious, can he live in peace? Nanami Keru asked coldly. Several people from Claudino said quickly, "Madam, please rest assured, we will never tell anyone about this secret. As long as we can successfully synthesize the ingredients in the gentleman's blood, we can say that it is artificial. It's synthesized. No one will know that this matter is related to that gentleman. I am willing to believe that people can keep secrets." Nanami Keru suddenly laughed. But just as Claudino and others breathed a sigh of relief, Nanami Keru continued, "But I only believe in dead people." The expressions of Claudino and others were shocked, and Keru Nanami was already giving orders to the guards. "Kill them all." There are other doctors who were brought back. They all know that Huai's body is different from ordinary people. "Yes, kill them all for me. Can't let any of them get out of this island." "Yes." The guards responded, and before Claudino and the others begged for mercy, they took out their pistols and shot them one after another. At the same time, some people went to deal with the other doctors. Jingushiro and Shinji Kanzuki were not surprised, because this cold and cruel Nanami Keru was the Mrs. Tokugawa they were familiar with. They thought that in these days, Nankai Keru's spirit had been lost by Zhou Hao. It's flattened, and now seeing Keru Nanami's methods, he finally let go of his heart. Because benevolent and kind people are simply untenable in Tokugawa's family, and even unable to survive. He also heard Nanami Keru say to Jingushiro Jingu, "And all the research data here are ruined for me. Don't leave any traces." Jingushiro nodded slightly and asked his men to destroy the research data. Kansuki Shinji asked Nanami Keru, "Madam, the sun's blood has such an effect. Can't people really know it?" That Claudino is right. The treasure in the sun's body is really for all mankind. Great profit. Compared with Huaishi, it is none of my business if all mankind is dead, Nanami Keru said with a grim expression. The development of human medical history should be natural. Is it really going to die? I won't let Huaishi be coveted by others like Tang Sung. Yokohama is the second largest city in Japan. It faces Tokyo Bay to the east and is also an international port. Although Yokohama is the second largest city in Japan and has the same prosperous as Tokyo, it is not as crowded as Tokyo. Being in it makes people feel open and comfortable. At the same time, Yokohama is also one of the important bases of the Tokugawa family. Many industries under the Tokugawa family have their headquarters here, which corresponds to the Tokugawa family's headquarters in Tokyo. After leaving the remote island, Nanami Kaoru took Zhou to Yokohama, which was also her base camp. Most of the Mitsui Consortium's industries are controlled by the Tokugawa family. Although the Mitsui clan was the original owner of the Mitsui Consortium, it was because the Tokugawa Naojuin took control that the Mitsui Consortium had regained its glory, but it was also usurped by Tokugawa Naojuin with great power. Although the Mitsui family fought back in the end, they could only keep a small part of the family business, and they were often suppressed by Tokugawa Neopolitic. On the way to Nanami Kaoru's residence in Yokohama, Nanami Kaoru explained to Zhou how the Tokugawa family mainly controls Mitsui Bank, and these two groups have large companies covering various industries, which are connected to the world. There is no shortage of strong companies. Zhou looked at the scenery outside through the car window and said, "Where is the Mitsui family? Are they so willing to be usurped by the Tokugawa family's property and continuously suppressed?" Nanami Kaoru shook his head and smiled. Of course not. But fortunately, in addition to a few outstanding talents, the Mitsui family has turned the tide in the competition with the Tokugawa family, and it has kept the Mitsui family's industry from being eaten away by the Tokugawa family. Mitsui and Company has been restored and developed. Over the years, it has counterattacked the Tokugawa family from time to time, which is quite interesting. Shinji Kanzuki in the front passenger seat said, "Our wife is the executive director of Mitsui Bank, who is in charge of Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries under Mitsui Bank. Toshiba Electric is one of the top 5 in Japanese industry, as well as Ishikawa. Shima Heavy Industries also occupies a very important position in our Japanese heavy industries. These two companies are also one of the core industries of the Tokugawa family. It turns out that my sister is so capable." Zhou smiled. Kanzuki Shinji took it for granted. "Of course, our wife won back with her own efforts. It is also because Toshiba Electric and Ishikawa Island Heavy Industries are very important to the Tokugawa family. So the Tokugawa family has that many people covet the power of our wife." After the introduction of Shinji Kanzaki, Zhou knew that Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries were hugely influential behemoths even in global industries, let alone their parents, Mitsui Bank. There are 3 executive directors in the Mitsui Bank. The first is Tokugawa Motobu, the eldest son of Naomasa Tokugawa. The second is Kaoru Nanami, and the last is Tokugawa Kodron, the third son of Naomasa Tokugawa. Genshin Tokugawa also serves as the chairman of Mitsui Bank and has leadership over the board of directors. However, although Naomasa Tokugawa, who is nearly 100 years old, does not hold any public position in Mitsui Bank, but Mitsui Bank accounts for 59% of non-tradable shares, and more than 70% of the shares are directly or indirectly. Control is in the hands of Tokugawa Naomasa, so Tokugawa Naomasa is the veritable emperor of Mitsui Bank. Although the daily affairs of Mitsui Bank are managed by the 3 executive directors of Nanami Kaoru, when it comes to decisive policies affecting the overall development direction of Mitsui Bank, or when the 3 executive directors have major differences in decision-making, the final decision Naomasa Tokugawa made the final decision. Many world-renowned large group companies are actually affected by the control or equity participation of Mitsui Bank. Just like Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries under the control of Kaoru Nanami, they are all independent group companies on the surface, but they are actually Tokugawa family. Industry in hand. Nanami Kaoru is in charge of Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries, while Tokugawa Genshin, the first heir to the Tokugawa family, controls Toyota Motor and Mitsui Shipbuilding, as well as Tokugawa Kodron and Sony, Panasonic and Nippon Steel, and other similarly wealthy companies. The Tokugawa family manipulated these large internationally renowned companies through Mitsui Bank and integrated them through various family members to form a large combat group with Mitsui Bank's aircraft carrier as its core. As a foreigner, Kaoru made this spacious world at Tokugawa's home, which shows his unfathomable talents and scheming. Soon after, the convoy of Kaoru Nanami drove into a vast private estate near Yokohama. This manor is similar to that on the island, in a typical Japanese classical style, with flowers, trees, plants, and rockery and lotus ponds scattered around. Some of them are decorated with pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. As soon as he entered the gate, Zhou saw a neat row of men and women standing on both sides of the road ahead. They seemed to be servants of this manor, so it seemed that there were about 100 people. When Nanami Kaoru's car passed by, these servants immediately bowed respectfully to show respect. After the car stopped, Kanzuki Shinji and Jingushiro immediately got out of the car and opened the door for Nanami Kaoru and Zhou. "Madam, welcome home." There stood a woman wearing a black kimono, looking in her early 30s, her hair in a high updo. Her face was slightly pink, her eyebrows, lips, and even her nails were meticulously decorated, both bright and dignified and noble. Nanami Kaoru took Zhou's arm and walked forward, and at the same time said to Zhou, "This is Hongye Hina, my housekeeper." This noble and mature red-leaf young Nai immediately bowed to Nanami Kaoru and Zhou. "Madam, son." Before Nanami Kaoru came back, she had already told her about Zhou. Hongye Hina was also Nanami Kaoru's confidant, so even though she was as surprised as Kanzuki Shinji at Nankai Kaoru's attention to Zhou, she didn't dare there were objections, and according to Nanami Kaoru's instructions, Zhou was also regarded as the master. At this time, Hongye Hina was leading the way, Nanami Kaoru and Zhou followed behind, followed by Kanzuki Shinji and Jingushiro Jingu. And Hongye Hina also said as he walked, "Madam, I have arranged for the room of Prince Huaishi, and Prince Huaishi can move in at any time." "Well, good." Nanami Kaoru nodded. Soon, the group came to the room arranged for Zhou. This is not so much a room, as it is a vast courtyard. It covers an area of nearly 1,000 square meters and is divided into front and backyards. The front yard is planted with flowers and trees. The backyard is actually a small artificially built hot spring. Later, Zhou learned that this room was originally inhabited by Kaoru Nanami. In order to be able to enjoy the hot spring at any time, Kaoru Nanami deliberately led the hot spring water from the distant mountains to this side through the excavated underground pipeline. The project cost was no less than opening one. Metro Main Line. "Huaishi, do you like this place?" Nanami Kaoru walked around this room with Zhou and asked him. Although this room is in a simple and elegant style, all kinds of modern appliances are also readily available. Not to mention there are so many servants waiting, living here, basically like the ancient emperor. Just listen to Zhou smiled and said, "As long as my sister is there, I like it. Just your mouth is sweet." Chi Haishuan nodded Zhou's nose and smiled. She said, "Most of the servants here are the sex of the Shin Gong Yu Feng Lu. They have good skills and loyalty, so you can hand it over to them if you have anything." "Well, Hong Yi, she is the Shin Gong Yu Feng Lu. The elder is also the younger sister of Jingushiro Jingu." Hongye Hina hurriedly knelt to the ground and said to Nanami Kaoru and Zhou, "If you have something to do, please do not hesitate to order Hongye. Hongye will do everything possible to meet the needs of the son." At this time, I saw Nanami Kaoru leaning into Zhou's ear and chuckling softly. "Huaishi, she is willing to do whatever you ask Hongye to do, including offering her body to you. She is still a virgin like her sister, so you don't worry about her being dirty. My sister won't allow those dirty women to approach you." Zhou was immediately blushed by Nankai Kaoru's words and quickly lowered his voice and said, "Sister, what are you talking about? Me? Why would I ask Miss Hongye like that?" He said so, but Zhou subconsciously looked at Hongye Hina. Hongye Hina is in her early 30s, when a woman is most mature and graceful. She is tall, with snow-white skin, bright eyes, and beautiful teeth, and her expression is dignified and respectful, but there is a faint charm between her eyebrows. Although it is not as ecstatic as Kaoru Nanami, she is also very soul-stirring. At the same time, even though Hongye Hina is wearing a tight kimono, his chest is still tall, obviously not small. Said, "No, why don't you still look at others like that?" Nanami Kaoru's voice came from her ear again. Zhou quickly recovered, shook his head vigorously, and said, No. Nanami Kaoru smiled at him. Don't worry, what my sister just said is true, and my sister won't be jealous. Moreover, not only Momiji, even Shinji, my sister can give her to you. She too, they are all virgins, and they are just beginning to be in love at the right age. I don't know if I heard the whispers of Kaoru Nanami and Zhou Hao, or deliberately wanted to help Zhou Hao out of the embarrassment. The Hongyea Hina over there suddenly said, Madam, Master Tokugawa Genshin heard that the wife is back, and said that she would do it for her an evening party to catch the wind, just over there in Tokyo. Winning dinner? Tokugawa Genshin is uneasy and kind, right? Nanami Kaoru sneered, and then looked at Zhou Hao helplessly. But I can't stop it. Otherwise I will inevitably be caught by Tokugawa Genshin, and Tokugawa Cod long laughed a bit. After being away for a while, it is important to go out and show your face. Regarding the past, you also go with your sister. Zhou Hao nodded immediately. Okay, I also like to meet the Tokugawa Genshin. Tokugawa Genshin not only coveted Nankai Kaoru's beauty and power, but even sent a killer to assassinate Nankai Kaoru. Zhou Hao had long hated this eldest son of the Tokugawa family. Nanami Kaoru gently stroked Zhou Hao's face and slowly said, But just in case, you can't just be there, and you can't let people know that you are my brother. Well, let's go, Hongyea. Hongyea Hina immediately stepped forward. Madam, you help Huaishi to make up. Don't let people see his true face. Nanami Kaoru said to Zhou Hao again. Well, you and Hongyea go to prepare. Let her help you dress up beautifully. Tonight going to a party with my sister will surely be able to fascinate those ladies and ladies. Sister. Zhou Hao was dissatisfied with Mr. Nankai Kaoru joking himself, and was not willing to be really angry with her. Okay, sister is joking, go ahead. Nanami Kaoru liked the way Zhou Hao is now, giggling. Young Master Huaishi, please here. Hongyea Hina was already standing outside the door waiting for Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao left with Hongyea Hina, Nanami Kaoru narrowed a smile on his face and called out, Shinji. Kanzuki Shinji immediately stepped forward. Madam, here is the maidservant. Just listen to Kara Nanami said. We defeated George Soros and Julian Robertson in the stock market before, and they are now a world-renowned new generation of stock gods. Yokohama and Tokyo have also appeared about him. Report. Go and clear the news for me. From today, I don't want to hear the news of Zhou Hao in Yokohama and Tokyo again. Yes, ma'am. Shinji Kanzuki immediately went to execute this order from Nanami Kaoru. Although Japan is advertised as a free country, its social transparency seems to be much higher than that of China. The news media seem to be much more free, but they are not. Although Japanese news media do not follow the government's orders, they obey the big bosses behind the government, those wealthy chaebols, and even many media companies are simply subsidiaries of those chaebols. As for Zhou Hao's defeat of the Soros Group in the First World War in Hong Kong, the Japanese government did not know whether China was good or other reasons. There were not many reports on this aspect. However, the non-governmental media are eager for this kind of news. Although the large-scale reports on it were quickly suppressed by the Japanese government, it is enough to let the Japanese people know about the existence of the new stock god. For such legendary characters, the Japanese people are still very interested, especially those boys and girls who admire the handsome and young Zhou Hao, let alone those newcomers in the financial world who have regarded Zhou Hao as a new idol. It's just that Zhou Hao is too far away from them after all, so this trend has cooled down after a period of time. Kayashiro Jingu stepped forward to Kara Nanami. But madam, young Master Nostalgia will know about the Hong Kong stock war after all. After all, this has spread all over the world, and we may not be blinded for long. I have my own measure of this. Nanami Kaoru said. Since Nanami Kaoru had said so, Jingushiro wouldn't say more, bowed, and retired. Besides Zhou Hao, he followed Hongyea Hina to a beautiful room facing the vestibule. Hongyea Hina let him sit in the center of the room, and she left for a while. When she came back, she had more hands. A suitcase with a metal surface. No matter the posture of walking or sitting, Hongyea Hina looked very dignified and noble, as if he was born to be a nobleman, not at all like an acquired training. Just looking at her in this simple way makes people feel that it is a pleasing enjoyment, especially the mature and charming temperament that exudes from her, which is extremely lethal to men. Being in the same room with her like this made Zhou Hao a little unnatural and felt very awkward. I saw Hong Yihina kneeling and sitting in front of Zhou Hao, and facing this mature beauty so close, and smelling the not strong but fragrant fragrance on her body. Zhou Hao's face was calm, but his movements were a little stiff. It's just like a stunned green head. And Hong Yihina was amused when he saw Zhou Hao's pretentious calmness, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Who knows what kind of character this new master is? It is better to be more cautious in everything. She opened the metal box, and Zhou Hao saw that it was filled with various bottles and cans and some apparently cosmetic tools. I saw Hong Yihina took out a piece of crystalline white cloth and poured some colorless and odorless liquid on it. At the same time, he said, "This potion has a good cleansing effect and can make the face the most suitable for makeup. My sister doesn't want people in the Tokugawa family to know my existence, so I have to put on makeup before attending with her, right?" Hong Yichunai used the cloth caddy to help Zhou Hao clean her face. Her movements were gentle and careful, which made Zhou Hao feel very comfortable. Just listen to Hong Yihina said to Zhou Hao. Looking forward to the past, young master, it is not easy for your wife to get the status and power like this in the Tokugawa family. Other direct or collateral members of the Tokugawa family are watching her. As long as she makes a little mistake, those people will immediately gather and attack the rocks. The dangers of the Tokugawa family are more dangerous than the real battlefield, so the lady has to be careful. Miss Hongya, you and Mr. Jingu are both people of Jingong Yufengliu. Then what is the relationship between Jingong Yufengliu and your sister? Why do you all take refuge in your sister? Zhou Hao asked. Because Madam is the benefactor of our Jingu Yufengliu. Hong Yihina said warmly. At the beginning, our Jingu Yufengliu had an antagonism with the ninjas of the Koga faction, and the backing of the Koga faction is the force. One of the few Mitsubishi families in Japan. Under the pressure of the Koga faction and the financial resources of the Mitsubishi family, our Jingu Yufengliu is weak and unsustainable and may be destroyed at any time. And just there, at that time, the wife extended a helping hand to us, tried her best to deal with the Mitsubishi family, and finally saved our Jingong Yufengliu from despair. Hong Yihina said, at that time, my wife's situation in the Tokugawa family was much worse than it is now. Under the suppression of the Tokugawa family, it can be said that it is difficult to step by step, but she still tried her best to save our entire Jingu Yufengliu. Thanks to this great favor, we voted under the wife, and my senior brother, who is the master of the door, also served as her bodyguard. After listening to Hong Yihina's words, Zhou Hao understood in his heart that the reason they voted for Nanami Kiru was not only because of gratitude, but also to get a backer for stability. After all, they were almost driven to extinction by the Koga faction before. On the road, there is a lack of a backer with abundant financial strength. Then, Hong Yihina took out tools such as eyebrow pencil and fine bristle brush to help Zhou Hao dress up. She was very skilled and fast, but Zhou Hao only felt itchy on her face. At the same time, seeing Hong Yihina's serious, focused, and beautiful face, Zhou Hao's eyes were tightly attracted. I have to say that Hong Yichui is a rare beauty, or a mature woman who is enough to kill a young man. Her charm can make any man tempted, but Zhou Hao felt impolite after watching it for a long time and turned his eyes awkwardly. Master Huaishi, you have clear outlines and beautiful features, and you have a strong yang temperament that is very contagious. You are a rare, beautiful man. If you become a star, you will definitely be popular. Hong Yihina helped Zhou Hao make up. He smiled and said, if I disguise you as a lesser look, Madam Huaishi will definitely not let me go. Hearing Hong Yihina's praise to him, Zhou Hao didn't dare to admit it indiscriminately. He was a little bit shy. The contradictory and cute appearance made Hong Yihina look irritated and unhappy, but he couldn't show it. He had to pretend. He looked dignified and calm. If Zhou Hao were not her master, she would definitely squeeze Zhou Hao's face. Zhou Hao only thinks that Han Yechu is such a mature and beautiful woman who has great lethal power on men. He does not know that he himself has a strong attraction to them, especially his shy appearance, whether it is Zhao Yuqin or He Shuyin before. The current Nanami Keru and Hong Yihina, teasing these mature mentally and physically mature women, are full of itching. Okay, Master Huaishi. Soon, Hong Yihina finished this makeup and was very satisfied with her masterpiece, looked deeply at Zhou Hao's face, and at the same time took out a mirror to Zhou Hao. I saw that in the mirror was a young man with a handsome face like a crown of jade and a handsome face. He was somewhat similar to Zhou Hao's original appearance, but was another person completely different. This is Hong Ye-young's disguise based on Zhou Hao's original appearance, not changing Zhou Hao's original appearance into a mess. Huaishi, okay, let my sister have a look. Nanami Keiru's voice also came from outside. Nanami Keiru walked in slowly, and saw Zhou Hao dressed up, and felt very satisfied. He held his hands and said, "Okay, you can pretend to be Shinji's boyfriend to the party tonight." What? Hearing Nanami Keiru said that Zhou Hao would pretend to be Shinji Kanzuki's boyfriend to attend the party, Zhou Hao and Shinji Kanzuki, who came in behind Karen Nankai, all exclaimed in surprise. Kanzuki Shinji immediately knelt in front of Nanami Keiru and said in a panic, "Husband, madam, it's no use, the maid dare not." Just kidding. Shinji Kanzuki can see clearly these days. Nanami Keiru attaches more importance to Zhou Hao than his own life. And Zhou Hao has become Nanami Keiru's most untouchable scale, who touches who dead. Although Keiru Nanami smiled when she said this, Shinji Kanzuki didn't dare to figure out whether Keiru Nanami would feel bad about him because of this incident. All in all, Zhou Hao is the man of his own master, and Shinji Kanyue doesn't dare to think anything wrong, not to mention that she doesn't really like Zhou Hao now. Even in the eyes of Kanyue Shinji, Zhou Hao was nothing more than a cowardly man who relied on Nanami Keiru's shelter. Zhou Hao also shook his head and waved his hands. "Sister, it won't work, this won't work." Nankai Keiru didn't go to see Shinji Kanzuki, so she let her kneel, and then smiled at Zhou Hao. "What? You think Shinji is not beautiful enough?" In fact, Zhou Hao didn't want to attend the party in this capacity. Even if you can't just use the identity of Nanami Keiru's brother to attend, that bodyguard dressed as Nanami Keiru is fine. Compared with Kanzuki Shinji's boyfriend, this bodyguard is much closer to Nanami Keiru. Seeing Zhou Hao's depressed expression, Nanami Keiru seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, so he took the initiative to lean in his arms and said softly, "Nostalgia, my sister doesn't want to be like this, but Shinji's boyfriend identity is the most suitable and safest for you. If it is something else, such as dressing up as my bodyguard, other people will still gossip. Just like Jingushiro at the time. Many people say he is me the lover he was raising. He was later assassinated several times. Whoever is so okay to look for trouble. I even pulled his tongue out." Zhou Hao was full of irritation, but seeing Karen Nanami's gentle face, he knew Karen Nanami was doing it for his own good, and he knew that the more he was at Tokugawa's house, in such a wealthy clan, the more you have to be careful of such rumors. After all, Nanami Keiru is the wife of the patriarch, and the entire Tokugawa family is staring, not to mention the guys who have bad intentions. So Zhou Hao nodded helplessly. "Okay." But when Nanami Keiru posted it to Zhou Hao's ear, he said in a playful tone, "But you can act as a boyfriend of Shinji, and I won't be jealous." "Sister." Zhou Hao glared at Nanami Keiru angrily. "Well, if my sister doesn't say anything, it's all dependent on you, and my sister will become dependent on you." Nanami Keiru touched his face and smiled. After that, Nanami Keiru took Zhou Hao and Kanzuki Shinji to Tokyo. The transportation used was neither a car nor a yacht, nor a Shinkansen train, but a helicopter. Zhou Hao also saw Yokohama and Tokyo, views of two Japanese metropolises. Although they are both metropolises, both Yokohama and Tokyo are much cleaner than Shanghai, and the air is much better. Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling while seeing the spectacular scenery below through the window. Nanami Keiru's face moved, and he pretended to ask casually, "Remember the past? Do you remember Shanghai and China?" Zhou Hao frowned. There is no other memory, only a general impression. When thinking of Shanghai, Zhou Hao's mind will have some sceneries. They should all be places in Shanghai, but he doesn't remember what he has done in these places. The fragments of these sceneries seem to be memories from a lifetime. After thinking for a while, Zhou Hao finally shook his head. "I don't remember." Nanami Keiru, who was paying close attention to Zhou Hao, secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and said softly, "Don't think about it if you don't remember it. The most important thing is to cherish the present." "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded heavily, looked at Keiru Nanami deeply, and smiled. "I know. Cherish the person in front of you." Before long, the group came to Tokyo. Compared with Yokohama, Tokyo has more skyscrapers and densely packed buildings. There are also a stubble of people on the streets. It is worthy of being one of the most densely populated cities in the world. The place where the party was held was the top floor of the Shinjuku Mitsui building, which was also the property of the Mitsui Consortium. It originally belonged to the Mitsui family, but was later seized by the Tokugawa family during several tug-of-wars and became the property of the Tokugawa family. However, Kaoru Nanami and the others did not rush to the Mitsui building immediately after they arrived in Tokyo, but went to pick up a few people first. These people are male and female. The oldest is 60 years old, and the youngest is near 40 years old, but they are the chairman or president of Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries, and they are also directly under Kaoru Nanami. Any one of these people is enough to upset the business world, and few people outside know that they are under the jurisdiction of Kaoru Nanami. At this time, these people gathered in an elongated Lincoln sedan, and the front seat of the car was Kaoru Nanami, and Shinji Kanzuki was sitting beside him. As Kaoru Nanami's direct subordinates, they were all invited to the party today. In the face of Kaoru Nanami, these big shots who can cause an earthquake in a certain industry with a stomping foot are careful to breathe and are cautious in everything. Now they are reporting the situation of Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries one by one to Kaoru Nanami. Kaoru Nankai sits and listens quietly, without making any comments. Shinji Kanzuki quickly helps her record those people. In the briefing, it turns out that she is also the secretary of Nanami Kaoru. After everyone gave a report, Nanami Kaoru smiled and said to everyone, "Everyone is doing a good job, especially during the time I am away. You can perform your duties to maintain Ishiba and Ishikawa Island. You've done a good job in this regard for stable development." Hearing Nanami Kaoru's appreciation, these people's expressions became less nervous. However, Kaoru Nanami's smile turned sharply. "But there are also shortcomings, Sakamoto. I just left for less than half a month. Why the Italian market of Toshiba was invaded by Sony 7%. How did you become the president?" The man named Sakamoto looked more than 50 years old, giving a sense of maturity and stability, but when Nanami Kaoru said something, he was shocked and said in panic, "Husband, madam, this is all." It was the young Master Kodron. He bought the people from our branch in Italy and encouraged those people to falsely accuse us of squeezing local workers and instructing Toshiba to decline in the local corporate image. King Long made a move. "Don't you know how to see the trick?" Nanami Kaoru said grimly, "I will give you 2 weeks. If you can't get back the lost market share, just get out of it. Toshiba, let the capable people come up." Sakamoto shrank his neck when he heard the words and said with a shrugging head, "I know, madam. Thank you for giving me another chance." After this temporary high-level meeting was over, Zhou Hao, who had originally sat in the corner, sat beside Kanazuki Shinji in Nanami Kaoru's gesture. And everyone just put all their thoughts on the boss Nanami Kaoru. But there was also Zhou Hao who quietly paid attention to the silent man over there, guessing in their hearts the sacredness of this strange man who had never seen it before, and they found out that on weekdays Kaishiro Jingu, who was inseparable to protect Nanami Kaoru, did not appear today. As soon as Zhou Hao sat next to Kanua Shinji immediately took the initiative to cling to his arms, looking like a little bird. Zhou Hao subconsciously wanted to push her away, but suddenly remembered that he was her boyfriend now, so he stopped his hand and put his arms around her shoulders instead. Kaoru Nanami, who was watching him, smiled secretly and said to the others, "I'll introduce you to him. His name is Emo Huaishi, the boyfriend Shinji just made." The executives of Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industry immediately got a straight face and greeted Zhou Hao one after another. Because Kanzuki Shinji is the confidant of Nanami Kaoru's confidant, and is also Kaoru's secretary. Although he has no position in Tokugawa's family or in companies such as Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries, Kanzuki Shinji's influence is greater than these companies. There are too many people, but none of them, the real high-level ones, dare to underestimate or offend Shinji Kanzuki. Moreover, although the Emo Huaishi in front of him is the boyfriend of Shinji Kanzuki, he can get into this car and let Nanami Kaoru introduce him, which shows that he has also received Nanami Kaoru's approval. Nanami Kaoru is over there. Sakamoto and the others are human spirits who have been rolling for decades. These details can be seen clearly, So even if Mo Huaishi is only the boyfriend of Kanzuki Shinji, it is enough to make them respectful. After the courtesy, the convoy arrived at the main entrance of the Shinjuku Mitsui building. There were also waiters waiting here and respectfully took Nanami Kaoru and his party to the top floor where the party was held. The top floor of the Shinjuku Mitsui building is a spacious and luxuriously decorated banquet hall. After Kaoru Nanami removed the special elevator, he saw that the whole floor was illuminated and decorated very grandly. At the gate of the banquet hall, there was also a group of people waiting for Kaoru Nanami, headed by a tall, middle-aged man in a black suit, with a well-rounded facial features, piercing eyes, and a stripe under his nose exquisite beard, full of charming mature charm. Shinji Kanzuki, who was holding his hand next to Zhou Hao, whispered to him, "That guy is Tokugawa Genshin." Zhou Hao was shocked to learn that the tall and handsome middle-aged man was Tokugawa Genshin. Because in Zhou Hao's original imagination, the despicable and vicious Tokugawa Genshin should be a short and awkward old man. But now, Genshin Tokugawa, who is actually over 60 years old, looks like a mature man in his early 40s, especially his polite appearance, coupled with his handsome appearance. To women, it is very attractive. This is completely at odds with Zhou Hao's original imagination, and it corresponds to the phrase, "people shouldn't look good." There are more than a dozen men and women around Genshin Tokugawa, all of whom should be members of the Tokugawa family. Sure enough, after seeing Kaoru Nanami, those people piled up smiling faces, and Genshin Tokugawa also smiled on his face and smiled at Kaoru Nanami. "Mother, welcome back. Everyone is waiting for you." Hearing this 60-year-old man called Nanami Kaoru, who was 30 years old and not enough to be a mother, the expression on his face was sincere and very warm. Even more enthusiastic than meeting his mother, Zhou Hao felt awkward and secretly said, "This person is too clever to fake." And Nanami Kaoru was not bad, and smiled back to Tokugawa Genshin, who came to the front. "Genshin, you have organized this dinner specially for me. It's really intentional. It's just a small heart. During the days when you are away, Mrs. Mother, Genshin is very concerned about you. Come on, Mrs. Mother, let's go in." After all, Genshin Tokugawa was like a gentleman to Nanami. Kaoru stretched out his hand. Nanami Kaoru smiled and put the jade palm in Tokugawa Genshin's hand, and the two walked into the banquet hall together. The others followed closely. Zhou Hao and Kanzuki Shinji naturally followed. But Zhou Hao saw Tokugawa Genshin was clutching Nanami Kaoru's catkins, but his seemingly gentle smile was clearly hiding a bit of strong desire, which made Zhou Hao very angry, but he didn't want it to happen. This banquet hall is spacious and luxuriously decorated. It is as bright as a palace. The waiters in it are like clouds, and they are all beautiful girls wearing short cheongsams. They are and lively, which is very pleasing to the eye. However, in this banquet hall, apart from Nanami Kaoru and others, Zhou Hao didn't know anyone, and it was all due to Kanzuki Shinji secretly explaining to him which one was Tokugawa Genshin's son and which was Tokugawa Genshin's daughter-in-law, whose nephew, etc., as well as high-level personnel of the Tokugawa family-controlled group, such as Toyota and Sony, are very lively. Although there were many people in the banquet hall, Kaoru Nanami became the focus of everyone when he came in, and seemed to be the center of the world. Although the long black evening dress on Kaoru Nanami is very simple, it can be set on top of her peerless appearance, but it is also more beautiful and charming than all the ladies present. "Cod Dragon, I thought he would be there." Nanami Kaoru smiled. Genshin Tokugawa replied quickly, "There is a global financial, economic, and trade alliance meeting in the United States. He attended in the past and was unable to rush back, but he asked me to greet your mother for him." Then, the heads of those groups of companies came over and flattered Nanami Kaoru. Seeing those people's villainous behaviors, Zhou Hao here couldn't help but said to Kanua Shinji next to him, "The funds controlled by those people are in the tens of billions, and I didn't expect to be so in awe of my sister. These are just foxes who are bullying and fearing evil." Shinji Kanzuki also despised those people and said to Zhou Hao, "Have you never seen the situation when Madam took over Toshiba Electric and Ishikawa Island Heavy Industries? Just like the Sakamoto Ojo just now, he still wanted to usurp Toshiba Electric's control by taking the emperor to make the princes. He was later beaten by his wife. If it weren't because he still has some skills, Madam kicked him out long ago. Miss Guan Yue, I think you are also very capable. Being able to act as your sister's secretary to coordinate the affairs of Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries. Even people like Sakamoto Dachiao are in awe of you. Zhou Hao smiled. Nanami Karu was not around to suppress, and Kanzuki Shinji was less restrained, raised his head, like a proud phoenix, and said, Of course, I have been with Madam for so many years, I can always learn something, and it's enough to deal with those guys who deceive the good and fear the evil. Zhou Hao knew that Shinji Kanzuki's methods outside must be very fierce, otherwise he would not get the approval of Karu Nanami and the awe of the people like Sakamoto, but now in front of her, she showed a bit of mischief. The taste is very cute. At this moment, Genshin Tokugawa over there smiled at Karu Nanami. Mother, why don't you see Mr. Jingu today? Isn't he always acting as your guard? He want to help me with other things today. Nanami Karu smiled, and seeing Tokugawa Genshin's gaze on Zhou Hao next to Kanzuki Shinji, she said, Right, let me introduce you to you. Well, that is Shinji's boyfriend, Mo Huaishi. When Tokugawa Genshin heard this, his gaze at Zhou Hao became playful. Oh, it turned out to be Miss Guan Yue's boyfriend. Haha, I really envy others. Miss Guan Yue is a very good woman. Where's the child? Zhou Hao didn't understand Genshin Tokugawa's Japanese, so Shinji Kanzuki translated it for him. Oh, Mr. Mo is Chinese, right? Seeing that Zhou Hao did not understand Japanese, a handsome man in his early 30s next to Tokugawa Genshin spoke in fluent Chinese. However, Zhou Hao could hear the meaning of ridicule in this guy's tone, and other people saw that they were Chinese. Their eyes changed a little, either contemptuous or ridiculed, but also beware and vigilant. Anyway, there is not much kindness. I heard the man next to Tokugawa Genshin smiled and said, I didn't expect Miss Guan Yue to like a Chinese. Chinese, especially Chinese men, are notoriously stingy, face-conscious, and don't know how to respect women. Of Master Huaishi, that guy is Tokugawa Genshin's son Tokugawa Nakao, and he is also a shameless guy. Kanzuki Shinji said in Zhou Hao's ear. And Zhou Hao could also see the jealousy and resentment in Tokugawa's eyes after seeing his closeness with Shinji Kanzuki. Zhou Hao guessed that this Tokugawa Nakao must be interested in Shinji Kanzuki, but judging from the style of Karu Nanami and Shinji Kanzuki, he should have no chance. Facing Tokugawa's blatant mockery, Zhou Hao certainly knew what the best counterattack was. He put his left arm around Shinji Kanzuki's slender waist, which looked like a willow, and then smiled elegantly at Tokugawa Nakao, and said in fluent English, What Mr. Tokugawa said is indeed the shortcomings of some Chinese men. In one aspect, or in many respects, we Chinese men are inferior to your Japanese men, but we can always win women's favor with an inch of sincerity, right? When Zhou Hao said this, Kanyue Shinji was also very cooperative and leaned close to his arms, giving Zhou Hao a kind of silent but firm support. It's not that Kanyue Shinji really liked Zhou Hao, but she also disliked Tokugawa Nakao, so at this moment, she and Zhou Hao had a common enemy. After seeing Shinji Kanzuki's intimacy with Zhou Hao, Nakao Tokugawa really breathed fire in his eyes, but at the party hosted by his father, he did not dare to be presumptuous, but asked Shinji Kanzuki, Miss Guan Yue, do you really like this man? Is there any fake? Kanzuki Shinji seemed to be happy to see the frustration of Tokugawa Nakao and got closer to Zhou Hao. He heard Tokugawa Genshin glared at Tokugawa Nakao and rebuked, Nakao, what is your attitude? Miss Kanyue has found her true son. You should bless them. Yes, father, I know it was wrong. Tokugawa Nakao quickly nodded, and then stepped forward to Zhou Hao and Kanyue Shinji and smiled. Mr. Mo, Miss Kanyue, I'm sorry, it was me just now. I've lost my temper, please forgive me. It's all because I care about Miss Guan Yue too much, and worry that she will run into bad people. Even though Tokugawa Nakao had a sincere tone, his words still implied that Zhou Hao was a bad person. But Zhou Hao didn't care, because he had no chance of getting along well with Tokugawa Genshin and his son, so he also deliberately showed a smile at this time, holding the hand extended by Tokugawa Nakao. It's okay, yes. It's actually my honor to have someone like you, Mr. Tokugawa, like Shinji. The corner of Tokugawa's mouth twitched, and he touched Zhou Hao's contemptuous and mocking eyes, making his heart even more angry. Seeing that the two of them had reconciled, Genshin Tokugawa stopped paying attention and asked Nanami Karu to go over there to socialize with other important people. However, before leaving, Nanami Karu winked at Zhou Hao and Kenzuki Shinji. The look at Zhou Hao praised him for doing a good job, while the look at Shinji Kanua told her to take care of Zhou Hao and don't let people bully him. Seeing that Tokugawa Genshin and Nanami Karu had gone away, Tokugawa Nakao sneered at Zhou Hao. As a direct member of the Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Nakao wanted to deal with Zhou Hao, so he naturally didn't need him to do it himself, and a lot of minions were vying to help him out. I saw a man in a suit and leather shoes and a pair of gold glasses coming out. He nodded slightly to Zhou Hao, and then smiled and said, "Mr. M.O. can be favored by Miss Moon Moon. I want to come too. I just don't know which Chinese family is Mr. M.O. from." Zhou Hao smiled calmly and said, "There is no rich family behind me. To be honest, I took the route of starting a family from scratch." Zhou Hao said with a serious face the route of building a family from scratch, and even Shinji Kanua next to him couldn't help feeling amused, but she just thought Zhou Hao spoke funny, not like those around him, with a full smile on his face. It's mocking. And the person who helped Tokugawa Nakao just now smiled at Zhou Hao. Mr. M.O. does not rely on family shadows. It is really admirable. I don't know where is Mr. M.O. now. But Zhou Hao shrugged. Now I'm still nothing. There is still some distance from Xinjia. The people around couldn't help it anymore. They all burst into laughter. Tokugawa Nakao also looked at Zhou Hao with a sneer, and at the same time looked at Kenzuki Shinji jokingly, as if saying, "You see you like it. What kind of man is it on?" Kenzuki Shinji didn't see the arrogant attitude of Tokugawa Nakao the most, not to mention that Nanami Karu just told her to take care of Zhou Hao and not let other people bully her. Right now, Shinji Kenzuki grabbed Zhou Hao's arm, and the demonstrator Nakao Tokugawa said, "Don't say that he is outstanding in the past. Even if he is just the most ordinary man, I also like him." Tokugawa Nakao's face became stiff, and he knew that if he stayed here to pester Shinji watching the moon or make things difficult for Zhou Hao, others might say that he is not strong enough. So he snorted coldly and said to the others, "Let's go." After taking Tokugawa Nakao and his minions away, Kenzuki Shinji smiled to Zhou Hao. "Don't worry, that guy is such a person. No, it should be said that they are all from the Tokugawa family. It's also annoying." And Zhou Hao said, "My sister has to intrigue with such a person. It really hurts her." "You don't know." Kenzuki Shinji gave him a blank look. "Madam is so hard. If you don't treat Madam better, we won't let you go. I tell you, if you dare to make Madam sad, Kenzuki Shinji was the first to peel your skin." Zhou Hao hurriedly raised his hand to surrender. Hey, how can I be your boyfriend? Don't do this to me." Kenzuki Shinji twisted his face and snorted. "If it weren't for my wife's order, do you think I would really find a boyfriend like you? I don't know what Madam likes about you. Isn't it just better looking?" Zhou Hao had a look on his face, and he felt a little uncomfortable, because Kaoru Nanami was in charge of hundreds of billions of funds and was a strong woman among the strong women. But now he has nothing money and no power, and he hides under the skirt of Karachi. Little man, if it is a little white face who is accustomed to eating soft rice, then I can't ask for it. However, Zhou Hao is a high-spirited person who can't tolerate this kind of little white face life, so people get stunned. Perceiving Zhou Hao's abnormality, Shinji Kanua immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly explained, "Master Huaishi, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I know you are a very talented man. Otherwise, Madam, I won't like you either." Based on the degree of Nankai Kaoru's nervousness with Zhou Hao, if he knew that Kenzuki Shinji hurt Zhou Hao's self-esteem, God knew how Nankai Kaoru would punish her. So Kenzuki Shinji explained to Zhou Hao anxiously. Zhou Hao raised his hand. "Don't be afraid, Miss Guanyue. I will not complain to my sister. After all, I am not the kind of ignorant kid. Besides, you are right. With my current strength, it is true. Not worthy of sister." Suddenly a firm expression burst into his star-like eyes. "I must make some achievements." It doesn't matter why. Seeing Zhou Hao's confident burst of gaze and determination, Kanua Shinji seemed to have a certain string plucked in his heart. But at this moment, a melodious music sounded in the banquet hall, and the men and women around also danced in pairs. Zhou Hao saw Nanami Keru and Tokugawa Genshin also stepping onto the dance floor in the center of the banquet hall and slowly dancing. In name, they are mother and child, and this dancing pairing does not require a certain benefit to the couple, so no one feels wrong. But when Zhou Hao saw Genshin Tokugawa's hands climbing on Nankai Keru's slender waist and deliberately approaching Nankai Keru, his eyes immediately burst into flames. Although Nanami Keru had long been secretly wary of Tokugawa Genshin, but the crowd couldn't make much movement, so Tokugawa Genshin could still take advantage of Nanami Keru. Master Huaishi, don't be impulsive. Kanua Shinji caught a glimpse of Zhou Hao's clenched fist, and his face was purple, and immediately persuaded him. If you are in trouble here, where do you put your wife? Not only the wife worked hard, your situation will be ruined, and your relationship with your wife will be suspected by others. Zhou Hao glanced at Shinji Kanua. Then the purple cyan on his face slowly faded and returned to normal. He just laughed and said, Miss Guanyua, don't worry, I won't make it difficult for my sister. Although Zhou Hao seemed to have recovered his calmness, Kanua Shinji clearly noticed an aura that made him shudder. She wasn't someone who had never killed anyone, and she was a rare martial arts expert. So Kanua Shinji could easily tell that the breath of Zhou Hao's body was a cold, murderous aura. And even this kind of invisible and innocent murderous aura is enough to give Shinji Kanua, who has a good internal strength cultivation, a huge pressure to stop his heartbeat, and subconsciously wants to retreat from Zhou Hao. But before she moved, Zhou Hao had already embraced her slender waist and prevented her from leaving her by an inch, and then smiled at her. Shinji, you are my girlfriend now. How can you be afraid of me? Come on, let's dance. Touching Zhou Hao's gaze, Kanua Shinji breathed and intuitively felt that Zhou Hao was very different from the gentle and even cowardly man just now. That kind of feeling, Zhou Hao just now seemed to be an ordinary wooden stick lump, but now it has become a sharp sword out of its sheath, with a sharp edge. This kind of dance steps at the banquet are generally very simple, although Zhou Hao can't. But as long as you follow in the footsteps of Kanzuki Shinji, you can handle it. And he deliberately didn't go to see Nanami Keru and Tokugawa Genshin, only focusing on Kanzuki Shinji. But looking at it this way, he found that Shinji Kanua was really a rare beauty, with starry eyes and twin eyebrows like the moon, and a touch of red lips that were as vivid as a rose and bud. Moreover, although Shinji Kansuki is not as tall and slender as Nanami Keru or Hongya Hanai, he is also delicate and exquisite. The big place is big and the small place is small, and the azure blue skirt on his body is really bright. No wonder Nato Kugawa would like her. You, what are you looking at? Seeing Zhou Hao staring at himself intently, Kanua Shinji said annoyed. Look at you. Zhou Hao smiled faintly. It turns out that you also look pretty. Before, I only looked at my sister, but I didn't find your pearl. Inexplicably, Shinji Kanua was a little afraid of Zhou Hao's gaze, turned his face away slightly, and said softly, Don't talk nonsense. Madam is much more beautiful than me. Compared with Madam, I am just a humble, ugly girl. How could it be? If you are really an ugly girl, how could that Tokugawa Nakao be jealous of me for you? Zhou Hao smiled, and his hand on Shinji Kanzuki's waist slipped quietly and touched it. On her hip, Kanua Shinji's body tightened. He gave Zhou Hao a shameful look and said softly, What are you doing? Zhou Hao didn't speak. Instead, he closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment on his face, and the hand on Shinji Kanua's hip was loose and tight, feeling the softness and elasticity wantonly. Kansuki Shinji couldn't resist, because Zhou Hao is her boyfriend. She was so intimate with Zhou Hao in front of Tokugawa Nakao just now. If there is any disturbance now, all the previous efforts will be all it was in vain. So Kanzuki Shinji can only twist his body along the dance steps at this time, trying to get rid of Zhou Hao's hand. But how can he do it? You are shameless. Kanzuki Shinji gritted his teeth. Excuse me. Zhou Hao's answer made her even more annoyed. Kansuki Shinji wanted to ask for help from Nanami Keru, but when he looked around, Nanami Keru disappeared. Tokugawa Genshin danced with another beautiful woman. Where's Madam? Zhou Hao said. I saw her go out just now. I originally wanted to follow, but she gave me a wink and asked me to stay here. I think he might be going to meet someone. His expression was faint, but he was actually very nervous about whom Nanami Keru was going to meet, and he didn't let him follow. I saw Shinji Kanzuki lowered his head in thought, and then said, maybe Tokugawa Naomasa is here. Tokugawa Naomi? Zhouhao was startled. Kanzuki Shinji nodded. Because Naomasa Tokugawa is the head of the Tokugawa family, but he doesn't like to appear in such lively occasions. If nothing happens, he stays in the Tokugawa old house in Nagoya, except for his wife's freedom to go in and out there. Even Jino Tokugawa and Tokugawa Kodron could not go there without the instructions of Tokugawa Naomi. Then what is he doing here? I don't know. He usually doesn't even go out of Nagoya, Shinji Kanzuki said. At the same time, after Keiru Nanami left the banquet hall, he was led by a man in a traditional kimono to a room upstairs. Ordinary people don't know that there is another floor above the banquet hall, and even the elevator will not go there. The area of this room is not smaller than that of the banquet hall, but the decoration is much simpler. But on the ceiling of the room is a huge five-clawed golden dragon relief, which occupies the entire ceiling of the room, which is spectacular. And under the dragon head, there was a man sitting peacefully. I saw that the man's face was like dead wood, with very deep wrinkles on his face. His figure was also very thin, and his hands were abnormally cramped and looked like dead branches. He closed his eyes and expressionless, sitting there like a statue. This man is surprisingly the highest decision-maker of the Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Naomasa. After entering this room, the man who led Nanami Keiru knelt in front of Tokugawa Naomasa and said respectfully, Master, here comes the madam. Tokugawa Naomasa opened his eyes when he heard the words, and he saw that his eyes were piercing and piercing. With this opening, he felt as if he had come alive, and he also showed an awe-inspiring aura, that tremendous pressure. People dare not look at it. However, the look on Naomasa Tokugawa's face showed a bit of joy and excitement, and he smiled in Japanese with a strong Kanto accent. Oh, Keiru is here. His gaze floated straight towards Nankai Keiru, and when he saw Nankai Keiru, the joy in his gaze became even stronger. Nanami Keiru, who was shrouded by his gaze, couldn't help but shiver. Even though she married Tokugawa Naomasa and became the wife of the Tokugawa family for nearly 10 years, she still couldn't stand Tokugawa Naomasa's gaze, as if there are many slugs crawling on him, and there is a feeling of cold from the bones. She knew clearly that this was a terrifying desire, and it was Tokugawa's desire to possess himself. Tokugawa is nearly 100 years old, and his functions in that area have long been lost, but this is only limited by physiological conditions. His desire for women and his desire for are proportional to his age, even more vigorous. The young people are even stronger. He is extremely obsessed with Nanami Keiru, but also afraid of seeing Nankai Keiru, for fear of being burnt to ashes by his own desire. Because of this almost abnormal psychology, Tokugawa Naomasa has a neurotic possessive desire for Nanami Keiru. Anyone who wants to get involved with Nanami Keiru will be violently retaliated by Tokugawa Naomasa. Therefore, the people of Tokugawa Ginsoa only dared to secretly think about Nanami Keiru, but they did not dare to show their coveting Nankai Keiru, fearing to be cruelly punished by Tokugawa Naomi. Enduring the chilling gaze of Naomasa Tokugawa, Keiru Nanami stepped forward, with a charming smile on his face, and said in a soft voice, Husband, why are you in Tokyo? I plan to visit Nagoya tomorrow. You're. Hearing the soft voice of Keiru Nanami, Naomasa Tokugawa's spirit was lifted. He only felt that he was more comfortable than eating any ginseng Ganoderma lucidum. He smiled and said, After you go on vacation on Hidden Dragon Island, I have more than half I haven't seen you for a month. I heard Yuanxing say that you are back, so I came to see you. By the way, I didn't tell me to stay in Nagoya all the time. Nanami Keiru sat next to Tokugawa Naomasa. Tokugawa Naomasa laughed happily and wanted to reach out to Nanami Keiru. Nanami Keiru was tight, but he couldn't avoid it. However, Naomasa Tokugawa stopped halfway through his hand and took it back inadvertently. Nanami Keiru breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, knowing that Naomasa Tokugawa was afraid that after meeting him, the desire in his heart would be hard to suppress. He saw Nanami Keiru moving, kneeling and sitting behind Tokugawa Naomasa, gently massaging his shoulders. And Naomasa Tokugawa was also enjoying his face happily. At the same time, he said, Keiru, Toshiba and Ishikawa Island have been in your hands in the past few years, and the development situation is much better than before. The other people in the bank say that you are an extreme, a rare talent. But it's really hard for you to be busy with these mundane things. Keiru has been married to the Tokugawa family for so many years, but he has never been able to give birth to a boy and a half-daughter for your husband. Keiru is very guilty and can only compensate the Tokugawa family in this way. Nanami Keiru said softly. But when Tokugawa Naomasa laughed, the voice sounded like a crow Yi Ming, making people chilly. Ku, don't worry, soon. You will be able to fulfill this wish soon, and we will soon create your own crystallization. Keiru Nanami paused, and a very ominous omen surged in his heart. What's the matter, Keiru? Are you unhappy? Tokugawa Naomasa asked Nanami Keiru. That was strange. No, I'm just too happy. Nanami Keiru said. Tokugawa Naomasa grabbed Nanami Keiru's tenderness on his shoulders with his cramped hand, touched it carefully, and smiled. After you are pregnant with my child, no one will dare to say about you. With gossip, your position as Mrs. Tokugawa will be strengthened, and it is hard to shake. Husband you. Tokugawa Naomasa waved his hand. Keiru, I'm not talking about dreams in the day. I finally found the news of that thing. As long as I get the thing, I can rejuvenate and regain my old energy. When he said this, Naomasa Tokugawa's eyes, hidden under his sagging eyelids, burst out with burning desire. Nanami Keiru trembled in her heart and said, Husband, is there news about that thing? Yeah. Naomasa Tokugawa nodded. After so many years of searching, I finally have news about it. Not long ago, the person I sent found news about that thing. The tomb thief back then? Nanami Keiru asked in surprise. Naomasa Tokugawa nodded. It was during the reign of China in the late Qing dynasty. A group of tomb robbers found the tomb of the late Emperor Litsonka of the late Tang dynasty and found the thing in it. But they are not sure whether it is true or false, so it was brought out from Litsonka's tomb first, but no news was leaked. After a pause, he continued. It coincided with the chaos in China, and the rule of the late Qing dynasty was in jeopardy. The group originally wanted to sell things to win a wealth of money, but later they had internal strife and killed each other. That thing is missing here. Nanami Keiru couldn't help asking. Well, what happened later? It turns out that the person responsible for keeping things from that group of tomb thieves hid the thing in an ancient tomb beforehand and sealed the ancient tomb. Naomasa Tokugawa said. Later, we in Japan for liberation China fought with China, and the situation became more chaotic. The guy who hid the thing finally died in the war, but he told his descendants the whereabouts of the thing. Speaking of this, Tokugawa Naomasa suddenly waved his hand to the attendant next to him, pressed the attendant, and hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea. Tokugawa Naomasa took a leisurely drink for half a cup before continuing. After that, we Japan and China the war ended, but soon the Chinese fell into their own civil war. And that thing was taken out of the tomb by the descendants of the tomb thief before, originally intended to be dedicated to Chiang Kai-shek in exchange for Gao. Those who were highly qualified were discovered by both the Communist Party and the National Army. After a fight between the two sides, the people on both sides were wiped out, and the thing was missing again. He took another sip of hot tea before he continued. Not long ago, I had tossed around and finally found the descendants of the National Army who discovered the thing. According to him, the thing was finally snatched by the National Army. However, at that time, the National Army had already shown a clear defeat in the struggle with the Communist Party, so they were ordered by Chiang Kai-shek to take that thing away from mainland China. Keiru Nanami said. So, that thing is in the National Palace Museum in Taiwan. Tokugawa Naomasa shook his head. No, because the importance of that thing is too great. The antique treasures brought by the army from mainland China, even if they all add up, are not as good as it. So Chiang Kai-shek didn't want to bring this thing too. Taiwan increased the risk with a small amount. According to the descendants of the National Army, the thing was secretly taken to a small island in the South China Sea. At that time, after those people secretly transported things to the location, they were killed by their superiors. And one of the soldiers escaped by pretending to be dead. It was I who found the man's grandfather. However, he was on a ship at that time, and there was no latitude and longitude mark at that place, so he didn't know the specific range of that place, only that it was in the South China Sea. Nanami Keiru pretended to be pleased and said, Although the scope is still a bit large, it is better than finding a needle in a haystack. Naomasa Tokugawa nodded and smiled. Yes, so I plan to let Ishikawajima Heavy Industries cooperate with the Chinese government to develop resources in that sea area on the one hand, and secretly search for that thing on the other. As we all know, China and Japan have always had disputes over the development of offshore oil and natural gas resources. Japan itself lacks resources, so it attempts to supplement its needs by occupying oil resources in China's territorial waters. Although there are oil companies stationed in the East China Sea with the support of the Japanese government to exploit the resources there without authorization, the Chinese government has never compromised. If it is not for the U.S. Navy behind Japan, it will immediately send a fleet to bomb the oil production platform in the East China Sea. However, if Japanese companies cooperate with China to develop marine resources through technology export, the Chinese government will still agree, but the Japanese government itself controls the export of this technology very strictly, especially for China. Nanami Karu said, "Husband, the government controls technology very strictly. Will it hinder us?" Tokugawa Naomasa said, "The people in the government dare not point fingers at our Tokugawa family. Even if they really dare to say something bad, I don't need to pay attention to them. Compared to that, their politicians are nothing. Husband, let me find this for you. Anyway, Ishikawajima Heavy Industries will cooperate with the Chinese government to develop resources in the South China Sea." Nanami Karu smiled at Tokugawa Naomasa. Naomasa Tokugawa rubbed Nanami Karu's boneless jade hand and smiled. "Okay, I can trust your ability. Karu, as long as we find that thing and get the essence of it, then I can regain my youth. The vitality of her is even better than before. Then we can truly enjoy the dream of husband and wife." Nanami Karu smiled softly and said, "I also look forward to that day. Okay, I'll meet the cabinet guys now, so as to pave the way for Ishikawajima Heavy Industries to develop the South China Sea." Naomasa Tokugawa laughed. The attendant next to him took out a foldable wheelchair, opened it, and lifted Tokugawa Naomasa. It can be seen that the legs of Naomasa Tokugawa under the wheelchair are thinner than his figure, which is obviously not only the cause of aging, but also obvious muscle atrophy. But it turned out that Tokugawa Naomasa suffered a hemiplegia due to a stroke more than 10 years ago, and his legs were also disabled for more than 10 years. "Karu, you don't need to come to Nagoya to see me in a hurry. Let's take care of Ishikawajima Heavy Industries." Before leaving, Tokugawa Naomasa said to Nanami Karu. Nanami Karu nodded and watched the attendant push Tokugawa Naomasa away. After Naomasa Tokugawa disappeared outside the door, Nanami Karu hurriedly went to the toilet and washed his hands thoroughly with disinfectant and hand sanitizer. When I remembered that Naomasa Tokugawa had touched his kakkens with his jagged hand just now, Nanami Karu wished to wash the skin off his hands. After a long time, Karu Nanami came out of the bathroom and went back to the banquet hall, but saw that there were a lot less people in the banquet hall, especially the male guests, almost missing most of them. Not only Zhou Hao and Shinji Kanzuki, but even Tokugawa the source is gone. Nanami Karu found Okio Sakamoto, who was waiting for him here, and asked, "Where are they?" Ocho Sakamoto replied respectfully, "Madam, they all went down to bed." It was Master Nakao's proposal. "Where are Huaishi and Shinji? Have they gone too?" Sakamoto nodded. "Yes, Master Nakafu also specially invited Mr. Mo and Miss Kanwa." Nanami Karu frowned, and guessed in his heart that Tokugawa Nakao would not sincerely invite Zhou Hao and Kanzuki Shinji. He must be trying to make them ugly. So she said, "You go down with me and have a look." It turned out that after Karu Nanami left the banquet hall, Nakao Tokugawa made a suggestion, suggesting that everyone go down there to gamble and have fun, because there is a well-equipped gambling hall under the banquet hall that can provide a variety of gambling equipment. At the party, both the internal members of the Tokugawa family and the peripheral guests are not rich or expensive, and most of them like to gamble. So once Tokugawa Nakao suggested, many people participated enthusiastically, and Tokunko, also specifically an invitation, was sent to Zhou Hao and Shinji Kanwa. Facing Tokugawa Nakao's unkind invitation, Zhou Hao quietly asked Shinji Kanzuki next to him, "Shinji, how much money can I use? Or do you have any money? Please lend me first." Watching the moon, Shinji immediately said, It's okay, the nostalgic young master. How much you want to spend? Your wife will promise you. The card I brought over today contains 200 million US dollars. If it is not enough, I can still ask Sakamoto Ojo they call. It's okay anyway. But Master Huaishi, are you sure? Nakao Tokugawa is a master gambling player. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I am not afraid of him. He didn't remember if he would gamble, but he didn't have any fear or anxiety in his heart. So he and Kanzuki Shinji followed Tokugawa Nakao and other people who were interested in participating in the gambling downstairs. When Nakao Tokugawa gave an order to start a gambling, a skilled gaming service staff immediately prepared it. The hardware facilities of this private gambling hall are very complete. The gambling equipment in every hotel in Las Vegas is basically available here, and those who don't have so much cash temporarily or who forget to bring a check or credit card can also issue an IOU with their signature. Exchange for chips from the counter. Of course, these loans will not charge any interest. After coming downstairs, Kinyue Shinji gave Zhou Hao a $10 million bargaining chip. It happened that Tokugawa Nakao came to them and smiled. Mr. Imo, Shinji, or let's play roulette over there. Okay, nostalgic, let's go over and play with Master Tokugawa. Shinji Kanazuki took Zhou Hao and walked to the roulette table over Tokugawa Nakao, followed by a large group of people who wanted people watching the excitement. When he came to the roulette here, Tokugawa Nakao smiled and said, or let me sit at the bank. You can place bets, Mr. Imo and Shinji, and everyone else can participate. You can also buy the banker by participating directly. Kinyue Shinji looked at Zhou Hao. Which one do you want to buy? It was seen that Zhou Hao put out $1 million chip and placed it on the 12 grid, while most of the others bet on the banker. The expert is Tokugawa Nakao, and the player is Zhou Hao. Most of these people are Tokugawa Nakao's people, and they will naturally bet to buy Tokugawa Nakao to win, and only the executives of the several groups under Nanami Karu bought Zhou Hao without hesitation. Seeing Zhou Hao bet 4-12, Tokugawa nodded to the croupier at the table. Seeing that the croupier pressed the button on the gaming table, the roulette turned quickly, and everyone else was watching which roulette closely. Only watching Shinji staring at Tokugawa Nakao, because she knew Tokugawa Nakao will not honestly let Zhou Hao gamble, and most of them will act secretly. Then, the speed of the roulette gradually slowed down, and the ball on it also slowed down. When the ball was about to stop, everyone saw that it was indeed going to fall on the 12 grid. Tokugawa Nakao's face changed. It was not because of losing money, but because he was unwilling to lose to Zhou Hao, especially in front of so many people. So he glared at the croupier before the ball fell completely. The dealer was naturally Tokugawa Nakao's. At this time, seeing that the ball was really going to fall on Zhou Hao's 12, he almost got a heart attack. He saw Tokugawa Nakao's coldness. With his eyes, he quickly touched a button under his feet with his toes. Mechanisms have already been installed on this gaming table, and the croupier can manipulate the results of the betting at will. The opposite Shinji Kanzuki had already seen Tokugawa Nakao's every move and every move. At this moment, when he saw him winking at the croupier, his heart was secretly angry, but he couldn't face Toku on the spot without evidence. When Chuan Zhongfu was in trouble, he could only whisper despicable in his heart. However, seeing Zhou Hao's right hand flicking on the edge of the gaming table inadvertently, that powerful and ingenious force penetrated the gaming table and interrupted the electronic circuit of the mechanism at the gaming table. So, even though the croupier activated the mechanism, the on the roulette will remained unaffected and fell on the 12 grid. This time, not only Tokugawa Nakao, but even Kanzuki Shinji was shocked and then shouted in surprise. You have won, Master Tokugawa. The odds should be 36 times, that is. 36 million US dollars. I think Master Tokugawa, you certainly won't do such a bad thing. Of course not. Our Tokugawa family has always put credibility first. Tokugawa Nakao gritted his teeth, and the croupier was trembling with shock. He knew that he had already offended Tokugawa Nakao. This could not be solved by simply dismissing. But I heard Tokugawa Nakao say to Zhou Hao, it seems that Mr. Imo, your luck is very good today, or let's go there to play something else. Anyway, you now have more than 30 million US dollars in bargaining chips. No problem. Zhou Hao agreed with a smile. Although Kinyue Shinji didn't know what Zhou Hao did, he also knew that Zhou Hao would definitely not do something that was uncertain, so he followed happily. For her, to see Nakao Tokugawa's appearance in public, that $10 million is nothing at all. When Nanami Kaoru came down with Sakamoto, the person who gambled with Zhou Hao in the VIP room was not Tokugawa Nakao, but Tokugawa Genshin. On the other hand, Tokugawa Nakao stood behind Tokugawa Genshin. His face was depressed, and his hair was messy. The bystanders around were also concentrating and holding their breath, not daring to disturb the betting parties. Kanzuki Shinji was sitting beside Zhou Hao with excitement, and there were high-level executives from Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries behind them, with a thick smile on their faces. "Why did you gamble with Tokugawa Genshin?" Nanami Kaoru came to Zhou Hao and asked. Seeing Nanami Kaoru, Zhou Hao immediately smiled, and Kanzuki Shinji and the others also nodded to her. The opposite Tokugawa Genshin also nodded to Nanami Kaoru, but immediately returned his attention to his card. Kanzuki Shinji leaned into Nanami Kaoru's ear and whispered, "Madam, it turns out that young Master Huaishi's gambling skills are very powerful. Just now, Nakao Tokugawa and Master Huaishi lost more than 300 million yuan. It's about the US dollar. He couldn't see it and replaced him in the battle, but so far, Tokugawa Genshin has lost 50 or 60 million. Kaoru Nanami was also quite surprised when she heard this. She never knew Zhou Hao's talent in gambling. But seeing Nakao Tokugawa's depressed appearance, she felt a little funny. I was worried that Zhou Hao would be bullied by those guys before, but now it seems that they were bullied by Zhou Hao miserably. Ha ha ha. I still lost unexpectedly. Mr. Imo, you are the person I have ever seen with the highest gambling skills. Genshin Tokugawa smiled very openly, not at all sorry for the hundreds of millions of dollars he had lost. The attitude that came out made the surrounding bystanders admire. Zhou Hao over there just smiled faintly. Mr. Tokugawa passed the award, but it was just a little luck. That's it for today, and there is no point in betting anymore. Kaoru Nanami said, Genshin, thank you for hosting this party for me. I'm very happy. As long as your mother is happy, Genshin will be satisfied. Tokugawa Genshin quickly stood up and nodded slightly to Nanami Kaoru. After Nanami Kaoru and Zhou Hao and others left, Genshin Tokugawa and Nakao Tokugawa also left the gambling hall. Seeing that their father and son had no intention of staying guests, the guests did not dare to say more and left one after another. Following Gunsuo Tokugawa to the office on the rooftop of the Mitsui building in Shinjuku, Nakao Tokugawa was very angry all the way. That Imo Huaishi is too damn. Even if he is good at gambling, we will be members of the Tokugawa family after all. It's just that I don't leave any face and win us so much money in front of so many people. Nanami Kaoru is so anxious to take them away. Isn't it because he is afraid that we will embarrass him? Genshin Tokugawa sat on the chair over there and took out a cigar from the box on the table. Nakao Tokugawa hurried over to help him light it. I saw Genshin Tokugawa glanced at him lightly. You are almost 30 now. Why are you so uncomfortable like a young man? How can we rest assured that you will take over the affairs of the Tokugawa family in the future? Tokugawa Nakao's face was so impressive, but he didn't dare to refute. But he was thinking, even father, you are still under the control of the woman Nanami Kaoru. The Tokugawa family still has no turn to make the final decision. How can I take over the Tokugawa family? I know what you are thinking. You are thinking that even I am not the master of the Tokugawa family. Why should you take over the Tokugawa family? Tokugawa Genshin snorted coldly. Tokugawa Nakao quickly bowed and lowered his head. Father, I never thought about it that way. Seeing Tokugawa Genshin holding the cigar in his hand, he smiled. Actually, it's not wrong for you to think so. Although his father is approaching 100 years old, he did not hold any position at Mitsui Bank. But I have been holding on to the power, and it is not clear how his shares in Mitsui Bank will be distributed in the future. If Grandpa's shares in Mitsui Bank are only allocated to your father, you and Uncle Kodron, that's fine. I'm afraid that the woman Nanami Kaoru will also get a share. Tokugawa Nakao interrupted, an outside surname in Nanami Kaoru district. People even dare to take advantage of the wealth of our Tokugawa family. It is really wishful thinking. She's not wishful thinking. Genshin Tokugawa turned his chair to face the outside, looking at the bright night view of Tokyo from a distance, and slowly said, when she first entered Tokugawa's house, who would have expected her to be able to be in this area? There will be such a result within a year. occupying both Toshiba and Ishikawa Island? At that time, everyone thought she was such an outsider that she could not establish any position in our Tokugawa family. But look at it now. Except father, she is not afraid of anyone. And seeing her father doting on her so much now, no one can guarantee that her father will distribute the shares to her in 100 years. Tokugawa Nakao immediately said anxiously, "If we distribute the shares to that woman, our Tokugawa family will be divided by outsiders, just like we divided the Mitsui family's property back then. This is different." Genshin Tokugawa shook his head and sighed again. "Nanami Kaoru is the most powerful woman I have ever seen. If I had known that she could sit to this level, I would treat her back then." Started. Nakao Tokugawa didn't dare to talk about Tokugawa Genshin's words casually, because he knew Tokugawa Genshin had a bad idea about Nanami Kaoru. So he knew Nankai Kaoru first, but Tokugawa General Shingang wanted to take action against Nanami Kaoru, but Nanami Kaoru married his father Tokugawa Naomasa first. "Hey hum. I thought it was just a beautiful vase. I didn't expect it. Tokugawa sneered uncontrollably, and then glared at his son. "You too. A little bit, it's useless. Didn't I ask you to settle Shinji Kanzuki as soon as possible, but you can't handle it too late? Look now, something has come out." Earlier, Genshin Tokugawa had let Tokugawa Nakao approach Shinji Kanzuki for his own purposes, and it was best to capture her. But Tokugawa Nakao has always relied on the wealth of the Tokugawa family for women, and he doesn't need to do anything at all. As long as he hooks his fingers, a lot of women will take the initiative to embrace. What's more, Kanzuki Shinji was originally in a hostile position with Tokugawa Genshin and his son, so no matter whether Tokugawa Nakao acts both softly and hard or threateningly, Shinji Kanzuki is indifferent to him. Just listen to Tokugawa Genshin said. "I don't think that Imo Huaishi looks like an ordinary person. If he was just the boyfriend of Kanzuki Shinji, then Nanami Kaoru would not bring him to today's party. That Imo Huaishi shouldn't be Kaoru Nanami's little white face, so he deliberately let him pretend to be Shinji Kanzuki's boyfriend to avoid suspicion." Tokugawa Nakao said maliciously, but guessed the facts. 80 to 90%. Tokugawa Genshin said coldly. "Don't let your grandfather hear these words. Otherwise he may expel you from the Tokugawa family." Tokugawa Naomasa's possessiveness towards Nanami Kaoru is almost abnormal. When Nanami Kaoru was doing business on behalf of the Tokugawa family and met with male business partners, there were rumors in Tokugawa's family that Nanami Kaoru went out of the wall. The rumors eventually reached Tokugawa Naomasa, but he did not blame Nanami Kaoru at all, but rather cleaned up those who chewed their tongues. One or two of them were even expelled from the Tokugawa family. However, it wasn't just the Tokugawa family who suffered. The innocent business partner with Nanami Kaoru was also suppressed by Tokugawa Naomi. His company eventually went bankrupt, and he disappeared one after another. Anyone who knows the inside story knows that the guy who had a scandal with Nanami Kaoru had already been killed by someone sent by Naomi Tokugawa, but for many years no one was born or dead. It can be seen from Naomi Tokugawa. The methods are harsh. In fact, it is precisely because of this that Kaoru Nanami wants to protect Zhou Hao by pretending to be Shinji Kanzuki's boyfriend. Someone said that Jingushiro Jingshir was Nanami Kaoru's lover. Jinodo Tokugawa said, "Those who are talking nonsense have been cleared out by his father. If Jingushiro Jingushi is not Nanami Kaoru's escort, Nanami Kaoru will. If you take shelter, my father will definitely not let him go." He stared at Tokugawa Nakao. "My father has a very strong possessive and controlling desire for Nanami Kaoru, so you should listen to me. You'd better not say some things, otherwise I will not be able to keep you as a father. Listen. Is it there yet?" "I heard, father." Tokugawa nodded hurriedly. Seeing that Tokugawa Nakao was trained obediently, Tokugawa Yuanxing's expression also eased a little. He said, "Nakafu, do you know the emperor of China's Qing dynasty Kangxi?" Tokugawa Nakao didn't understand why Tokugawa Genshin suddenly mentioned this topic, but he nodded. "I know that he is the fourth emperor of the Qing dynasty and the most successful emperor of the Qing dynasty. He reigned for more than 60 years, enjoyed all the glory and wealth." "Then do you know how he died?" Tokugawa Genshin asked again. "Naturally die old," Tokugawa Nakao said, thinking that even Chinese historians are not sure about this issue. "How do I know?" But seeing Tokugawa Genshin shook his head, He didn't die naturally. He was forced to death by his son, the fourth Prince Injin at the time. Tokugawa Nakao did not look surprised, because this kind of statement has also appeared in Chinese wild history. He just doesn't understand why Tokugawa Genshin talked about this topic. Kangxi has been in power for too long, so long that his sons can't wait. Dechuan Yuansheng sneered. Kangxi is reluctant to bear the position of the emperor, nor can he bear the feeling of being alone in the sky and the earth, so he lingers to abdicate. For the throne, his 9 sons fought openly and secretly. In the end, Injin managed to stand out and win the throne by killing Kangxi. Seeing the gloomy look in Tokugawa Genshin's eyes, Tokugawa Nakao suddenly flashed a thought, and then he felt cold all over. He tentatively said, "But father, Grandpa is over 90 years old this year. I'm afraid he won't live for many years." "Who knows?" Tokugawa Genshin grinned and said, "When he had a brain stroke, we also guessed that he could not survive that calamity. What was the result? Has he survived now? It has been for many years. Besides, he himself is not willing to leave this colorful world. Zhongfu, do you know that your grandfather has been looking for something for so many years?" "Huh? What is it?" Tokugawa Nakao asked. "I don't know too well, but in order to find this thing, he spent countless manpower and material resources, and all of them were carried out in secret, and no one else in the family knew about it." Tokugawa Genshin sneered. "I also bought it. Several people around him knew about this, but those people didn't know the specific situation." Tokugawa Nakao was also very puzzled. "What is Grandpa looking for? I only know that that thing is very important to him, and may be able to make him." Genshin Tokugawa said with a gloomy face, "Maybe it can make him rejuvenate." "Rejuvenating?" Tokugawa Nakao widened his eyes. "Also, there is such a magical thing? Grandpa, is he always confused? With the current level of technology, even if you want to delay aging, you can't, let alone rejuvenate." So Tokugawa Nakao doesn't believe that there is such a thing in the world at all. He said, "If this is the case, Grandpa is not Kangxi, but Qin Shi Huang, and he wholeheartedly wants to live forever." Humph. Qin Shi Huang still sent it back then. People come to Japan to find the elixir of life. He listened to Tokugawa Genshin sneered. He wants to rejuvenate and regain youth, just to firmly grasp the leadership position in Tokugawa's family. This old guy doesn't want to retreat. Tokugawa Nakao could see the scorching fire in his father's eyes, and his heart trembled, realizing that Genshin Tokugawa really had the idea of seeking usurp the throne. However, besides his anxiety, he was more excited, because if Tokugawa Genshin replaced Tokugawa Naomasa as the master of the Tokugawa family, then he could act as the prince himself. "Father, don't worry, there is nothing in this world that can make people rejuvenate. Grandpa is just wishful thinking, and he will leave at that time." Genshin Tokugawa shook his head. "You guessed it wrong. Although your grandfather is old, he doesn't have any mental confusion. With his style, he won't do anything without certainty. So the thing that can make him rejuvenate is likely to really exist." That. Tokugawa Nakao's brows can't help but frown, because if Tokugawa Naomi is to rejuvenate his youth and rejuvenate his youthful vitality, then maybe he will still hold the power of the Tokugawa family after Tokugawa Jin is alive, and he will do it himself. The prince will have to wait a long time. Therefore, at this moment, Tokugawa Nakao also agreed with Tokugawa Genshin's idea of seeking to usurp the throne. I saw Genshin Tokugawa squinted at the night view of Tokyo, and slowly said, "So we can't let him find that thing. We must not." Tokugawa Nakao nodded uncontrollably, and listened to Tokugawa Genshin coldly. "That thing seems to be in the South China Sea. Your grandfather plans to let Karunang Kai's Ishikawa Island Heavy Industries cooperate with the Chinese government to develop oil in that sea resources, and then secretly search for that thing. We can't let him find it smoothly. If they really find it, we will also destroy that thing." At the same time, Kaoru Nanami was located in the manor near Yokohama. In the room, Zhouhao is lying on the tatami, resting her head on Kaoru Nanami's thigh. Kaoru Nanami is holding a small spoon, carefully piercing Zhouhao. The look on his face is very gentle. The corners of his mouth are still overflowing with a happy smile. Zhouhao was not very at peace. He lifted the hem of Nanami Kaoru's kimono skirt, and stroked her back and forth on her snow-white slender calf, making Nanami Kaoru annoyed and said, "Don't make trouble. If you accidentally hurt your ear, what can I do?" Zhou didn't care about Nanami Kaoru's anger, still playing with Kaoru Nanami's snow-white skin. "Sister," Zhou called as she stroked her calf. "Huh?" Kaoru Nanami, still focused on digging his ears. "Where did you go when you were dancing just now? You were gone for a while." Nanami Kaoru's expression and actions remained unchanged. "Tokugawa Naomasa is here. I will go to see him." Zhou paused. "Naomi Tokugawa? What did he ask you for?" "He told me to have a baby with me." Nanami Kaoru's tone was still very calm. Zhou was surprised and immediately sat up. Nanami Kaoru let out an ah and groaned. "Why did you suddenly get up and almost broke your eardrum?" Zhou turned his head and stared at Kaoru Nanami with a stiff expression. "He said he wants to have a baby with you?" Nanami Kaoru nodded. "And I know his character. This guy never makes a joke." "Sister." Zhou couldn't help but snorted angrily. "Are you willing?" "What can I do if I don't want to? He is my husband, and I am his wife." Nanami Kaoru said helplessly, but when she saw Zhou's increasingly angry appearance, she smiled and then lightly smiled. Lightly leaning into Zhou's arms, he leaned on his chest and laughed softly. "How can I be willing to give birth to such an old monster? There is only one man in this world who can make me willing to give birth to him." After that, she put her arms around Zhou's waist. "That's your enemy." After hearing Nanami Kaoru's words, Zhou's face looked better, and he asked, "Tokugawa Naomasa is in his 90s and almost 100 years old. How can this old guy give birth to you? He can't even produce sperm. Not only is he old and physically weak, but his legs have also been disabled for more than 10 years. Nanami Kaoru said. Zhou sneered. "That's it. Then why does he still have such wishful thinking?" "In fact, it is possible," Nanami Kaoru said. "As long as he finds something, he may be able to rejuvenate and rejuvenate." Zhou frowned. "What can have such an effect? It's a wild night." But seeing Kaoru, Nanami shook her head. "No, there really is something like this." Seeing Zhou's questioning expression, she explained. "In fact, you should have heard of this thing, but you just don't know it. It has such an effect. This thing is the He's Bai, which is the jade seal of the kingdom that has been missing for many years in China. The jade seal of the country." Zhou couldn't help exclaiming when he heard that it was this treasure. It's just that Zhou's memory of the jade seal of the country, in addition to common sense, seems to have some impressions, as if he had been exposed to it before or related to it. Kaoru Nanami frowned. "Your China's jade seal of the kingdom is often regarded as a symbol of inheriting the datong. The emperor of every dynasty hopes that he can get it to prove that he is the choice of heaven." Zhou nodded. "Yes, when Zhu Yuanzhang became emperor, he said that he had 3 major regrets. The first one was that he didn't find the jade seal of the kingdom to take the Ming dynasty's orthodoxy and obtain the destiny for his Zhu family's descendants. This Chuanguo Yushi was lost in the hands of Li Tsongku of the later Tang dynasty, and it is said that Mongolia hid it after entering the Central Plains. Anyway, the Chuanguo Yushi has never appeared in front of the world for more than 1,000 years. The world only thinks that the jade seal of Chuanghua is just a piece of precious jade that is priceless. Even if it is a must for the emperors of the ages, it is just a bit more symbolic." Kaoru Nanami stared and said, "Actually, the jade seal of the Chuanghua, or He's Bai, is far more than just a piece of precious jade that the world is hard to find." Naomasa Tokugawa lived in Hokkaido before entering the Mitsui Foundation, where he once rescued a Chinese old man who was in a shipwreck. After a pause, Nanami Kaoru continued. "This old man said that he was a descendant of the Li family of the Tang dynasty. Tokugawa Naomasa originally didn't believe it, but in the end, I don't know how this old man convinced Tokugawa Nagamasa. Anyway, Tokugawa Zhijing believed it. According to the old man, he went to sea to find a relic of the Li family of the Tang dynasty, which is the jade seal of the kingdom," Zhou said. "Is this old man telling Tokugawa Naomasa that the jade seal of the kingdom can make people rejuvenate?" Nanami Kaoru nodded and agreed with Zhou's words. "This old man said that there is a magical power in the jade seal of the kingdom, which can provide people with lost vitality. Why is it like this? If the jade seal of the kingdom really had such a magical effect, Wouldn't all the emperors of the Tang dynasty be immortal? Because even those emperors don't know that the jade seal of the Chuan country has such a magical power, Karunanami said. In fact, the magical power contained in the jade seal of the Chuan country is not something strange, but a magical thing. This is a very magical inner gong mental method. It contains a set of inner gong mental methods and extremely strong true qi. As long as you can successfully absorb the true energy inside, and then practice that inner gong mental method, even if it is withered old men, can also have the vitality of young people. Zhou Hao nodded involuntarily. If it was the inner strength mental method, it still explained, but he did not believe that there is such an inner strength mental method that can make people rejuvenate. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao laughed mockingly. Get up. Could it be that set of 8 desolation and 6 harmony, so I only respect the merits? This is the martial arts practiced by the Tianshan child grandmother in Jin Yang's Tianlong Babu. He will be rejuvenated every once in a while. During that time, he will lose all his skills and need to be repaired. Nanami Kara naturally also heard of this 8 desolation and 6 combinations, and he said, maybe this is not just the martial arts fabricated in martial arts novels, but it may also exist in reality. And the power in the jade seal of the kingdom, the law and true energy may not be unknown to the emperors, but that they have no way to enter. Zhou Hao said, in any case, if Naojing Tokugawa finds the Chuan Gua Yushi, he will really be able to regain his youth. I can't let him realize this dream. If Naomi Tokugawa regained his youth, he would definitely not let Nanami Kaoru be spared. After all, Kaoru Nanami is his wife in name, and he has such a strong possessive desire for Kaoru Nanami. And Zhou Hao would definitely not let this happen, especially Tokugawa Naomasa was nearly 100 years old. Without the help of the inner strength method, he should return to heaven in a few years. Kaoru Nanami told Zhou Hao about the previous dialogue with Namito Tokugawa, and also told about the fact that Naomasa Tokugawa found the jade seal of the country in the South China Sea. Just listen to her. Although Neo administration Tokugawa made Ishikawajima Heavy Industries responsible for cooperating with the Chinese government to develop oil resources in the South China Sea, it was tantamount to handing over the search for the jade seal of the kingdom to me. Zhijing may not really have absolute trust in me, so he will definitely send another team to look for it in secret. Zhou Hao touched his chin and said, then let his people find out first. You can rest assured about this. I will never let his people find the jade seal of the country before us. Nanami Kaoru touched Zhou Hao's face. Relax, don't worry, my sister belongs to you only. Naoju and Tokugawa will never have that chance. In case he really finds the Chuan Gua Yushi, I will give up everything here and fly away with you. Zhou Hao was overjoyed when he heard that. He couldn't help but hug Nanami Kaoru tightly and asked, Sister, what are you saying is true? Well, really. Anyway, if I have you, I will have the whole world. Nanami Kaoru smiled. Sister, you are so kind, Zhou Hao said, and then bowed his head and kissed Nankai Kaoru's lips. Zhou Hao's red lips and clothes were never enough. During this kiss, the two kissed so dimly. When Chihai Kaoru was breathless, Zhou Hao let her go, just the ambiguous expression on her face. The smile made Nanami Kaoru very annoyed, and he was unwilling to be really angry with this guy. This evening, the two were still sharing the same bed, but even though Zhou Hao had figured out Chi Haishuan's body and everything, the two of them never broke through the last layer. But it was Kaoru Nanami who knew a man's mentality of not getting the best, so he didn't want Zhou Hao to get his body so easily. However, the sweet words of you and me between the two sharing the same bed also made Chi Kai-sun fascinated, which made her have the urge to dedicate her whole body to Zhou Hao. In the middle of the night, the manor was very quiet, and only the soft sounds of insects, fish, birds, and beasts remained under the moonlight. The guards who were in charge of the night patrol also kept their steps as light as possible and did not disturb the deep silence. A dark cloud suddenly blew in the sky, covering the bright moon, and the manor was also plunged into darkness. Under the cover of this dark and deep night, a few dark shadows rushed into the manor like ghosts, and the night guards couldn't even detect them. In one of the other courtyards of the manor, Jingushiro was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. There was a big Tao on the wall in front of him, and there was an incense burner emitting a delicate fragrance on the small table below. I saw Jingushiro's eyes closed and his expression calm, in a state of concentration. Those few black shadows passed over the other courtyard, causing a slight wind. Jingushiro, who has a deep inner strength, sixth senses and psychics, can't even notice the movements of these uninvited guests. The black shadows, who had been bad at coming, were very familiar with the topography of the manor. Without any detours, they flew straight to Nankai Keru's courtyard, which is Zhou Hao's current residence. In that elegant and quaint room, Zhou Hao was holding the soft Nankai Keru, sleeping peacefully in Chikai Keru's faint fragrance. And Nanami Keru slept very peacefully in Zhou Hao's warm and broad embrace, with a happy smile on his face. Rustle. The sound of bamboo blowing in the wind came from the yard, and it became more quiet. And those few black shadows also appeared in the courtyard where Zhou Hao lived. There were 4 in total, all dressed in black with their faces covered, in a typical ninja costume. They all looked at the room with sharp eyes, trying to determine the location of the people inside. At this moment, Zhou Hao, who was sleeping in the room, opened his eyes suddenly, and then immediately got out of the quilt, standing proudly there and staring at the 4 uninvited guys in the courtyard outside. The 4 ninja-dressed guys saw Zhou Hao suddenly stood up and could not help but be shocked when they noticed their movements, because even Jingushiro couldn't detect Jingushiro after the 4 of them hid their breath. And they were surprised for another reason, that is, they saw such a tall and handsome man Zhou Hao in Nanami Keru's room. When Zhou Hao just stood out from the quilt, they still wondered if they had gone to the wrong room. Reminiscence, what's the matter? Suddenly Nanami Keru, who was empty beside him, woke up, but when he saw Zhou Hao standing in front of the yard, he asked aloud. His voice still looked very lazy. The 4 ninjas outside looked at each other, and they all saw the joking and excitement in each other's eyes. On the one hand, they were sure that they had not found the wrong room. On the other hand, he accidentally discovered that Nankai Keru was sleeping with the strange man. Even though Nanami Keru had a martial arts experience, she was far from a master, so she saw the 4 figures in the courtyard at this time. She was taken aback at the moment and asked Zhou Hao, "Why she? Who are those people?" Zhou Hao said, "I don't know. It's certain that these guys are not good at coming." Nanami knew that these people must be his own hostiles, and if he let these people know that he and Zhou Hao were in the same bed, there would be endless troubles. So she immediately said, "Nostalgia, kill all these people, and don't let them spread our story." "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded gently. The 4 ninjas outside were disdainful when they heard Nanami Keru's words, because they were confident that if the 4 of them joined forces, even Jingushiro was not their opponent, so they didn't put Zhou Hao in their eyes. They saw that they slowly pulled out a long, cold knife from their waist, and the tip of the knife shook toward Zhou Hao. Cull. Zhou Hao's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and the 4 ninjas were immediately shocked when they saw this, because only the light gong cultivation level reached the extreme level could cause this disappearance in place situation. But in the next moment, Zhou Hao already appeared in front of the ninja on the far left. "Huh!" The ninja yelled, and stabbed Zhou Hao with the knife in his hand. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and heard the ding sound. The long knife in the ninja's hand was immediately interrupted by Zhou Hao. Before the ninja could react, Zhou Hao's palm was already printed on his chest. I saw that the ninja was immediately beaten out and hit the stone wall in the yard and smashed the stone wall through. He fell into a lotus pond behind the stone wall, but was gone. Any interest? Even Zhou Hao was shocked by his strength. He faintly knew that he was possessed of martial arts, but he didn't know the specific power. Therefore, the attack on the ninja just now unknowingly used his full strength, and he even took one palm. Killed it. The other 3 ninjas were also shocked, because several of them were the top ninjas in the door, otherwise they would not be sent to the manor Nankai Keru to perform tasks. They originally thought that Zhou Hao was just an ordinary person. Even if he was more vigilant and knew some fists and kicks, there was no threat, but they never expected that the other party would kill one of their companions with a palm. What? Immediately 2 ninjas attacked Zhou Hao, who was surprised by his own strength, but the other ninja turned around and fled without hesitation. This is their tacit understanding. If the enemy's strength is too strong, 2 people must be left to delay the strong enemy, while one person retreats back to the nest. In particular, they discovered that Nanami Karu was sleeping with Zhou Hao. Of course, this extremely important news had to be reported back immediately, so that Ninja would not hesitate to turn around and retreat, allowing his two companions to stay and hold Zhou Hao. However, although the ninja's movements were fast, Zhou Hao's speed was faster than him. Seeing Zhou Hao's figure moved, the two ninjas responsible for delaying him hadn't touched him. Zhou Hao had already passed over their heads, and then caught up with the escaped ninja first and blocked his way. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked by Zhou Hao, the ninja immediately made a starting pose. The figure became blurred, and then disappeared with a burst of smoke. Want to escape? Zhou Hao sneered. Several jumps came to more than 10 meters away, and then plunged into the ground as soon as he stretched out his hand. With a little effort, he pulled the ninja out. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao found him immediately. Seeing that he had nowhere to escape, the ninja drew a knife and stabbed Zhou Hao decisively. Zhou Hao's fist was faster than his knife, and it hit his stomach before his knife touched it. Puff! The ninja opened his mouth and vomited a big mouthful of blood, with broken internal organs in the blood, and then he fell straight back. There was no hope of inventory. Seeing this situation, the two ninjas didn't dare to attack Zhou Hao anymore. Each turned around and fled in different directions. Hey huh! But when he heard a loud shout in the air, it was Jingushiro Jingu. He didn't notice the four uninvited guests, but was also startled by the sound here, and quickly took the knife to slow down. Suddenly Jingushiro appeared in the air, and he drew his sword with a move Kamikaze Kawasaki to smash the ninja in front of him. Fortunately, the ninja resisted in time and drew a shuriken to block Jingushiro's blow, but his shuriken was broken and the man was forced back to the ground. At the same time, the ninja running in the other direction also met the person who was in the way, but it was Honya Hinano. Honya Hina is the younger sister of Jingushiro Jingu, and is also the master of Jingushu Fonlu, second only to Jingushiro, and his strength is naturally not weak. Both ninjas were forced to come back. Zhou Hao had already appeared behind them as soon as they landed, and he did not hesitate to attack them. The two ninjas also felt the danger and pressure behind them, and before hesitated, they turned around with their swords and slashed at Zhou Hao with the power of the maneuver. When the two knives that slashed towards Zhou Hao from different directions were blocked, and Zhou Hao resisted the sharp knife with his bare hands and sucked it internally, making it impossible for the two to withdraw it back. Reaching Zhou Hao's stern eyes, the two ninjas looked at each other and both showed decisive eyes at the same time. They saw that they decisively let go of the knife that Zhou Hao had sucked in and slapped their chests in unison. Young Master Huaishi, organize them. They want to blow themselves up to die with you. Honya Hina's voice came. Zhou Hao's eyes condensed, and the two Japanese Kodachi swords in his hands took off and flew towards the two ninjas, turning swipe to cut off one of the two hands and stop them. Blew up. When they felt the pain spreading from their hands, Zhou Hao had already bullied him and hit their acupuncture points as soon as they shot them, blocking their actions. This time he didn't kill him, because he knew that Kaoru Nanami would still want to keep the two of them to force them to ask their origin and purpose. At this time, Jingushiro Jingushi and Honya Hina came over. Seeing that Zhou Hao had killed and injured the four intruders twice in just 1 minute, Jingushiro knew that Zhou Hao's strength is so calm. Honya Hina is different. She had also heard about Zhou Hao's martial arts cultivation from Jingushiro's mouth. Although Jingushiro said that he was not Zhou Hao's opponent, as far as Honya Hina had seen, Zhou Hao was always the same. He looked like a gentleman, and he didn't show any aura of a supermaster. Therefore, Honya Hina, like Kanwa Shinji, had doubts about Zhou Hao's martial arts strength. However, after what happened just now, she finally believed Jingushiro's words. Zhou Hao was indeed a hidden master. These four intruders are obviously top-notch ninjas with sophisticated skills. Even Momiji Hina and Jingu Kaishiro were not aware of their intrusion, and when they intercepted them in the air just now, both Hinaru and Jingushiro were both I fought with them once and got a rough idea of their strength. The strength of these four people is much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. If the four of them work together, it will be tricky for Jingushiro to deal with them. Master Huaishi, are you okay? Honya Hina quickly stepped forward and asked Zhou Hao. At this time, Nanami Karu also came out of the room and slightly tidied up his appearance. Although he was not dressed up, he looked dignified and noble and very beautiful. Hearing Hongya Hina's words, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, Huaishi's martial arts is so strong. It won't be so easy to be hurt by these little thieves, right?" Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. "Well, I'm fine. Don't worry, Miss Hongya." He turned his head to look at the two ninjas whose acupuncture points were sealed by him, and said, "Sister, do you know who these two are? What they just used should be ninjutsu. If you guessed it correctly, they should be the ninjas of the Koka school." Momiji Hina said, and took off the masks of the two ninjas. What caught everyone's eyes were two extremely ordinary faces, without blood and expressions, just like two dead people. Zhou Hao frowned and said, "They still have masks on their faces." Hongya Hina smiled at Zhou Hao. "Young Master Huaishi, you are right. These guys are used to wearing human skin masks." After that, she stretched out her hand again, very skillfully peeling off the human skin masks of the two ninjas. Then Zhou Hao and Nanami Keiru saw two terrifying faces. On that face, the nose was gouged off, the upper and lower lips were also cut off, even the eyelids were missing, and the whole looked scary like a skeleton. Just listen to Hongya Hina said. Many of their faces have undergone such remodeling to facilitate their disguise. Zhou Hao also felt stunned when he heard the words, because these guys stripped off all their facial features in order to make it easier to change their appearance. It was really sensational. Kayashiro and Hinano, you bring these two people down and torture them. I want to know who instigated it. After Karen Nanami said, he pulled Zhou Hao back to the room and was disturbed by those ninjas. Nanami. Keiru was very dissatisfied. Jingushiro and Hongya Hina immediately took the two people down, and the yard was quickly cleaned up by the guard servants, and Zhou Hao and Nanami Keiru returned to the bed. Nanami Keiru leaned in Zhou Hao's arms with peace of mind, and said with a bit of resentment, "A good night. I was destroyed by those guys, but you can't let them off easily, and the guys behind them who don't know good or bad." After a pause, she kissed Zhou Hao on the cheek. "Fortunately, you accompany me to protect me, otherwise I will be in danger tonight." When those guys came in, even Jingushiro Jingu was I didn't find it. It was really amazing. Zhou Hao tightly embraced the jade person and smiled. "Sister, don't worry. No one can hurt you with me." "Well, having you by my sister's side, of course my sister is relieved." Nanami Keiru suddenly spoiled Zhou Hao. "Nostalgia? Or else my sister will be a little woman next to you and help you wash and cook. You have children. Do you think this is good?" "Of course it's fine." Zhou Hao smiled. Nanami Keiru was originally an alluring beauty. Such a woman's spoiling power is even greater. It's just that Keiru Nanami was silent after saying this, because the only person who could make her a little woman was in front of Zhou Hao. At other times, she was still the one who was in charge of the two large international groups. "Queen." After a while, she said again, "Huaishi, speaking of, you haven't played in this building in Yokohama yet. Or else, tomorrow my sister will go out with you for a stroll?" Zhou Hao immediately agreed, and listened to Nanami Keiru again. "But tomorrow we will only go. Don't let others follow, lest they get in the way. Anyway, with you by my sister, no one can do my sister's disadvantage." In this regard, Zhou Hao naturally readily agreed. At dawn, Hongya Hina came here to report to Nanami Keiru the results of the interrogation of the two ninjas. "I'm sorry, ma'am. The mouths of those two guys were so hard. Even if we killed them, they wouldn't say a word." Hongya Hina said. Keiru Nanami frowned, but she soon stretched out and said faintly, "Forget it. Anyway, these ninjas' mouths are surprisingly hard. They haven't been able to pry a word out of their mouths before, and now this is the result." As expected, Zhou Hao asked, "Sister, have you encountered such an attack before?" Momiji Hina over there said for Nanami Keiru, "Because my wife helped us fight off the Koga sect guys, so the Koga sects are not only hostile to our Jingu Yufinjiu, but also I also hate the wife very much. In addition, the Mitsubishi family behind the Koga school was originally one of the rivals of the Tokugawa family. Together, they will naturally not let us and the wife easily." Nanami Keiru said, "These hidden heads and exposed tails have sent people to attack me before, but they were all beaten back by Jingushiro. However, the people they sent this time are obviously much stronger than before." She sees Xiang. Hongya Hina asked, "Hina, are those elders in the Koga school?" Hongya Hina shook his head. No, ma'am. I even suspect that these are not the ninjas of the Koka sect, because we found that none of them have a special logo for the Koka sect. Although their forbearance, the martial arts are very similar to the Koka school, and like the ninjas of the Koka school, bombs are installed on the body to burn the enemy jade, but my brother and I suspect that these guys are not Koka school's own ninja. Not the ninjas of the Koka school? Karu Nanami frowned. What do you mean they are not the ninjas of the Koka school? Since they are not the ninjas of the Koka school, where are they? Does this have anything to do with the Koga school? Just listen to Honya Hina explained. We guess these people should be sent by the Koka faction, but they are not from the Koka faction, but maybe the foreign aid invited back by the Koka faction. Foreign aid? Momiji Hina nodded. There is such a powerful ninjutsu. Besides the Koga school, there is only the IGA school. However, the IGA school and the Koka school have always been rivals. The Koga faction is even more hostile to them than us, so it is impossible for them to cooperate. Nanami Karu said, in addition to the IGA school, isn't there another faction that has such a powerful ninja? Madam, you are right. There is another power, and it is the ancestor of the Koga school and the IGA school. Honya Hina said, this power is the Wind Demon clan, which belongs to all the ninjas in Japan. The place of origin. I saw Zhou Hao frowning, because he always felt that he had some impression of the Wind Demon clan, but he couldn't remember what kind of entanglement he had with the Wind Demon clan. Without noticing Zhou Hao's expression, Nanami Kaoru continued to ask Honya Hina, didn't Jingushiro Jingushi once said that the Koga sect and the IGA sect were both independent from the rebellion of the Wind Demon clan? The Wind Demon clan has never been right with them. It's nothing more than dealing with them. Why would they send someone to help them? Honya Hina said, this is very strange to my brothers and sisters, but there are only a few elders in the Koka sect except for the master Yanagi Saruji. But the Koka sect, we've all met the elders of the elders, not the 4 who came here today. What's more, the rules of the Kaka sect stipulate that elders cannot leave the station casually. Kaoru Nanami contemplated for a while, and then said to Honya Hina, then you and Kayashiro Jingu will investigate it first, and I will find out this matter, and see if it is really the Mitsubishi family and Koga Pai, or the other ill-intentioned guys. Yesterday, she and Zhou Hao were sharing the bed with the ninjas. If it weren't for Zhou Hao to chase after them before they escaped, this secret would be leaked out. Someone would rely on this secret to threaten Nankai Kaoru. If that is the case, Kaoru Nanami can only agree, very passive. Also, the guards at home have strengthened me a bit. If someone breaks in so easily next time, it depends on how I clean up you. Nanami Kaoru was also very dissatisfied with the guards at his home. Honya Hina hurriedly bowed and nodded. I know, madam. Then Nanami Kaoru turned around and helped Zhou Haori adjust his neckline to tidy up his appearance, and smiled at him. Okay, we will go out and stroll around later, and I will take you around Yokohama. The Honya Hina over there immediately said, Madam, do I need to prepare your car for you? Do you want to tell Shinji to let her accompany you? Just help me prepare the car. Today, I will go out with Huaishi, and you don't need to follow. Nanami Kaoru smiled. Then, Honya Hina helped Nanami Kaoru get dressed up. The ordinary people outside do not know the details of the Tokugawa family, just as they always thought that Toshiba Electric and Ishikawajima Heavy Industries were independent groups. Therefore, for a big person like Kaoru Nanami, the civilians below Shindo do not know its existence. Even those large-scale companies, or many well-known rich people, are not qualified or have the opportunity to meet this high-powered person, Mrs. Tokugawa. As a result, Nanami Kaoru was much more convenient to go out than those public figures, and there was no other trouble apart from being eye-catching because of Allure's stunning beauty. Of course, it does not rule out that hostile forces with unruly intentions are secretly watching. Therefore, if Kaoru Nanami wants to go out alone with Zhou Hao today, he needs to make up beforehand to cover people's eyes and avoid unnecessary trouble. Honya Hina's makeup skills are so perfect that he is dressed according to Nanami Kaoru's original appearance, which will not reduce the beauty of Nanami Kaoru, and it is very convenient for people to recognize his original appearance. In this way, the disguised Zhou Hao and Nanami Kaoru left the manor alone and went to the city. They were a low-key but luxurious silver Spiker sports car. Zhou Hao is driving the car. His driving skills are very good, and the road conditions in Japan are very good, so the car is very stable. And after leaving the manor, Karu Nanami, who was only with Zhou Hao by his side, was also very elated. He opened the hood and let the cool breeze blow, bringing her a breath of refreshment. As the top 3 major cities in Japan, Yokohama's prosperous degree is self-explanatory, and it is not as crowded as dynamic and quiet. It is a good place for shopping. After Nanami Karu and Zhou Hao put their cars in a parking lot in the city, they walked into a department store next to the parking lot like ordinary boy and girl friends. Although he disguised himself, Zhou Hao was still handsome and upright, and Karu Nanami was still dazzling, just like a pair of heavenly people, making the pedestrians around him look at him. And he could not even feel jealous, because such a man should be worthy of such a woman. Everything seems natural and reasonable. People cannot give birth to a repulsive psychology. Huisher, look at this suit, it suits you well. Nanami Karu pulled Zhou Hao into a Dior flagship store, picked up the suit, and placed it on the front of Zhou Hao. The clothes on both of them are glamorous and beautiful, and they know the extraordinary products at a glance. And the staff in this Dior flagship store have already trained a pair of golden eyes, and they know that Zhou Hao and Nanami Karu are dear guests. When the two of them stepped into the store, 3 or 4 clerks immediately surrounded them. Miss, this suit is designed by the chief designer of our Dior. It is suitable for solemn and formal occasions and does not hinder leisure and comfort. Moreover, your boyfriend is already tall and handsome, and our suit complements each other better. The clerk said. Because the clerk used Japanese, Zhou Hao couldn't understand a word. Seeing this, Karu Nanami smiled to the clerk. I'm sorry, my boyfriend is Chinese, so I don't understand Japanese, so you should use English. The clerk was taken aback, but quickly reacted and quickly introduced the suit to Zhou Hao in English. Since Dior is an international brand, the English ability of the staff is also very important. The Japanese service industry is very particular about hospitality. The vast majority of service industry professionals will not treat customers differently because of their nationality, and they do not bully Chinese customers as most people in China think. Especially the clerk just now praised Zhou Hao for being tall and handsome, and Nanami Karu liked him very much. So he asked Zhou Hao to go in and try this suit without saying a word. Seeming through Nankai Karu's thoughts, while Zhou Hao went in to try on clothes, these shop assistants surrounded Nankai Karu, endlessly admiring Zhou Hao, and expressed envy for Nankai Karu's happiness. And their praise of Zhou Hao is not against their will. Zhou Hao himself is really extraordinary, so he usually doesn't like the flattering Nanami Karu from his subordinates, but he is very happy at this time. Just as the few shop assistants were surrounding Nanami Karu, a few more customers entered the shop. The few shop assistants met and quickly separated a few to entertain, leaving only one person here to serve Nanami Karu. The attitude is very respectful, even a little fearful. I saw a tall man wearing a full white suit, and even his leather shoes were white. His face was ordinary, but his expression was hazy. His hair was combed greasy and shiny, and he was wearing a white collar. Little golden badge. Nanami Karu also saw that the person's left hand did not have a pinky finger. There were also a few men behind, all wearing black suits. Their faces were generally fierce and grim, and they all lacked a little finger. The dressing of these people is so typical, it is easy for people to know which world they are from. Sure enough, seeing Nanami Karu lightly looking at the people over there, the clerk who stayed here to serve her whispered to Nanami Karu, Miss, don't stare at them like this. They are from the Yamaguchi group. The one in front is wearing the white-clothed person is the leader of the Yamaguchi group in Yokohama's Kurosaki Minu village. He is a senior cadre of the Yamaguchi group and is very powerful. The Yamaguchi group is one of the large-scale gangs whose status has been recognized by the Japanese government legally. It is also the most powerful gang in Japan. Its influence even exceeds that of Japan, and its tentacles have reached the world. Moreover, the Yamaguchi formation has strict hierarchies, and senior cadres have absolute power over their subordinates and can easily decide their life or death. As Yokohama is one of the top 3 major cities in Japan, the Yamaguchi group will naturally be stationed with heavy troops, and those who can control the Yamaguchi group forces in Yokohama. Their status in the Yamaguchi group is self-evident. However, Even this kind of giant lords who overwhelmed the underworld, Nanami Keiru has not paid attention to it, because like the government, the gangs are also controlled by the big chaebols. For example, the Tokugawa family is one of the 3 major Japanese gangs behind the Inagawa Kai, while the Mitsubishi family controls the Black Dragon Kai. As far as Keiru Nanami knows, the Yamaguchi group is supported by the Fuji family behind them. Like the Tokugawa family and the Mitsubishi family, the Fuji family is one of the few big chaebols in Japan and has great influence in the political, business, and underworld. The power of the country and the Tokugawa family, Mitsubishi family, and other chaebols are in a state of intrigue and competition. While Nanami Keiru calmly looked at the Yamaguchi group senior executive, he also saw Keiru Nanami, and his eyes lit up immediately. His face showed a stunning expression. His eyes would not move. Being so stared at by such a man, Keiru Nanami's face suddenly felt cold. In normal times, as long as she moved her mind, she would be able to make this kind of underworld gangster into a deadly place, even dead. Know who calculated it? But now she is going through the 2-person world with Zhou Hao, and there is no need to mobilize her, Mrs. Tokugawa, power at every turn. Moreover, she also hoped that something exciting would happen during the shopping with Zhou Hao. She could stand up to anything anyway. Coupled with Zhou Hao's unfathomable force, Nanami Keiru was not afraid of anyone at all. Thinking of this, Keiru Nanami narrowed his eyes and smiled deliberately at the Yamaguchi group Gaogon. Suddenly, the room was full of fragrances and flowers bloomed. Not only the men, but even the female shop assistants felt amazing. At this moment, Zhou Hao, who had put on that suit, came out of the fitting room. Nanami Keiru turned around and returned to him, and affectionately hugged Zhou Hao's arm. Zhou Hao, who had changed into a brand new suit, caught everyone in the store's attention as soon as he came out, especially the suit that Keiru Nanami chose for him, which was still very self-cultivating, set against Zhou Hao's tall and straight body. Better complement each other. Not only Nanami Keiru, but even the female salespersons in the Dior flagship store, each of them had bright eyes and rapid heartbeats, and almost forgot other customers in the store in an instant. My sister didn't choose the wrong one. This suit is really suitable for you. Nanami Keiru praised Zhou Hao as he looked at it. Zhou Hao also thinks this suit is good. Compared with the loose-fitting suits that are more popular at this time, he prefers this style that is more prominent and looks more capable and energetic. In the stunning eyes of everyone, he also quite contented to take a picture in the mirror. But soon, Zhou Hao noticed that among the amazing gazes around him, there was a completely different gaze full of resentment and viciousness that shot straight at him. And after looking at him, he saw that there, a fierce man wearing a white suit was staring at him fiercely. Nanami Keiru has always been moving the expression of that Yamaguchi group senior executive. At this time, seeing him being so hostile to Zhou Hao, he smiled in his heart and held Zhou Hao's arm more intimately, making the Yamaguchi group senior executive look at him. The flame is more intense. Zhou Hao also faintly discovered that the guy's hostility to him should be from Nankai Keiru, who was beside him, so he asked, "Sister, that guy, do you know?" Nanami Keiru smiled and shook his head. "Who knows that guy?" Zhou Hao knew what was going on when he heard the words. It must be that guy who saw Nankai Keiru's stunning appearance, so he had no idea. This is normal at first, because even though Nanami Keiru disguised herself to hide her original appearance, thanks to Honya Hina's superb skills, Nanami Keiru's beauty has not regressed at all. So just now along the way, there were countless gazes on Nanami Keiru, but those people were ordinary people with low status. Even if they thought about Nanami Keiru, they were only confined in their heart. At this time, the man in white seemed to have that extraordinary strength and was confident that he could compete for any woman. So he showed his hostility towards Zhou Hao so obvious, even unscrupulous. Before Keiru and Chihai came out, Zhou Hao was ready to act as a flower protector. What's more, Zhou Hao and Keiru Chihai are far more than simple flower protectors. This flower also belongs to Zhou Hao, and of course it cannot get involved by others. In the Yamaguchi group, Gaogon's sullen gaze, Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to embrace the slender waist of Keiru Nanami and glanced at the guy like a demonstration. Baga. The Yamaguchi group senior officer didn't say anything, but the men behind him saw the clues. One of the most ferocious one couldn't help but cursed at Zhou Hao. He wanted to rush forward and make trouble. He was stopped by the high-ranking cadre reaching out. I saw that high-ranking cadre whispered a few words to the men next to him, then snorted to Zhou Hao's side and walked away, leaving Zhou Hao with a hostile look when he left. Although the Yamaguchi group has a huge influence in Japan and is almost pervasive in all walks of life, neither Zhou Hao nor Nanami Kaoru has any fear. On the contrary, Kaoru Nanami was a little disappointed at the departure of the Yamaguchi group senior executive. A female clerk next to him said kindly, "Two customers, you must be careful of the Kurosaki mining village. That is the person who must report the defect. And because of the influence of the Yamaguchi group in Yokohama, it is very different. Little, the police can't help them. Once they remember it, it's all in trouble." Zhou Hao nodded to the female clerk and smiled. "Thank you for reminding us. We will pay attention." Seeing Zhou Hao smile like the afternoon sun, the female clerk only felt dizzy for a while. Flushing her face and breathing quickly, she felt suffocated and she couldn't help herself. Zhou Hao didn't expect that a light smile would have such a great power, and he was a little embarrassed involuntarily. Nanami Kaoru next to see that Zhou Hao's charm is so great, and there is no sign of jealousy. Instead, he was very proud. He smiled openly at the clerk in front of him and said, "This suit is not bad. We want it. I will take some leather and take a look." The female clerk came back to her senses and saw the stunning Chikai Kaoru next to Zhou Hao. She felt ashamed and ashamed. She immediately stopped the unrealistic fantasy in her heart and lowered her head to get Zhou Hao a belt. Up. Several other female clerks also sighed in their hearts. Although Zhou Hao's appearance and temperament were superb, he looked like a rich man, but there was such a superb beauty as Kaoru Nanami, who didn't have any flowers and plants like him. Opportunity, at best, can only obscure the storyline of Cinderella in my heart. Zhou Hao also felt that Kaoru Nankai was so powerful. Facing those mad bees and butterflies directed at him, Kaoru Chikai didn't need any other actions at all. Just a gentle step next to Zhou Hao was enough to discourage those women. Even inferiority in the heart is really killing without seeing blood. After coming out of this store, the two continued to wander around downtown Yokohama. Tired of walking, the two walked into an English-style coffee shop to take a break. However, as soon as he sat down, Zhou Hao saw a man sitting at a tea table over there. It was the Yamaguchi group, high-ranking executive Kurosaki Minikun, who had previously met in the Dior flagship store. It's just that Kurosaki Minami is alone now, with no one around him. In fact, both Zhou Hao and Nanami Kaoru knew that this guy had been following him in secret since just now, and then came to this coffee shop first, pretending to have an accidental encounter with Nanami Kaoru. Zhou Hao didn't pay attention to him, but Nanami Kaoru smiled at him from a distance, and the moment he was blooming like 100 flowers, she was so beautiful that it made the Kurosaki Daimura even more glamorous, thinking Nanami Kaoru was interested in him. "Sister, why are you smiling at that guy?" Zhou Hao was a little jealous. Nanami Kaoru gently propped his chin, looked at Zhou Hao sideways, and then smiled. "This is polite. Do you know a little friend?" "I know, sister. You want to tease that guy deliberately so that he can come over and do that bullying. And then I will perform the heroic saving the beauty drama, right?" Zhou Hao's mental agility is not inferior to that. Nanami Kaoru guessed her intentions at once. Just listen to Kaoru. Nanami smiled. "Don't you think it would be a lot more interesting to add a little bit of this exciting drama?" Zhou Hao was helpless for Nanami Kaoru's other kind of naughty and could only do what she wanted to win the beautiful woman's smile. However, Kurosaki Minamura, who feels good about himself over there, wishful thinking that Kaoru Nanami is also interesting to him, is very annoying for Zhou Hao, because he raises a glass to Kaoru Nanami from time to time, and he bows in front of Kaoru Nanami. And Zhou Hao also knew that a guy like Kurosaki Nakamura, who was capable of bullying men and women, would never stop at this. Sure enough, it didn't take long to see four frivolous punks coming in from the door. They first looked around, then fixed their eyes on Nanami Kaoru and Zhou Hao. Even though Nanami Kaoru turned her back to them, she also smiled at Zhou Hao. "The actors are all here. The good show should be on the stage." I saw these four gangsters came straight to Zhou Hao's table. One of them was still stepping on the chair next to Zhou Hao, with his hands on his knees, just like this, presumptuously looking at Nanami Kaoru. Tusk said, "What a beautiful chick. It's a waste to be with such a little white face. Or we will take you out for a drive. You feel exciting to keep it. Nanami Kaoru always drank a cup of coffee gracefully, without even looking at these gangsters. These four guys obviously didn't dare to offend Nanami Kaoru too much. They didn't have trouble seeing Nankai Kaoru's arrogant attitude. Instead, they secretly glanced at Kurosaki Minami over there. After seeing Kurosaki's wink, they turned to Zhou Hao's side. I saw that little, stepping on a chair, glanced sideways at Zhou Hao, and then sneered. Boy, we want to ask your friend to go for a drive. Don't you have any comments? While talking, the other three took out a shiny silver butterfly knife and turned their fingers to juggle with various fancy patterns. The blade also made a cha-cha sound, showing its sharpness. Zhou Hao couldn't understand this guy's Japanese, so he smiled in English. Sorry, I'm Chinese, and I don't understand Japanese. Although the English of these little gangsters is not good, they also heard the word Chinese that Zhou Hao said, so they immediately got into trouble. It turns out that I am a Chinese, let alone ask your opinion, and the person I hate the most in my life is China. Boy, you are out of luck today. After that, this guy wanted to set off the table in front of Zhou Hao and was ready to attack, but saw Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and pressed it on the table. No matter how hard this guy tried, he couldn't move the table. The young gangster exposed his veins and shouted at the other three. What are you still doing? Kill this guy for me. But the three of them hadn't moved yet. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and grabbed one of them's butterfly knives, flipping his 5 fingers, many times faster than them, and the butterfly knives really turned into a flapping fan. Wings are like butterflies. The little, who had been robbed of the knife, felt a silver light flashing in front of his eyes, and then felt a cold forehead, and the eyebrows and hair also floated down, and in a flash, he became a bald man without eyebrows and hair. Then Zhou Hao pressed his hand, and the butterfly knife was placed on the table, as if nothing had happened. But these 4 guys were dumbfounded. Not only these 4 gangsters, but even Kurosaki Minu village over there was stunned. He is a member of the underworld. Of course, he knows that it is not difficult to play the butterfly knife beautifully. Many people who are interested in this way only need more practice to make all kinds of dazzling fancy styles. However, the fancy style is very different from the actual combat, because the butterfly blade has a short blade, and unless it is a master, it is difficult to kill the enemy. And Zhou Hao made such an understatement to shave the person's hair and eyebrows clean, not to mention the slightest damage to him, the strength of which is particular. Therefore, based on the skill of using the sword alone, Kurosaki Daimura judged that Zhou Hao was not very human. The 4 punks were terribly scared by Zhou Hao, but the head of the man caught a glimpse of Kurosaki Minakarameo looking at him with a gloomy face, and knew that if they escaped, they would have a miserable fate after returning. So he gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand, and drew a pistol from his waist and aimed at Zhou Hao's head. The other guests in the coffee shop who had been holding their mind to watch the excitement saw someone drawing their guns, and they all screamed and fled for their lives. Some people reported to the police station while running. I saw the little gangster's leader pointed a gun at Zhou Hao's head and said arrogantly, "Come on, see if it's your sword fast or Lao Tzu's gun fast come." This pistol can scare ordinary people, but it has no effect on Zhou Hao and Nanami Kaoru. Even Kaoru Nanami was sipping her cup of coffee very leisurely, but Zhou Hao frowned and said to Kaoru Nanami, "Sister, if the Tokugawa family knows about it, it's not for you." That's great. Nanami Kaoru rarely has the interest today. How could he hope that this good show will end so soon? So he smiled and said, "It's okay. We are all dressed up now. No one can recognize us. And you see, Kurosaki Dig Village isn't it about to appear? We don't need to do it. Let's take a look at his performance." Hearing Nanami Kaoru's words, Zhou Hao no longer objected, but took a cold look at the bastard and drank the coffee comfortably. Seeing that he drew his gun but was so neglected, and he couldn't actually shoot, he felt very aggrieved, so he could only look at Kurosaki Deguro with his eyes asking for help. And Kurosaki Minumura over there did not expect Nanami Kaoru to get up and walked over after adjusting his collar. Then with a majestic look, he shouted to the little gangsters, "Which hall are you from? Do you know that this is the site of the Yamaguchi group? Dare to be presumptuous here." Seeing Kurosaki Minumura's wink, the punished gangster with the gun felt complacent and deliberately suppressed his arrogance and said, We are in the Yokohama group of the Inagawa Club. Who are you? Don't be a hero. Huh. I'm Kurosaki Mining Village. Kurosaki Mining Village proudly said his name. I saw that the little gangsters were shocked, and the gunman in the lead said hesitatingly, "Eh? You are the Viper Kurosaki Digging Village of the Yamaguchi group?" Kurosaki Minamura didn't speak, but just stared at them coldly, which was considered to be a tacit understanding of his identity. The gunpowder immediately put on a smiling face. It turns out that you are the famous Viper Kurosaki. I'm sorry, but we don't know Tarzan. Hurry up then. Kurosaki Minamura snorted coldly. Yes, we will leave right away. The little greeted, and the four of them fled away. At this time, Kurosaki Minamura smiled gracefully at Nanami Karu in his spare time, and said, "Miss, those little rascals didn't scare you just now." Nanami Karu first glanced at Zhou jokingly, and then smiled at Kurosaki Minamura. "Thank you, Mr. Kurosaki. Just now I heard you say that you belong to the Yamaguchi group? Are you called the Viper?" "Hee, it's just people outside who just nicknamed it. It can't be true." Kurosaki Minami naturally sat on the chair next to Karu Nanami, but turned a blind eye to Zhou and just looked at Karu Nanami and smiled. "I am myself, let me introduce you. My name is Kurosaki Minamura. I am a member of the Yamaguchi group, and I am in charge of Yokohama's affairs." After that, he handed Karu Nanami a white and delicate business card. Nanami Karu gracefully accepted the business card and smiled. "Hee, it turns out to be a member of the Yamaguchi group. In Japan, the gang is a company-like existence, and Japanese girls don't have a serious attitude of avoiding gang members. Sometimes, gang members are more popular than the employees of large companies, especially the Yamaguchi group, a large group in the Japanese underworld. This is also why Kurosaki Minamura introduces his identity so frankly and is proud of it. At this moment, the policeman who received the report also rushed over, but saw that there were only Zhou in the cafe. "Mr. Kurosaki?" The leading police officer also saw Kurosaki Minami and exhaled in surprise. Kurosaki Minami smiled at the police officer. "Officer Hashiguchi, a few gangsters were making trouble here just now. I drove them away. There is nothing left." Haha, it turned out to be like this. The Hashiguchi police officer was very respectful to Kurosaki Nakamura, which made Kurosaki Nakamura more face in front of Nanami Karu. But he just made a gentle appearance, like a success with a high social status person. After a few words of greeting, the police left, and Karu Nanami cooperatively smiled at Kurosaki Minamura. "It turns out that Mr. Kurosaki, you have such a wide range of contacts, not only on the road, but even the police. You are so good. Hee. For people like us, it's always good to make more friends." Kurosaki Nakamura smiled, and then looked at Zhou specifically, and the eyebrows showed some provocation against Zhou. Then he heard him say to Nanami Karu, "By the way, I don't know your name, Mississippi." "Me?" Nanami Karu smiled. "My name is Yui Sito." "Miss Sito, it's nice to meet you." Kurosaki Minamura smiled at Nanami Karu, then turned to look at Zhou. "I don't know the name of this gentleman Gao." Zhou stared coldly at Kurosaki Minami and did not answer, while Nanami Karu said for him, "His name is Mo Huaishi, my brother. Since he was separated from me since childhood, he grew up in China and only recently came back to Japan with me. So I don't know how to speak Japanese." It turned out to be your younger brother, Miss Sito." Hearing that Zhou is Karu Nanami's brother, Kurosaki Minamura immediately smiled, and even the hostility towards Zhou disappeared. He even took the initiative to hold Zhou. He shook his hand vigorously and said in his very bad English, "Old brother, I am glad to meet you. It turns out that you are the younger brother of Miss Sito. You are disrespectful and disrespectful." It took Zhou a lot of effort to understand this guy's crappy English. At the same time, he knew that his attitude toward him had changed so much. It was all because this guy mistakenly thought that he and Nanami Karu were ordinary brothers and sisters, and there was no threat to him. If it weren't for Nanami Karu who wanted to taste this stimulation, Zhou would have let this guy die a long time ago. So now he didn't bother to greet him. So he just hummed and didn't speak anymore. As he resolved the misunderstanding with Zhou, Kurosaki Minamura didn't care about Zhou's attitude at all. He told Nanami Karu, "Miss Sito, Are you a native of Yokohama? I think you are dressed noble and so beautiful. If you are a native of Yokohama, I should know you. He listened to Kaoru Nanami brushing her hair on her temples and said with a smile, I'm a native of Yokohama, but my husband generally doesn't want me to show up outside, so I rarely come out. Kurosaki Minamura's face changed drastically. What? Husband? Miss Sito, do you have a husband? Nanami Kaoru smiled and shook the huge diamond ring on her right ring finger to him. Kurosaki Minamura really only saw the wedding ring in Nanami Kaoru's hand, and his heart sank immediately. But he still didn't give up and tentatively asked, No, I don't know what occupation Miss Sito does your husband do? It must be a very good man to marry a perfect woman like Miss Sito. Zhou on the other side sneered in his heart when he heard Kurosaki Minikun's words, because he saw the intent of the guy wearing it all at once. Kurosaki Minikamura wanted to see who Nanami Kaoru's husband was. If he was just a powerless little man, then he would do what he loved. Zhou even thought maliciously, if Kurosaki Minamura foolishly offends Tokugawa Naomi, he doesn't know what the consequences will be. But Nanami Kaoru said with a melancholy expression, My husband? Humph, just a small businessman. He is a stubborn man, and he is dozens of years older than me. She and I have always been unhappy. What? He is a few dozen years older than you, Miss Sito? Kurosaki Minamura said in disbelief, and cursed in his heart. Old guy, such a superb woman has been ruined by that old guy. Kurosaki Minamura was also very excited, because if he was a few decades older than Nanami Kaoru, the old man's body would not work well, and a beautiful woman like Nankai Kaoru would definitely not be willing to accompany that old man. Widowed, Kurosaki Minikamura thought with excitement. Nanami Kaoru's current situation is that having a husband is equal to not having a husband, and it is just right for him to take advantage of it. And Nanami Kaoru also said that her husband is just a small businessman, and with his Kurosaki Minami energy, as long as he is not the mayor of Yokohama, he has the courage to compete with him. Looking coldly at Kurosaki Minu Village's wishful thinking there, Zhou sneered in his heart, and Nanami Kaoru's understatement made this guy hooked. Thinking of this, Zhou looked towards Nankai Kaoru and saw Nankai Kaoru secretly making faces at him. Although Yokohama is also one of the largest cities in Japan, it does not have the red light districts of Ginza or Kabukicho like Tokyo. However, there are also many large-scale entertainment venues in the downtown area of Yokohama. For example, this Sunset, in the center of the city, is Yokohama, one of the biggest nightclubs. Like all nightclubs, Sunset also has a gangster background, and behind it is the Yamaguchi group. Kurosaki Minamura and Nanami Kaoru like it at first sight, so he let him do the affair and asked Nanami Kaoru and Zhou to come to this Sunset to have fun. And because Kurosaki Minami is the leader of the Yamaguchi group in Yokohama, this no-setting sun can be regarded as his sight, and the staff in the store will naturally show him 120 points of warmth to entertain him. Guests. But in fact, there is no need to pay special attention to Kurosaki Minikura. With Zhou's excellent appearance and temperament, he immediately received the attention of the beautiful dancers when he came to Sunset, and he didn't need Kurosaki Minikura's orders. They surrounded Zhou like a bee. There are also male companions dedicated to female guests in no-setting sun, and with Karen Nanami's terms, I am afraid that those dancers can get a lot of money without spending money. But there is Kurosaki Daimura here. No setting sun, no dancer dared to be presumptuous, even to look at Nanami Kaoru. As there were more people, the atmosphere became enthusiastic, especially those dancers who were very good at mobilizing the atmosphere. Although Zhou was not interested in them, they were attracted by the games they made, and Kurosaki Dagura also after deliberately to please Nanami Kaoru. The group happily played. The games in this nightclub are naturally related to wine, and those who lose must drink. However, Zhou's internal strength was unfathomable. The alcohol was decomposed as soon as it entered the body. Zhou would be able to recover as long as he went to the toilet. So he became the 1,000 cups of not drunk here, drunk all the dancers, but he was still full of energy. But Nanami Kaoru doesn't have such a good drinker. Perhaps because Zhou is present, she doesn't need to worry about her safety and can enjoy the drunken taste with Zhou. So she will not refuse the drinks that everyone respects. In a short while, the face was beautiful and beautiful. She originally had a stunning appearance, but now she was drunk and dim, and the charming charm that naturally exudes was even more seductive. She saw Kurosaki Minamura's eyes widened, and her throat bones were constantly rolling. Give Kaoru Nanami a big fight. Kurosaki Minami had originally thought about Nanami Kaoru. At this time, seeing Kaoru Nanami's charming drunk state, in his heart burned even more fiercely. But seeing Zhou Hao still sane, he couldn't do anything to Nankaksen. What a character Zhou Hao is, Kurosaki Nugura wags his tail to know that he wants to, or p. Seeing Kurosaki Minikun's look like he couldn't wait, Zhou Hao sneered in his heart, and deliberately put the two dancers beside him in his arms. Oh no, I'll be drunk again. Sure enough, Kurosaki Minami immediately overjoyed when he heard Zhou Hao's words, and quickly winked at the dancing girls. These dancers are all people who are good at glances. They have long seen that Kurosaki Minakura is interesting to Nanami Kaoru. At this time, they received the order of the big boss, and they gave Zhou Hao more desperately to drink. After drinking 5 or 6 bottles of XO, Zhou Hao finally became drunk and lay half asleep on the sofa. Looking at Zhou Hao and Nanami Kaoru, who were completely drunk and sane, Kurosaki Minamura chuckled, trying to hug Nanami Kaoru. But because he had drunk a lot of alcohol, he was drunk. Send her to my room. Kurosaki Minamura ordered to the dancers. Also, give me some anti-drinking medicine. Immediately 2 dancers lifted the drunk Nanami Kaoru to the guest room area upstairs. Kurosaki Minakura had a special luxurious room on it, specially for him to fool around with women. After taking the medicine to understand the alcohol, Kurosaki Minakura rubbed his palms and walked upstairs, saying, "Beauty, I'm here." Mr. Kurosaki, how should this Mr. Mo Huishi arrange him? A dancer called Kurosaki Minami. Leave it to you. I think you were drooling just now, so let's make it cheaper for you. The dancers were overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Kurosaki. After Kurosaki Daimura went upstairs, the dancers couldn't wait to help Zhou Hao in the room, and one of them said, "He is so drunk. Can he do that later? What are you afraid of? Give him some Viagra." Another dancer said with a grin. Although Zhou Hao, pretending to be drunk, couldn't understand Japanese, the tone of these dancers was clearly a female pervert. And he also cares about Nanami Kaoru, so when he passed the toilet, he deliberately puffed up his cheeks and pretended to throw up and staggered into the toilet. The dancers wanted to help him in, but he was pushed to him. Outside the door, I had to wait for him outside. There was no one else in the toilet. Zhou Hao looked around, then opened the window on one of the toilet compartments and got out. This sunset building is more than 10 stories high, and the outer walls are made of smooth tiles, and there are no protrusions that can be leveraged. If it is someone else, even the habitual thieves who are good at climbing walls can hardly gain a foothold. Zhou Hao was not afraid at all. He stretched out his hand and grabbed his 5 fingers easily into the wall, and he climbed up with his bare hands. Moreover, he seemed to know in advance which room Nanami Kaoru would be taken upstairs, so he didn't need to look around and climbed straight to the suite with a terrace on the left. He jumped onto the terrace with a vigorous stature and looked in from the French windows. Nanami Kaoru was indeed inside. I saw Kaoru Nanami being put on the bed, her cheeks flushed from drunkenness, very attractive. What made Zhou Hao relieved was that Kaoru Nanami's clothes were still intact. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, the guy from Kurosaki Minamura should be bathing in it. Zhou Hao easily shattered the iron lock of the floor-to-ceiling window and then quietly entered the room. Sitting on the bed, watching Kaoru Nanami's drunken obsession, Zhou Hao couldn't help but lose consciousness, stretched out his hand and gently stroked her face and smiled reproachfully. "You are really drunk, but you are so calm. I don't know, my situation is very dangerous." Because of Zhou Hao's harassment, Nanami Kaoru slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of misty eyes. "I knew you would come, you painful fellow." Nanami Kaoru grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and rubbed it on his face lightly, showing a happy smile. "If I can't come, you will be in danger." Zhou Hao smiled. "Not afraid." Nanami Kaoru pursed his lips. "If that guy really dares to treat me wrong, I will poison him." As she said, there were already 3 silver needles slender in her hand, which were glowing in the light. At this moment, Kurosaki Minamura came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, with a bath towel around his lower body, and his upper body covered with black tattoos. Excited, he whistled very happily when he came out of the bathroom, but after seeing Zhou Hao sitting on the bedside with Karen Nanami, he was stunned. Imo? Imo Huaishi? Why are you here? Zhou Hao turned his head and looked at Kurosaki Minu village, who only had a bath towel on him. What do you want to do to my sister? Aye. Kurosaki Mingimura, who intended to Nanami Karu but was smashed by Zhou Hao, felt very embarrassed. But soon, a bad thought surged in his heart, and he took it from the drawer beside him. He took out a pistol and aimed at Zhou Hao, and said grimly, I am in love with your sister. If you are interested, you will have all my good things. Then I will take care of your brother-in-law. Otherwise, even if you are the younger brother of Miss Sito, I will kill you. Then you shoot. Zhou Hao sneered. Seeing Zhou Hao's calm and steady expression, Kurosaki Daikun was shocked. When he was considering whether to shoot, Zhou Hao flashed in his body and appeared in front of Kurosaki Daikun in an instant. The shocked Kurosaki Daimura had to pull the trigger subconsciously, but the pistol couldn't be started because Zhou Hao had blocked the bolt. Seeing Zhou Hao twisted his backhand, Kurosaki Daimura's pistol immediately dispersed. In the shocked look of Kurosaki Minikura, Zhou Hao's hand was already printed on his heart. When he spit out his strength, Kurosaki Daimura's heart pulse was immediately broken, and his expression instantly froze, staring at Zhou Hao unwillingly and slowly falling to the ground. Then, Zhou Hao turned around and planned to take Karen Nanami away, but saw Kaoru Chihai suddenly jumped up from the bed. He plunged into Zhou Hao's arms, hooked his neck, and kissed him fiercely. Lip. Woo. Zhou Hao, who was strongly kissed by Karen Nanami, reacted for a while, and was quickly immersed in the warm kiss of Karen Nanami. And he couldn't help climbing up with Karen Nanami's jade body with both hands. Nanami Kaoru took Zhou Hao around 2 times, and then both fell on the bed. Zhou Hao let go of her, and saw her beautiful face and misty and charming eyes, and her heart was rippling for a while. Nostalgia. Nanami Kaoru hooked Zhou Hao's neck and smiled like a blue smile. Sister gives you all of herself today, okay? Before Zhou Hao could react, she raised her head and kissed Zhou Hao again. Zhou Hao couldn't stand her teasing at first, and the reason for being in peace before was just to suppress him. At this moment, under Nanami Kaoru's behavior, how could he bear it? Kissing her with his right hand, pulling the zipper on her skirt. The corpse of Kurosaki Minamura was still lying alone on the ground over there, staring at the 2 men and women who were close to each other on the bed. After midnight, the scorching air in this luxurious suite slowly fell silent. Zhou Hao and Nanami Kaoru cuddled naked on the bed, not knowing whether it was due to the drunkenness or shame. Nanami Kaoru's original white and flawless skin now revealed an intoxicating pink, like plum blossoms. At this moment, Nanami Kaoru was leaning weakly in Zhou Hao's arms, and her breathing became slow. Zhou Hao also felt very comfortable. After the rain and the clouds just now, he only felt that the millions of pores on his body were relaxed. The feeling of ecstasy and bone was really beyond words. It is also to blame that Kaoru Nanami's jade body is too soft and attractive, which makes Zhou Hao unable to extricate himself from being immersed in it. If it hadn't been for Nanami Kaoru's first taste of cloud and rain, and his body couldn't bear it, Zhou Hao wouldn't have retired so quickly. Now he also wanted to play with the pair of superb stunners on Kaoru Nanami's chest for a long time, but felt that he couldn't play enough. Don't do it, my sister will be tossed all over by you. Nanami Kaoru weakly pushed Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao slid her hand from her chest to her thigh, and kissed Chihai Kaoru's cheeks and cheeks, sighing, Sister, it's great to have you by my side. I'll trade the whole world for me. No change. It's okay to know your sister. Nanami Kaoru smiled lightly, her face still rippling with the intoxicating red glow. Just now, when we went to Wushan together, Zhou Hao certainly enjoyed the unparalleled taste of ecstasy. In fact, the same is true for Chi Haixuan. After the initial pain, her mature and flexible jade body quickly adapted to it, and she also tasted the kind of lethargy, the feeling of being ecstatic and dying. When she reached the peak, she seemed to have a voice in her heart to rush out. It's great to be a woman. Using jade fingers around the hair to stroke Zhou Hao's broad chest back and forth, Nanami Kaoru whispered, My sister has given you everything now. If you dare to betray your sister in the future, then even Yushir Jufin will not let you go. How come? Zhou Hao resolutely said. Even if it is to change my life, I will not leave my sister you. Well, you have to remember these words you said. Nanami Karu hugged Zhou Hao contentedly, and then moved her head and kissed Zhou Hao's lips. Even though he is a dragon and phoenix among the people who control hundreds of billions of dollars, Nanami Karu is like many other women. After giving everything to the man he loves, he is very eager for the promise of the man. Well, let's leave here before the people outside find out. Zhou Hao said, It's okay. Anyway, those people thought that Kurosaki Ningtsuan was fooling around here, and no one would come in. Nanami Karu twisted her body lazily, and Zhou Hao's desire was surging again. Looking at the corpse in Kurosaki mining village over there, Karu Nanami felt that combining with Zhou Hao in this environment, there is really a romance, and there is also a kind of alternative stimulation. Just now, when she and Zhou Hao went to Yunyu together, it's so easy to let go. I'm afraid it's also because of this strange and exciting environment. In the end, Zhou Hao waited on the weak Nankai Karu to put on his clothes. Nanami Karu hugged Zhou Hao and acted like a joke. Sister can't even move her fingers, so let's hold your sister and go. Helpless, Zhou Hao could only follow Karu Nanami's intentions. Before leaving, he tore off the plum-like part of the bedsheet and took it away, leaving only the corpse of Kurosaki Daimura. Stay there. With his superb light work, this high-rise building is no different to Zhou Hao. And Karu Nanami leaned in Zhou Hao's arms, bathed in the cool night breeze, floating under the bright moonlight, feeling fluttering like a feather, and she hugged Zhou Hao even more tightly, for fear that she would really become feathered. And then, it would be a lifetime of loneliness. After returning to the manor, Nanami Karu, who had not recovered his physical strength, fell asleep again, and Zhou Hao accompanied him. Until noon, the two slowly woke up. As Zhou Hao's body emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, and since he woke up from a coma, he hasn't been close to female, so the strong qi in his body shows signs of yang and yin decline. And after combining with the spirit and flesh of Karu Nanami last night, he merged Karu Nankai's virgin yin, and his true energy regained the balance of yin and yang, and it became more refined. So Zhou Hao felt light and energetic all over when he woke up. Nanami Karu was different. Although Zhou Hao's internal strength had been turning around in her body, her physique had also strengthened a lot, but the numb and sour feeling from her lower body still made her unable to lift a bit of strength. Sister, is it still hurting? Zhou Hao asked Karu Nanami with his arms tenderly. Nanami Karu glanced at him with a charming look. Of course it hurts. It's all caused by you, little villain. She was already beautiful, but now that she was nourished by love, her temperament became more charming, and a single glance can make Zhou Hao feel a kind of thrilling. Exhausting a lot of physical energy, Chi-Hai Karu's appetite is very good, so he made a table of exquisite dim sum in the kitchen, which are representative delicacies in Cantonese cuisine, and Zhou Hao also feasted. While having lunch, the two also saw local news reports in Yokohama. Noon News reported that at 8:43 this morning, the senior cadre of the Yamaguchi Group, Kurosaki Minamura, was found dead in the luxurious suite of the Sunset nightclub. A female broadcaster said to the camera, passing by. The forensic examination of Kurosaki's corpse revealed that Kurosaki's death was caused by a heart attack. However, Kurosaki's previous history has not had any history of heart disease, and according to insiders, Kurosaki's last night was in the room with a young woman. The woman has a male companion, but now the two men and women are missing, and the police and the Yamaguchi Group are looking for them. After reading this news, Zhou Hao and Nanami Karu smiled at each other. They are not afraid of being found by the police or the Yamaguchi Group because they all showed themselves in disguise yesterday, and no one knows their true colors. Even Kantsuki Shinji and Hongya Hina are the confidants of Nanami Karu, and they don't know the whereabouts of Zhou Hao and Nankai Karu yesterday, nor do they know that they are related to Kurosaki's death. However, just in case, after Karu Nanami returned to the manor yesterday, he asked Shinji Kanzuki to send someone to the underworld to investigate the movement of the Yamaguchi Group. No, Kanzuki Shinji has already detected the movement of the Yamaguchi Group in Yokohama. She was sitting on her knees not far from the dining table, and Gongsheng said to Nanami Karu, Madam, the people of the Yamaguchi Group found Kurosaki Minamura died in the room around 8 o'clock this morning. And on the spot, 2 women were caught, and they thought they were the murderers who killed Kurosaki Minagi. Zhou Hao and Nanami Keru were also a little surprised when they heard this. They didn't expect that 2 women were so unlucky enough to become their own dead ghosts. Nanami Keru immediately asked, "Who are these 2 women?" "They are all Chinese, and they are illegal immigrants who came here illegally," Shinji Kanzuki said. "They acted as dancers in that sunset house. The people we sent inquired that these 2 Chinese women were smuggled. The group lied to Japan. Originally, it was a part-time job in Yokohama's Chinatown. Later, the local Chinese gang in Chinatown sold it to the Yamaguchi Group, so it became a nightclub under the Yamaguchi Group. The Dancers of Sunset. According to them, when the 2 of them went to the room, Kurosaki Minzu was already dead." Zhou Hao frowned slightly when he heard that the 2 were Chinese or women who had been tricked into coming to Japan. Nanami Keru caught a glimpse of his look and asked Shinji Kanzuki, "Do you know why they want to enter that room?" "Because everyone thought that Kurosaki Minami was in the room with him. No one would dare to bother at all. And even the nightclub people cleaning the room shouldn't be done by the 2 Chinese women who are dancers." Kanzuki Shinji said, "I heard that they were planning to assassinate Kurosaki Minagi. Because they had been bullied by Kurosaki Minagi before, they decided to kill Kurosaki Minagi. The village mysteriously died. The Chinatown in Yokohama should be the local Chinatown." Zhou Hao asked, "What is the name of the Chinese gangster who sold those 2 women to the Yamaguchi Group? Can you tell me about their situation? What's wrong, nostalgia?" Chi Hai-sun faintly noticed Zhou Hao's mind. Sure enough, Zhou Hao said, "Although the 2 women had planned to assassinate Kurosaki Dig Village, they are now caught by the Yamaguchi Group, and they always have something to do with us. Also, the Chinese gang does not protect my compatriots. On the contrary, colluded with the Yamaguchi Group to harm their compatriots. Since this matter was touched by me, I can't just sit back and watch." Nanami Keru smiled. "Huh? When did you have such a sense of national mission?" In fact, Zhou Hao's sense of national mission has never been lacking. Whether it is before or after his amnesia, his sense of belonging to his country has never retreated. However, Zhou Hao still had a businessman character in his bones. If it wasn't for something profitable, he would generally not do that thankless thing. Just like this time, he said that he didn't want to stand by the Chinese gangster, but he actually had his own purpose. Kaoru Nanami was aware of this, and she smiled. "However, no matter what you want to do, my sister will support you unconditionally." Kanua Shinji said to Zhou Hao, "There are more than 10 Chinese gangs in Yokohama's China Street, and the most powerful of them is the 5 Lakes Gang. Most of the members of this 5 Lakes Gang come from Hunan, China province. They occupy almost half of the drug market in the China Street and the surrounding area. They are also involved in counterfeiting, money laundering, organizing prostitution, organizing smuggling, and other illegal activities. Because of this, the 5 Lakes Gang is also the various Chinese gangs in Yokohama. Among them, the financial resources are the strongest." Nanami Keru also said, "Speaking of this, I want to introduce the underworld in Yokohama. The underworld in Yokohama is probably covered by 3 forces. The first is the Yamaguchi Group supported by the Mitsubishi family. The second is the Chinese gang headed by the 5 Lakes Gang, and the last is the Inagawa Kai, supported by the Tokugawa family. The gangs in Yokohama are basically balanced by these 3 forces, although there are other gangs. But I have to survive under the breath of these 3 forces." Zhou Hao asked. The Inagawa meeting was manipulated by the Tokugawa family behind the scenes. Who will manage it? The one who manages the Inagawa Council is Tojo Naomesa's most trusted confidant Tojo Shinichi. Nanami Keru explained. This guy has followed Tokugawa Naomesa before he entered Mitsui's house. It's the orphan that Naomesa Tokugawa picked up from the battlefield. Shun Tojo's loyalty to Naomesa Tokugawa is deeper than anyone else. People outside call him the hell dog of the Tokugawa family. By the way, Sister Tokugawa should have 3 sons, right? Zhou Hao asked again. Apart from the eldest son Tokugawa Genshin and the 3rd son Tokugawa Kodron, what about his 2nd son? Why didn't I hear you or the Tokugawa family mention it? Kanzuki Shinji replied on behalf of Nanami Keru. The 2nd son of Naomesa Tokugawa was named Tokugawa Yukiyuki. I heard that he was Tokugawa Naomesa's most beloved son when he was a child. and he was considered the most likely person to inherit the Tokugawa family. But in Tokugawa, fortunately, when he was 14 years old, he broke up with Tokugawa Naomasa because of something. Since then, he has left the Tokugawa family and has never returned. Therefore, even our wife has not seen him. Fortunately, I passed that Tokugawa. Why did he fall out with Tokugawa Naomi? Johao said. Nanami Karu shook his head. Don't say it's me. Even Tokugawa Genshin and Tokugawa Kodron don't know. Tokugawa Naomasa has never been mentioned, so now some Tokugawa family members don't even know. Fortunately for the existence of Tokugawa, he thought that Naomasa Tokugawa had only 2 sons. After a pause, she asked Johao, Huaishi, since you want to intervene in the Yamaguchi group and the 5 Lake Gang, what are you going to do? Sister, I want to ask you a question first. Johao looked at Nanami Karu. How is the relationship between Tojo Shinichi and you? At the beginning I tried to win over this guy and wanted to infiltrate the Inagawa Kai through him, but Tojo Shinichi is the most loyal lackey of Tokugawa Naomasa, and he doesn't want to eat at all. Nanami Karu said, It's not just me, but Tokugawa Genshin and Tokugawa Kodron have tried every means to win him over, but they have not succeeded. In his hands, the Inagawa will cannot be separated from the control of Tokugawa Naomi. So the Tokugawa family, no one else dared to make the idea of Inagawa meeting. From Nanami Karu and Kenzuki Shinji, Johao knew that although the reputation of the Inagawa Kai is not as good as that of the Yamaguchi group, its strength is not inferior to the Yamaguchi group and its influence in Japanese politics. The power even surpassed the Yamaguchi group and the Black Dragon Society. Therefore, the Inagawa Club is the spokesperson of the Tokugawa family in the underworld. The Inagawa Club is so powerful in Yokohama, I'm afraid it will be monitoring this manor in secret. Johao squinted. I saw Nanami Karu smiled sweetly. Do you think your sister has a handle to fall into someone else's hands so easily? That's right, Inagawa Kai is indeed secretly monitoring my manor, and I know it was an instruction from Namito Tokugawa. The old guy didn't trust me absolutely, so he let his lackey come to look at me. However, the strength of the Inagawa Kai in the underworld is great, but in terms of personnel quality. But it's far inferior to Jingu Yufengliu. People with Jingu Yufengliu protect me, and those people in the Inagawa Kai are absolutely impossible for Tokujo. Johao said, although the people in Shingon Yufengliu are highly skilled, there are always some methods in the underworld that are difficult to guard against. So the Inagawa Society is a big threat to you, since as soon as Tojo Shun can't win over, then we will simply overthrow the Inagawa Society. Nanami Karu and Kenzuki Shinji could not help but be surprised when they heard this. Nanami Karu frowned. Although the people of Tokugawa's family are fighting for power, but Tokugawa is in charge of the overall situation. No one dares to really destroy it. A certain power base of the Tokugawa family. For example, Toshiba Electric, which I am in charge of, competes with Tokugawa Kodron Sony for the market, but no one will really destroy Toshiba or Sony. Although it is also because of the strength of Toshiba and Sony. About the same, no one is absolutely sure to completely defeat the other party. And the most important thing is that the Tokugawa Naomi allows people in the family to compete with each other, but cannot fall into internal fighting and let the Tokugawa family's internal consumption decline. Johao laughed. Sister, what you mean is that you can't destroy the Tokugawa family from the inside, right? I know this. If you let Tokugawa Naomasa or other people in the Tokugawa family know that it is your sister, you will destroy the Inagawa Society. If you do, it will be harmful to you, sister, right? Nanami Karu was already very clever and smart. After hearing Johao's words, he already guessed what Johao meant. He smiled and said, Are you trying to destroy the Inagawa Club from the outside? Well, that's right. If the Inagawa Society is defeated by external forces, no one in the Tokugawa family will doubt you, sister. Johao smiled. Anyway, the Tokugawa family has so many enemies, and all of them. The strength is so strong. It is not surprising that the Inagawa Society was defeated by them. Kaoru Nanami dropped his head in thought, and soon raised his head to look at Johao, and smiled. Then what do you want to do? Just listen to Johao laughed, and said, The strength of the Inagawa Club on the underworld is so huge, it is not easy to defeat them. The only thing that can be done is the Yamaguchi group. or the Black Dragon Club. It is necessary to provoke them. The most effective way for the war in China is to penetrate the Yamaguchi group and the Black Dragon Society and affect their attitude towards the Inagawa Society. In the past, you want to start with the Chinese gangster, right? Nanami Keiru smiled. Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, I intend to use the Chinese gang as a springboard to infiltrate the Japanese underworld. Seeing Zhou Hao's firm expression, Nanami Keiru felt very sweet in her heart. Because she knew very well that Zhou Hao was going to enter the Japanese underworld and establish a force in that underground world. And Zhou Hao's reason for doing this is probably to help her and make her bargaining chips stronger so that she can fight for the power of the Tokugawa family in the future. Okay, let Hina help you, Nanami Keiru said. As the number 2 character of Jingu Yifengliu, she is not only good at martial arts, but also has a good understanding of the underworld. She is a very good helper. Moreover, you can call the people of the Shun Gongyu Fenglu at will. In addition, if you need any help, even if you talk to your sister, whether it is human or material resources, your sister will try to prepare for you. At this time, Shinji Kanzuki said, Madam, young master, please forgive me for saying more. If you start with the Chinese gang as a breakthrough point, I am afraid it is not the most suitable. Nanami Keiru frowned slightly. Why? Because as far as I know, the Chinese gangs in Japan are scattered. Although they are both Chinese, they often kill each other because of their interests. They will extend their black hands to their compatriots, just like being caught by the Yamaguchi group. The 2 women from the Five Lakes gang were sold to the Yamaguchi group. Shinji Kanzuki said. At the same time, these Chinese gangs often turn to the wind, can collude with the Inagawa Society. Therefore, the reputation of the Chinese gang is the worst in the Japanese underworld. The nostalgia young master starts with them. It is better to choose another Japanese gang. Glancing at Zhou Hao, Kanue Shinji bowed his head and said, Although young master Huaishi is also Chinese, what I said is the truth. I only hope that young master Huaishi's plan can proceed smoothly. After listening to Shinji Kanzuki's words, Zhou Hao's face became serious. Chinese gangs are notorious in the underworld in Japan and other countries. In addition to their infringements on the interests of local gangs, they also often bully their fellow Chinese. The methods are even more despicable and shameful than dealing with foreigners, which is very disgusting. However, Zhou Hao is Chinese after all, so psychologically, his first choice tends to be China. Moreover, precisely because the Chinese gangs bullied the Chinese, he wanted to use his own power to change this situation. After all, many Chinese overseas, under the unfair treatment of the local government and residents, only seek help from the Chinese gang, hoping to get another kind of protection. When Nanami Keiru saw Zhou Hao's face, he immediately scolded Kanzuki Shinji. I and Huaishi have already decided. Why should you say more? There is no need to argue about this matter. Just follow Huaishi's words. To do it, start with the Chinese gangsters. Nanami Keiru uttered a word, and Kanzuki Shinji hurriedly bowed his head to agree, but he felt jealous towards Zhou Hao in his heart. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.